He just said one sentence, "Other people's wives are the sweetest." The next moment, from being a lifelong bachelor, he was reborn into the body of a total scumbag. This guy was a domestic abuser, yet he somehow married a famous pop star known by everyone. And she even gave him a sweet, obedient daughter. But ever since they got married, he was unexpectedly fired from his company. "It's all because of a jinx like you. That, I lost my job." He couldn't help but curse inwardly. His predecessor was a real bastard. Right now, the mother and daughter had just been beaten. They were trembling in fear on the sofa. Shen Yushu was holding the child. Seeing him staring at her, she instinctively hugged Yuan Yuan tighter against her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Yuan Yuan and leaving, but she was an orphan herself, and all the money in the house was in the hands of this demon. Seeing their terrified expressions, he sighed. "Since I'm here, I might as well face it calmly." He slowly stood up and turned on the light. The warm orange light flickered on, illuminating the entire room. Looking at the mess in front of him, he scratched his head, speechless. First, he opened the window to let some fresh air in, then quietly gathered the empty liquor bottles scattered around the house. Shen Yushu was still holding Yuan Yuan, huddled on the sofa, not daring to move. But a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. He didn't suddenly bother the mother and daughter. Instead, he grabbed a rag from the kitchen and started wiping the tables and chairs. By the time he scrubbed the house spotless, he was already drenched in sweat. So he went into the bedroom, grabbed some clean clothes, and headed into the bathroom. Shen Yushu stared at the tightly closed bathroom door. Her tense body finally relaxed. She looked at the room he had just cleaned up, disbelief evident in her eyes. Why did this demon suddenly change his tune? "Mommy, I'm hungry." "Be a good girl, Yuan Yuan. Mommy will cook for you in a bit." Shen Yushu rubbed Yuan Yuan's head and whispered. She could only wait for him to go to sleep before she dared to cook for herself and her daughter. Just then, the bathroom door opened. He pushed the door and stepped out. The mother and daughter, sitting on the old small sofa, flinched at the same time. He shook his head, ignored them, and pushed the front door open to leave. Shen Yushu froze, despair flashing in her eyes. Is he going out to buy more liquor? Hasn't he had enough to drink tonight? Yuan Yuan and I will have to starve for another night. Shen Yushu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "Mommy, don't cry. I'm really not hungry anymore." Yuan Yuan thought it was because she was hungry that her mom was crying. She quickly reached out her small, pale hand and clumsily wiped the tears from Shen Yushu's face. Shen Yushu bit her lip hard, her tears falling even faster. After a long while, she whispered in a trembling voice, "Be a good girl, Yuan Yuan.
Let mommy put you to sleep.
Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Tomorrow morning, mommy will wake up early and make you something delicious. Be good now. Mommy isn't crying." Shen Yushu softly sang a lullaby, coaxing Yuan Yuan to sleep. Watching Yuan Yuan slowly close her eyes, Shen Yushu thought about everything she had endured in the 2 years since getting married. Her heart filled with bitterness. She finally made up her mind to leave this hellhole tomorrow.
Even if she died out there.
It would be better than being tortured to death by this demon. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlocking echoed from outside. Shen Yushu, still lost in thought, couldn't help but shudder. She instinctively covered Yuan Yuan's ears and quietly listened to the movements outside. He pushed the front door open and instinctively looked toward the sofa. He looked a bit stunned. They already went to the bedroom. But it seems they haven't eaten yet. He stared blankly at the food in his hands, thought for a moment, then set the food on the table, and walked toward the bedroom. Shen Yushu remained tense. She heard his footsteps slowly approaching the bedroom, praying in her heart that he wouldn't come in. But the next second,
"I bought some food for you two.
"If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight." Hearing this, Shen Yushu's eyes widened in shock. Then she heard his footsteps fading away. The room instantly fell silent again. Only Shen Yushu's nervous, heavy breathing echoed in the bedroom. Yuan Yuan had opened her eyes at some point. She had clearly heard his voice and was staring curiously at the tightly closed door. Today, that smelly dad actually didn't come back to the bedroom. And he even said he bought food for us. Thinking about food made her hungry again. The little girl gulped, looking at her mom expectantly. Shen Yushu looked down, eyed at her daughter's hopeful eyes. Gathering all her courage, she tiptoed quietly to the bedroom door. Opening the door, the aroma of the food on the dining table hit her nose. Shen Yushu's eyes instantly blurred with tears. He actually bought food for them. Faced with his sudden kindness, Shen Yushu didn't feel joy, but a deep-seated fear from the bottom of her heart. Why is he acting like this? What else does he want to take from me? Barefoot, Yuan Yuan ran over on her short little legs, clinging to the door crack and peeking outside. Then, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but drool. But she didn't act on her own. Instead, she looked up, her big, round eyes staring unblinkingly at her mom. Shen Yushu took a deep breath, then forced a smile and picked Yuan Yuan up. "Be a good girl, Yuan Yuan. Let's keep our voices down and go eat." Yuan Yuan quickly nodded her little head. In his room, he naturally heard the noises outside. He let out a deep sigh. After sighing, he started to think. Just after buying the food, he realized that in this house, there was only a little over 1,800 in savings left. I need to make some money. A moment later, he suddenly sat up straight. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Isn't this a parallel world? Feeling excited, he quickly grabbed his phone and started scrolling frantically. A while later, a bright smile appeared on his face. This world was exactly as he remembered. The cultural heritage and entertainment industry were completely different from his old world. Some of the mainstream pop songs made him frown, yet they somehow topped the hot music charts. He gripped his phone tightly, his mind racing. One classic song after another from his past gradually surfaced in his mind. The more he thought about it, the sleepier he got. He had no choice but to drag his exhausted body and slowly drift off to sleep. At 6 a.m. the next day, he quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The dining table and the kitchen had both been cleaned spotless without a speck of dust. Shen Yushu must have cleaned up after eating last night. He stood still, thinking for a moment, then quietly went into the bathroom to wash his face. He knew Shen Yushu usually didn't wake up to cook until 8 a.m. because his predecessor always slept in until past 10 a.m. Only after he woke up and finished drinking were the mother and daughter allowed to eat his leftovers. He instinctively sighed again, then quickly finished washing up. Shen Yushu was actually already awake in her room, but she didn't dare go out. The sounds of washing up outside stopped, followed by the sound of the front door opening and closing. Shen Yushu pursed her lips, staring intently at the bedroom door, wondering what he was going out to do this time. After waiting a long time with no movement outside, Shen Yushu looked at Yuan, who was still fast asleep beside her. After some thought, she gathered her courage, quietly got out of bed, opened the bedroom door, and stepped out. The smell of alcohol in the room had faded significantly. A breeze of fresh air blew in from the window, carrying a very pleasant scent. This feeling made Shen Yushu feel like it wasn't real. It had been a long time since she smelled something so pure. Shen Yushu walked to the window and looked out at the outside world. Feeling a bit dazed, it wasn't until this moment that she suddenly remembered she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how much time had passed when the sound of the front door echoed again. Shen Yushu snapped back to reality, her entire body instinctively tensing up. She turned around mechanically. He also stood frozen in place, looking awkward. He didn't expect Shen Yushu to be awake already. After washing up, he realized there was no food left in the house, so he had just gone out to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both of them stood frozen. It was then that he got a clear look at his wife's face. She was beautiful, much more beautiful than the internet celebrities and stars in his old world. It was just that she was too skinny, and her face was excessively pale, likely due to malnutrition. Seeing this, his heart ached with pity, anger, and awkwardness.
What an animal.
How could he treat such a beautiful wife so poorly? He really deserved to die. Good morning. I'll go cook first. He was the first to break the awkward silence, carrying the groceries and quickly walking into the kitchen. Shen Yushu couldn't believe her ears or her eyes. He actually greeted me, and since when did he learn how to cook? Shen Yushu quietly watched his busy back in the kitchen, an overwhelming sense of grievance washing over her. She bit her lip hard, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. What is this? Pity for me, or a sudden bout of conscience?
Mommy.
Yuan woke up and couldn't find her mom. She ran out barefoot. As soon as she came out, her little nose caught the delicious smell of food. She turned her head, her eyes wide, and looked toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, he naturally saw the little kid too, and smiled at her. Unexpectedly, Yuan got scared and hid behind Shen Yushu's back. He helplessly rubbed his nose. Before long, the food was ready. He looked at the two of them, still standing timidly in the distance, and said, "Go wash your faces and come eat." Yuan was clearly gulping down her saliva, but she still didn't move. Shen Yushu also looked at the scene before her with a hint of terror. He had been a bit hopeful, but seeing their highly guarded demeanor, his expectations sank to the bottom of the ocean. He stayed silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "You two eat first." With that, he walked into the guest bedroom. Shen Yushu didn't move. She watched the guest bedroom door close, then looked down at her daughter's expectant eyes. She sighed inwardly. Yuan, let's go eat." On the dining table was the millet porridge he had cooked. Golden and very appetizing. There were also 2 stir-fried dishes and a small bowl of steamed egg. The moment she saw the steamed egg, Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. "Mommy, did Daddy make this for Yuan?" Shen Yushu was momentarily speechless. She looked at her daughter's hopeful eyes, and finally nodded. Yuan's eyes grew even brighter. She eagerly scooped a spoonful of steamed egg into her mouth. "This is the first time Daddy cooked for me. It's so yummy." Shen Yushu just ate quietly, her heart torn and confused. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the guest bedroom, where the door was tightly shut. Sitting at the desk in the guest bedroom, he was actually starving, but he knew that right now the mother and daughter still couldn't sit at the same table and eat with him. He shook his head to dispel those thoughts. then took out his phone, opened the app of This World, and deleted his old account, which only had a few thousand followers left. He registered a brand new account. Out of habit, he opened the app and checked the trending search rankings. The next moment, his brows furrowed.
What kind of garbage is this?
Since when did this kind of generic, half-baked pop music dominate the trending searches? An idea popped into his head. He dug out some dusty sheet music paper from the desk. These were all things Shen Yushu had left behind in the past. He spread the sheet music on the desk, and the pen in his hand quickly danced across the staves. Now, this was just a small task of transcribing across time and space, which wasn't difficult for him at all. In just a moment, a complete musical score appeared before his eyes. Eagerly, he pulled a guitar out of the nearby closet. Then, holding the guitar, he sat up straight at the desk, prepared his emotions a bit, and the next moment, he closed his eyes. His fingers gently strummed, and the sound of the guitar strings echoed out of the room. Shen Yushu, who was quietly eating, suddenly froze. He knows how to play the guitar. How is that possible? That guitar was hers. Shen Yushu knew very well that he didn't know how to play the guitar. At least he didn't before.
But what's going on now?
But following the sound of the guitar, his singing voice slowly drifted over. Shen Yushu was even more stunned. Her eyes filled with absolute disbelief. Even Yuan Yuan, who was happily eating, was captivated by the singing. She stopped her spoon midair, looked toward the tightly closed bedroom door, and blinked her big eyes repeatedly. Yuan Yuan tilted her head, looking in that direction. Yuan Yuan knew that Daddy had cooked for her for the first time. This was Daddy's voice. Daddy is so gentle. She could also feel the beauty of it. Such a beautiful melody. She found it hard to imagine it was being sung by him, until the next line of the song rang out. Shen Yushu broke down a little. She felt lost once again, the fear of the road ahead, as well as the fear of this man's sudden change. She was terrified this was just a fleeting dream. The singing stopped at this moment. Yuan Yuan also noticed her mom was crying. Panicking slightly, she climbed onto Shen Yushu's lap, reaching out her tiny hands, trying to wipe away her mom's tears. "Mommy, don't cry. Yuan Yuan will blow the pain away." Yuan Yuan thought her mom was hurting somewhere on her body again, as she helped Shen Yushu wipe her tears. She looked up with her little face, pulled back Shen Yushu's collar, and blew softly. Beneath the collar, Shen Yushu's back was covered in a dense web of scars. He naturally had no idea what was happening with the mother and daughter outside because of his song. Right now, he was opening his account and clicking to record a video. In the video, he didn't show his full face, only revealing from his nose down. Holding the guitar, he cleared his throat. This time, he was clearly much more serious, playing and singing the entire song once more. When the song ended, he saved the recording, trimmed the excess parts at the beginning and end, and finally extracted the audio, mixing it with the lyrics and music. He registered the copyright online. Once everything was done, he titled it Having You in My Life, an original song dedicated to everyone. Hope you all like it. Please hit like to support. The video uploaded successfully. He let out a soft sigh of relief. He thought to himself, finally done. Now I just have to wait quietly for everyone's reaction. In this era, this song is an absolute heavy hitter. He put the guitar back in the closet, then rubbed his growling stomach. I wonder if those two are done eating. I'm starving. This is torture. Rubbing his stomach, he finally couldn't wait any longer. He gently pushed the door open, leaving a small crack, and peeked outside like a thief. He happened to see Shen Yushu, carrying Yuan Yuan away from the dining table. Her eyes were red. If she had just been crying, she clearly saw him too. After freezing for a moment, she quickly carried her daughter back to the master bedroom. He breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and walked to the dining table. Finally, I get to eat. Seeing the food and soup clearly left for him on the table, he felt a little happy inside. He picked up the bowl of millet porridge and slurped it down in big gulps, wiping out everything on the table. After cleaning up the dishes, with nothing else to do, he wandered around the room, observing the layout of the house. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, barely 50 square meters in size. Before they got married, the two of them had pooled their money to buy it. Everything in the house had been arranged back then. They looked a bit worn out now. He shook his head in dismay, went back to the sofa, and plopped down. It was hard to imagine how Shen Yushu, with a young child, had lived in this kind of atmosphere. For 2 whole years, she barely stepped out the door. This feeling was no different from being in prison. He also knew that he couldn't change anything immediately. He could only curl up on the small sofa, playing with his phone, searching for ways to maintain a family, ways to coax a child, and how to be a good father. The answers online were all over the place, making him scratch his head in frustration. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opened again. He looked toward the sound and saw a little head poking out. Yuan Yuan tilted her head, her round almond eyes exactly like her mom's, observing him curiously. In those bright, sparkling eyes, there was full of innocence and purity, making his heart melt. It was just that Yuan Yuan's little face was too thin, exactly like her mom's. If she were a bit chubbier, she would definitely be even cuter. It made sense. Before, the mother and daughter only got to eat leftovers. Plus, The food was often left out too long for a child to eat. The original owner never gave them any money, so they had to go hungry half the time. Seeing Yuan Yuan, he instinctively tried to smile. But before the corners of his mouth could even lift, he saw Yuan Yuan get scared, hurriedly close the door, and run back inside. From inside the room came the sound of Shen Yushu coaxing the child. His smile froze on his face, and he unconsciously rubbed his nose, feeling guilty. Time quietly passed. Until noon, he put his phone down and stood up to make lunch. Right at that moment, the bedroom door opened. Shen Yushu, with an expressionless face, carrying a pile of clothes, walked out of the bedroom. She acted as if she didn't see him standing by the sofa, and walked straight into the bathroom. He clearly saw that when she stepped out. Her body stiffened slightly.
Is she going to wash clothes?
He suddenly remembered the clothes he changed out of yesterday. Are they still in the washing machine? Thinking of this, he quickly walked toward the bathroom. Shen Yushu was extremely tense. She didn't expect him to still be home. Usually at this time, he would have already gone out with his bad friends to drink. She heard his footsteps, approaching her, and her heart instantly grew even more tense. Her body trembled slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out to hang first? Shen Yushu, who was bending over to open the washing machine, jumped in fright, her body stumbling. As she shrank into the corner of the bathroom. Careful. He couldn't help but add. Shen Yushu finally reacted. Was he asking for her permission? Her eyes darted away, not daring to look at him.
You?
You take them first. Thanks. He clenched his fists, his hands trembling slightly. He couldn't hide the anger and heartache in his eyes. Just now, he had clearly seen that below Shen Yushu's neck, there were dark red and purple bruises. He gathered his clothes from the washing machine, not looking at her anymore, and just said, "I'll make lunch in a bit. Remember to call Yuan Yuan out to eat. Yuan Yuan is asleep. Then wake her up later." Shen Yushu backed up a little more, looking extremely panicked. He knew his presence here would only pressure her, so he helplessly rubbed his nose, took his clothes out of the washing machine, and quickly went to the balcony to hang them up. Then he walked into the kitchen. In the bathroom, Shen Yushu stood frozen in place holding her clothes. It wasn't until the stove was lit in the kitchen that she snapped out of it. Trembling, she put the clothes into the washing machine, but her eyes unconsciously glanced toward the kitchen. She wondered to herself, what is wrong with him? Shen Yushu instinctively rubbed her own nose, then suddenly froze. Since when did he have this habit? Shen Yushu just stood there, in front of the washing machine, listening to the drum spin, her mind in a complicated mess. By the time the clothes were done washing, he took them out to the balcony and started hanging them up. As for that man, he was still busy working vigorously in the kitchen. Yuan Yuan didn't wait for Shen Yushu to call her. She woke up on her own, her two little hands constantly rubbing her big sleepy eyes. The next second, when she saw him busy in the kitchen, her beautiful big eyes lit up. Then she curiously clung to the kitchen door frame. Watching his back, Shen Yushu finished hanging the clothes, turned around, and saw this scene. Little Yuan Yuan was looking expectantly at him, bustling about in the kitchen. Shen Yushu's spirit suddenly crumbled. She quickly turned around, leaned her back against the wall, covered her face with her hands, and slowly slid down to the floor. Tears fell silently and endlessly. This was a scene that, a long time ago, she had only ever seen in her dreams. This time, he still didn't sit at the same table with them. After bringing the food to the table, he hurriedly left the house. Hearing the sound of the door, Shen Yushu frantically wiped the tear stains from her face, stood up, and carried Yuan Yuan to the dining table. No one knew how complicated her feelings were at this moment.
Even she herself
Didn't know what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little girl happily ate the steamed egg. However, the mother and daughter's peaceful lunch was quickly shattered by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up and saw him carrying a large shopping bag. Yes. He pushed the door and walked in. Yuan Yuan shrank back, pressing closely against Shen Yushu. The small spoon of steamed egg was still in her mouth. Her big round eyes followed his every move. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look at the terrified mother and daughter. He just walked over to the sofa and set the bag down. Then he spoke up. "I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it? And some toys for our daughter. I don't know if she'll like them. I saw other little girls had them, so she should have them too." Shen Yushu didn't reply. After speaking, he stayed silent for a moment, then continued, "I know you won't believe me, but there are a few things I still want to say.
I won't drink anymore.
And I won't hit you two anymore. From now on, Yuan Yuan doesn't need to be so scared at home. She's still young. This kind of atmosphere at home isn't good for her." He said everything in one breath, feeling the heavy burden in his heart lighten significantly. He didn't wait for Shen Yushu's response. Quietly walking back to the guest bedroom, Shen Yushu watched his back disappear, saw the door shut tightly, and didn't know what to say even more. In just one short day, faced with this man's sudden change, she still found it hard to let go of her guard. In the bedroom, his mood was even more miserable. His eyes were red. He had clearly cried while he was outside. If possible, he would rather have never transmigrated here. so he wouldn't have to know about everything happening in this place, especially when he saw the dense web of scars on Shen Yushu's body. His heart was so compressed it felt like it was going to collapse. He really couldn't understand why someone could harbor such immense malice toward their own family. After they finished eating, they left some for him. But when he stepped out of the room and saw the things he bought for them on the coffee table, the bag hadn't even been opened. He pursed his lips and sighed, having no choice but to sit down and eat quietly. But right at this moment, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Yuan poked her little head out, staring at him curiously. He quickly smiled at her. This time, the little girl finally wasn't scared away. He felt a wave of relief. His heavy heart was healed quite a bit by this adorable little kid. So he put down his chopsticks, and using all the gentleness he had in his life, softly called, Yuan. His voice made her body tremble slightly, but she didn't shrink back. Instead, she glanced back into the bedroom. And then, as if gaining courage, she looked back at him. A childish, innocent, and naive voice came from her mouth.
Daddy. Hearing this call,
His whole body jolted, his eyes instantly blurred with tears. This was truly the most wonderful sound he had ever heard since transmigrating here. But Yuan tilted her little head, looking strangely at him, the man who was crying and smiling at the same time. He nodded vigorously, then stood up and took the doll out of the bag. He held the doll and gently swayed it in front of her. A hint of hesitation seemed to flicker in Yuan's big eyes. She looked at the doll, then turned her head to look into the bedroom again. It took a long time before she slowly walked toward him. His heart suddenly pounded like a war drum, terrified of scaring this little kid who had finally managed to come close. She walked up to him, looked up with her little face, and sniffed hard. The next second, she broke into a bright smile. Daddy doesn't smell bad anymore. Is the doll pretty? Her little hands twitched slightly, wanting to take it but not daring to. She just stared at him with her dark eyes. He immediately understood her hesitation. So he slowly squatted down to look her in the eye, and gently placed the toy in her hands. Yuan finally accepted the toy. Her little fingers touched the doll's dress, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Seeing her joyful expression, his heart was a tangled mess of emotions, especially when he looked closely at her thin face, and the clothes on her body that had been washed until they faded, and were visibly too tight. His heart ached as if pierced by needles. Shez only 3 years old. He gritted his teeth, quickly wiped away his tears, forced a smile, and quietly watched her play. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Yushu in the master bedroom, hearing her daughter's crisp, silver bell-like laughter outside, already had a face covered in tears. Not long after,
Yuan got sleepy.
she hugged Yuan tightly, glanced at him, who was still smiling foolishly, and turned to run back to the bedroom. Little did he know that, in just one night, his song, Having You in My Life, had completely taken the internet by storm. At 10 p.m. that night, his video had actually climbed to the 5th spot on the trending search list. At the same time, in the office of Douyin's headquarters operations director, Li Xia, there was a knock on the door. A technician holding a tablet, sweating profusely, rushed in. Director Yang, we have a special situation. A video in just 2 hours has shot straight up to the 5th spot on the trending searches. What's the panic? Did some big influencer get into a scandal again? It's not a big influencer. It's a brand new account registered today. Moreover, the video didn't have any engagement-boosting support. The content is just a song. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xia's expression instantly changed. She immediately clicked open the trending search list. The result made the astonishment in her eyes even deeper. It's already climbed to the 4th spot. I have to see what kind of song this is. After the song ended, Li Xia was completely silent. It was the first time she had heard such a beautiful song. She immediately clicked on his profile and saw his name was Bufun. Then she ordered Lu Yun, boost the engagement for this video right now. Make sure it tops the trending searches tomorrow. Lu Yun nodded vigorously, knowing he had made the right bet. After he left, Li Xia listened to his song one more time. Her fingers gently tapped on the desk. A moment later, she picked up her phone and sent him a private message. But he was completely unaware of all this. At 5 a.m., he woke up. After washing up, he went out for a morning workout. This body was even worse than he had imagined. After running for just a short while, he was out of breath, running and resting alternately. It took him an hour to finish 5 kilometers. By the time he got home, it was already 7:30. He had just pushed the door open and walked in, when he bumped into Shen Yushu, who had just finished washing her face. The strands of hair on her forehead still had water droplets on them. Seeing him, she jumped in fright. He froze for a moment, then asked a bit awkwardly, "Is Yuan still sleeping?"
You go watch Yuan?
"Let me take a shower, and then I'll cook."
Is there anything you want to eat?
No. Just make whatever. I'm going to watch our daughter." With that, she darted into the bedroom as if fleeing for her life. He looked at the tightly closed door, only able to shrug helplessly after taking a shower. He was so hungry, he was panicking. His lingering alcohol addiction also started acting up. He could only cook, while frantically drinking hot water to ease the cravings. Right at that moment, Yuan woke up, holding the doll he gave her. She leaned against the kitchen doorframe and watched him. As soon as he turned around, he saw the little kid and immediately smiled. Smiling, he asked, "What does Yuan Yuan want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you." Yuan Yuan tilted her little head, thought for a long time, and said, "Steamed egg." "Yuan Yuan likes steamed egg, all right? Then I'll make steamed egg," he replied doubtingly. Reaching out to rub her little head, but afraid of scaring her, he quietly pulled his hand back.
No rush.
"Take it slow. Yuan Yuan is gradually accepting me." This gave him hope, and his mood was incredibly good. At this moment, even his alcohol cravings and hunger seemed to vanish. He set breakfast on the table, and as usual went back to his small bedroom to let the mother and daughter eat first. But this time, there was clearly laughter and chatting outside. He lay on the bed, picked up his phone, which was on silent mode, wanting to check the video's performance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he unlocked it, he was instantly shocked. Holy crap. How many notifications are there? He gulped and clicked on his profile. The next second, the follower count of over 1 million on his page almost blinded him. With a trembling heart, he clicked on the video. Over 2 million likes, nearly 1 million comments. He couldn't hold back the smile on his face anymore. This was truly an overnight success. Moreover, the comment section was full of praise. Everyone was urging him to release a new song. Next came the moment to check his earnings. He clicked on the management section. The numbers that hit his eyes and his wallet made him grin from ear to ear. Exactly, 320,000. Without any advertisements, just relying on traffic. He had made 320,000 in one day, and it was passive income. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have money now. Life finally doesn't have to be so destitute anymore. You have to know, before this, he held the entire family fortune of just over 1,000 yuan. Even buying vegetables required careful budgeting. He quickly transferred the earnings to his bank card. Waiting until the two outside finished eating, he pushed the door and stepped out, wiping out the remaining food on the table. After washing the dishes, he grabbed his phone and hurriedly left the house. This old apartment complex he was living in was bought back then because it was cheap. The two of them had once dreamed of upgrading to a better house. Unfortunately, that scumbag not only blew through all their savings, he even sold Shen Yushu's phone for booze money. He walked out of the apartment complex, heading straight toward the mall in his memory. As soon as he walked through the doors, he saw a major domestic brand phone store. A young female employee saw him. Her eyes lit up, and she approached to greet him.
Handsome.
"Are you looking to buy a phone?" He nodded, scanning the display case. "Let me see this one." "You have a great eye. Handsome. This model is our latest product. It even supports satellite calling. Do you sell SIM cards here?" "Of course." "Are you buying it for yourself?" He shook his head. "No, I'm getting it for my wife." The salesgirl suddenly froze, a hint of inexplicable disappointment flashing in her eyes. She was probably thinking to herself, all the good men are already taken, but she didn't miss a beat. Your wife is so lucky. But to get a SIM card, the owner needs to bring their ID. All right. I didn't expect buying a SIM card required real name registration. Then just wrap this phone up for me. After paying, he hurriedly left. There were still a lot of things to buy. He couldn't waste any more time. Meanwhile, right after he left the house, Shen Yushu tidied up the place from top to bottom. Sitting on the sofa and looking out the window, the house no longer reeked of alcohol. The fresh air made her feel incredibly at ease. Watching Yuan Yuan playing happily, the corners of Shen Yushu's mouth unconsciously curled up. Days like this were so wonderful. However, the very next second, the sudden sound of the lock turning echoed, instantly snapping her out of her thoughts. Yuan Yuan also quickly scrambled up, hugging her doll and diving straight into Shen Yushu's arms. Unexpectedly, a commotion broke out outside, mixed with his familiar voice.
Easy, easy.
Don't scratch it. Stand it up and tilt it inside. She quickly picked Yuan Yuan up, intending to retreat to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but peek curiously toward the door. A second later, his figure and a strange man appeared in her line of sight. They were carrying a cream-colored cloud sofa inside. Seeing Shen Yushu, his eyes lit up, his face showing obvious joy. "Hey, could you pour a few glasses of hot water for me? For the workers to take a break later." Shen Yushu hadn't interacted with outsiders in a long time, feeling a bit awkward. "I'll go right now." The smile on his face grew wider. Though drenched in sweat, he was full of energy. Right after, he and the workers carried the new sofa into the house and hauled the old, worn-out one outside. Next was the fridge, and even some potted plants. With every new piece of furniture brought in, the house instantly changed its appearance. Looking completely brand new, the discarded old furniture was eventually sold off by him for 800 yuan. Shen Yushu felt a pang of heartache seeing that. Even though that furniture was old, it was still usable. 800 yuan was way too cheap. But what she was more curious about right now was, where did he get all this money? According to her calculations, they should be running out of rice at home by now. After seeing the workers off, he carried a large bag back into the living room, looking at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. Now this feels like a real home. He wiped his sweat, placed the bag on the new coffee table, and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing frozen in the kitchen. Yuan Yuan hugged her mother's leg, looking like a curious little baby, peeking left and right. Seeing the little kid like this, his eyes crinkled into a smile, suddenly feeling a great sense of accomplishment. So he pulled a huge pink toy out of the bag, placed it on the coffee table, but his eyes remained glued to Yuan Yuan. Sure enough, Yuan Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He reached out and waved at Yuan Yuan, looking at her with absolute adoration. Yuan Yuan, come here and see what daddy bought for you. But Yuan Yuan didn't run over immediately. Instead, she tilted her little face up to look at her mother. It wasn't until Shen Yushu parted her lips, but said nothing, that the little girl hesitantly walked over. He immediately tore open the toy's packaging. It was a princess dollhouse. The princess's house is so messy. Does Yuan Yuan want to help daddy decorate the little princess's house? Yuan Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled. Her tiny body shuffled closer.
Right up to his legs?
He smiled gently. He picked up the little princess doll from the dollhouse. He let out an exaggerated, playful sigh. This little princess hasn't been dressed up yet. Daddy doesn't know how to dress the little princess. I guess I'll have to count on Yuan Yuan, he said, holding the little princess out to her. She blinked her big, round eyes. She hesitantly reached out her tiny hand until she touched the little princess in his hand. He kept a warm smile on his face. He placed the little princess into her hand and used his large hand to gently hold her tiny one. As her warm little hand was held by his, the corners of his lips curled up. He picked up a long pink dress, leaving the little princess's outfit to Yuan Yuan. Okay. Can Yuan Yuan teach daddy? Yuan Yuan felt the slight moisture from his palm. She looked at the little princess, then looked at his pitiful expression. She suddenly giggled. Daddy is so silly. Let Yuan Yuan teach you. The little girl smiled, revealing her tiny white teeth. Leaning against his leg, she clumsily put the dress on the little princess. He laughed along with her. He humbly accepted the little kid's guidance. Learning how to dress the little princess? In this moment, the cramped room suddenly felt incredibly bright. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching the beautiful scene unfold before her. Her eyes gradually grew moist, but the father and daughter hadn't played for long. When he looked up and saw Shen Yuchu standing there in a daze, the faded light blue shirt she was wearing suddenly looked unusually glaring to him. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't this a matching family outfit back when Yuan Yuan turned 2? Shen Yuchu had secretly bought it behind his back. As a result, she was beaten because of these clothes. Her phone was even sold off. Recalling that scene, he instantly fell silent. The next second, he stumbled, stood up, covered his mouth, and rushed into the bathroom, vomiting violently. Only now did he realize that, when a person with a conscience looks back at that behavior from a first-person perspective, they would feel such intense disgust and outrage. This sudden turn of events terrified the mother and daughter outside. Shen Yuchu shuddered in fear. She quickly rushed to the sofa, pulling Yuan Yuan into her arms with one hand. Yuan Yuan tried her best to snuggle into her mother's embrace, terrified that the father who had just thrown up would be just like before, suddenly rushing out to beat and curse at them. A moment later, he stumbled out of the bathroom, looking disheveled. His eyes were completely bloodshot. Seeing the terrified Shen Yuchu and Yuan Yuan, his heart ached even more. His stomach was still churning relentlessly, but he suppressed the discomfort and weakly apologized. I scared you too. Just feeling a little unwell. Thinking about how he was occupying the body of this demon, he felt like thousands of ants were crawling all over him. Seeing their eyes still full of vigilance, he let out a heavy sigh. He quietly walked into the kitchen. Yuan Yuan probably hasn't played enough yet. You can play with her a little longer. I'll make lunch. Shen Yuchu stared intently at his side profile. It was both familiar and strange. Finally, she nodded and hugged Yuan Yuan as they sat back on the sofa. Yuan Yuan peeked her little head out. After seeing that he was still that gentle daddy, a smile finally returned to her little face. By the time lunch was ready, the aroma of food filled the living room. But Shen Yuchu noticed that after he brought the food to the table, he quietly went back to the guest bedroom. Her lips parted slightly, but she couldn't say a word. While eating, Yuan Yuan held her little spoon in her mouth and suddenly frowned, asking her mother, "Why isn't daddy eating with us anymore?" Shen Yuchu was slowly chewing a piece of stir-fried meat. This was her favorite dish. Because he couldn't eat spicy food, she hadn't had it in a very long time. Hearing her daughter's question, she instinctively looked toward the bedroom, then turned back. She suddenly smiled, a smile as radiant as spring flowers. That's because daddy and mommy aren't ready yet. The little girl didn't understand. Her little brows furrowed even tighter. Meanwhile, he was sitting in the bedroom in a daze. He kept comforting himself that it wasn't his fault. But it didn't change the fact that he was him. In his helplessness, he could only take out his phone and scroll through videos to distract himself. His video was still sitting right at the top of the trending searches. In the comments, everyone was urging him to release a new song. Just then, the sound of washing dishes came from outside. He put his phone down and walked out. His portion of food was still left on the dining table. Shen Yuchu was washing dishes in the kitchen. Yuan Yuan was playing with her new toys on the sofa. Seeing him come out, Yuan Yuan was no longer as scared as before. She smiled. He walked over and rubbed her little head. Shen Yuchu had just walked out of the kitchen and saw him staring right at her. She instantly tensed up. Her hands awkwardly gripped the hem of her shirt. Seeing her so submissive and timid, he couldn't help but frown. He sighed inwardly. It was exactly because of her gentle and introverted personality that the original owner had bullied her so ruthlessly without any hesitation. Thinking of this, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He took the newly bought phone from the coffee table and placed it on the dining table. Looking at Shen Yuchu, he spoke in a gentle voice.
I bought you a phone. See if you like it.
Also, I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Could you come sit over here? Shen Yuchu, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up at him upon hearing his words. The first thing she saw was his clean, clear eyes. Right after she noticed the brand new phone box on the table, Shen Yuchu hesitated for a moment. After a while, she gave a soft mmm, then slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. Is there something we need to discuss? Her voice was so quiet that he had to strain his ears to hear it clearly, but he didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the phone box from the table, opened it himself, and took out the new sky blue phone. He did a quick setup, then handed it directly to Shen Yuchu. This phone is for you. You'll need to go get a SIM card yourself. I've already saved my number in it. From now on, if I am not home, you can call me if anything happens. As he spoke, he pulled a stack of cash from his pocket and placed it in front of her.
This is some cash I just withdrew.
If you're free this afternoon, take Yuan Yuan out for a walk. It's not good to stay cooped up in the house all the time. Buy whatever you want, especially clothes. Look, both of your clothes are getting too tight. Also, go open a bank account. It's not safe to carry so much cash around. He kept rambling on like this, pouring out all his thoughts in one breath. However, Shen Yuchu just looked up, staring blankly at the man in front of her. Listening to his rambling, her eyes gradually turned red. Seeing that she still hadn't taken the phone, he helplessly rubbed his nose. Do you not like this phone? I thought this color looked really nice. And it's the newest model, so I bought it. If you don't like it, you can go buy another one you like. To his surprise, Shen Yuchu gave him a deep look. No, I like it a lot. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, choked with emotion and trembling slightly. At that moment, their eyes suddenly met. He awkwardly looked away, but breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. I'm glad you like it. No need to thank me. All right, I'm gonna go eat. With that, he stood up, strode over to the dining table, and started eating heartily. In truth, Shen Yuchu was still suspicious.
Where did he get so much money?
But she didn't ask. She just picked up the new phone from the table and examined it closely. Yuan Yuan, standing nearby, also leaned in, curiously looking at the new item in her mother's hands. Shen Yuchu casually rubbed the little girl's head. The two of them, one big and one small, just stared at the phone, studying it. After eating, he was sweating profusely and planned to take a shower. But the mother and daughter were lingering in the living room today, making him feel really awkward. In the end, he could only retreat to the guest bedroom in slight frustration. It wasn't until 5 p.m., when the weather outside was finally no longer so sweltering, that Shen Yuchu, after hesitating on the sofa for a while, finally picked up the money from the table. Then, she took Yuan Yuan by the hand and walked out of the house. It had been a very, very long time since Yuan Yuan had gone outside. She loved going out to play, but her mother had never taken her out before, and Daddy hadn't allowed them to leave the house. So this time, she was absolutely thrilled. The little girl held her doll in one hand, and her mother's hand in the other, skipping all the way. Her big, round eyes darted everywhere. Everything outside was full of novelty to her. However, Shen Yuchu felt a bit awkward. Her footsteps unconsciously quickened as she saw the bustling crowds of pedestrians. She felt an unusual sense of inferiority, especially since she and Yuan Yuan were wearing ill-fitting clothes. It made her constantly feel like people were unintentionally casting extra glances their way. The mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 streets away. The place had changed a bit from the mall in her memory. In just 2 years, it seemed to have been decorated much more elegantly. As soon as she walked in, she saw a phone store. Inside, there was a counter for SIM cards. Shen Yuchu hesitated for a moment, then led the child inside. The store was quite crowded. The staff all looked busy. Shen Yuchu hadn't interacted with others in a long time, so she stood there looking lost. Fortunately, a female employee noticed her and took the initiative to walk over. First, she rubbed Yuan Yuan's head. Then, with a smile on her face, she said, "What a good little girl. Are you looking to buy a phone, miss?" Hearing someone praise Yuan Yuan, Shen Yuchu also smiled. "I'd like to get a SIM card. Can I do that right now?" The employee kept the smile on her face. She led Shen Yuchu to the counter. "Of course, right this way. We have a few plans here for you to choose from. But may I ask what brand your phone is? If it's our store's brand, you'll get a discount on the SIM card." hearing the word discount. Shen Yuchu's eyes lit up. She quickly took the phone out of her pocket and showed it to the employee. She asked softly, "Will this work? It seems to be the same brand as your store. Plus, it was just bought this morning." The employee was slightly taken aback. She carefully observed Shen Yuchu again. They hadn't sold many of the newest model phones today. And now someone was here to register a SIM card for one. The employee naturally remembered the man from this morning. So this mother and daughter were the wife and child of that handsome guy from this morning.
But why did they look so impoverished?
And the clothes they were wearing clearly didn't fit. That handsome guy didn't look like the type to mistreat his wife and child. The employee couldn't quite figure it out, but she didn't ask too many questions. Still smiling, she exclaimed in surprise, "So the handsome guy who came to buy a phone this morning
Is your husband?
You're so lucky. This is our newest model. With this phone, you can sign up for this plan. Top up 100, get 100 free, plus 900 free minutes of talk time." She remained just as enthusiastic in her service. It was just that the customer this time had changed from him to Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu listened until her head spun, then paid the money. The SIM card registration was successful, even as she walked out of the phone store. In her mind, the employee's enthusiastic voice was still echoing, but she had called him a good man. Shen Yuchu really wanted to tell her that this kind of good man she could take home herself. After buying the SIM card, Shen Yuchu went to open a bank account. She deposited all the cash she had on hand into it. Minus the cost of the SIM card, she had 4,900 left. He had given her exactly 5,000 this time. Holding the phone and bank card as she walked out of the bank, Shen Yuchu looked at the surrounding high-rises and suddenly felt like she had come back to life. Now she could take her child and leave. She could rely on the money in her hands to find a job and support herself and her child. She could even go back to pursuing her dreams. This sudden freedom left Shen Yuchu standing there in a daze for a long time, until a childish, innocent voice rang in her ears.
"Mommy, can Yuan have an ice cream?"
She snapped back to reality immediately. Yuan, standing beside her, was still holding her hand. Her big, round eyes were staring intently at the ice cream shop not far away. Drool was practically dripping from the corner of her mouth. Shen Yuchu smiled. The smile was so radiant and bright. "Of course, but you can only have one, okay? Otherwise, your little tummy will hurt. Yuan loves mommy the most." The mother and daughter had finally left the house. He took a refreshing shower, completely unaware that Shen Yuchu, who was outside, might not come back. After his shower, he started preparing dinner for the day. It was the usual menu, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. He planned to make noodle soup tonight, but since he didn't know when they would be back, he wasn't in a rush to cook it right away. He set the dishes on the table. The sliced noodles were resting on the cutting board. He then went back to the living room, leaned back on the sofa, and picked up his phone to scroll through parenting tips. What to do when kids refuse to eat. Just give them a beating. But that wouldn't work. Cancel. Cancel that. Yuan was so well behaved. How could she refuse to eat? Besides, such an adorable little kid. How could he bear to lay even a finger on her? By the time he scrolled through his phone until he felt a bit sleepy, he let out a yawn. He checked the time in the top right corner. It was already 7 p.m. Why weren't the two of them back yet? He suddenly sat up straight. Did something happen to them? He felt a bit anxious. Hurriedly stood up and put on his shoes, intending to go out and look for them. But just as he opened the door, he bumped right into them, coming back from outside. A fragrant breeze blew in from the doorway. He was completely stunned. Shen Yuchu, at this moment, was humming a nameless tune. Her steps were light. The curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood right now. She was holding several shopping bags in her hands. Yuan was holding onto her mother's shirt with one hand and holding her doll with the other. It was still the doll he had given her. What stunned him the most was that both of them had changed into new, perfectly fitting clothes. When those two pairs of lively, adorable almond eyes saw him, they clearly widened in surprise for a moment. Right after, Yuan sweetly leaned in and called out, "Daddy!" Clearly, after going out to play today and getting new clothes, Yuan was in an incredibly happy mood. That daddy almost made his soul leave his body. He responded with a slightly trembling voice, then crouched down and rubbed Yuan's hair. He picked up the adorable little kid and walked through the door first. "Daddy will make some noodles for you. Okay? The kind with 2 extra eggs. How about that?"
"Yeah."
Yuan loves eggs. Yuan loves daddy the most. Shen Yuchu stood outside the door, frozen in the wind. The little kid had just said she loved mommy the most. In the blink of an eye, she had already betrayed her. Yuan didn't have to wait long. The bowl of noodles with eggs was quickly ready. He brought the bowl of noodles over to her, gently pinched her little nose, then habitually turned to head toward the bedroom. Just as he turned around, he unexpectedly felt the little kid grab his shirt. "Can daddy sit and eat with Yuan?" The soft voice rang out again. He turned his head and met Yuan's expectant gaze. Hesitating slightly, he looked at Shen Yuchu sitting nearby. Shen Yuchu didn't say anything, nor did she look at him. It was as if she hadn't heard what Yuan said, just eating the bowl of noodles in front of her. He was a bit speechless. The situation in front of him was really hard to handle. If you want to chop me up or kill me, just say the word. What's the meaning of not saying a single word? He could only try to test the waters. Then I'll stay and eat with Yuan Yuan. Okay. Daddy, sit next to Yuan Yuan. The one who answered him was Yuan Yuan. She happily patted the chair next to her. He rubbed his nose. Looking a bit unnatural, he brought a bowl of noodles out from the kitchen and sat down next to Yuan Yuan. Mommy sat on her left. Daddy sat on her right, and Yuan Yuan was in the middle. Surrounded by her parents for the first time, the smile on her little face never faded. She even ate with extra enthusiasm. She polished off the entire heaping bowl of noodles. In the end, it was Shen Yuchu who, afraid the little kid would overeat, stopped her from eating more. Only then did the little kid finally stop. However, after dinner, Yuan Yuan wanted both Daddy and Mommy to play with her. But that wish didn't come true. In the end, only he stayed behind to play with Yuan Yuan. As for Shen Yuchu, after finishing dinner, she went back to the master bedroom alone. He could understand this. Just letting him sit at the same table to eat must have required an intense mental struggle for Shen Yuchu. Putting himself in Shen Yuchu's shoes, he thought about it. If it were him, after enduring the kind of treatment she had, and being expected to live peacefully with his enemy, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. No, wait! If it were him, the previous version of himself would definitely be dead without a trace by now, like chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. And so, he played with Yuan Yuan until 9 p.m. Yuan Yuan was so sleepy that her little head was nodding off, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, he also discovered a very serious problem. Yuan Yuan was already 3 years old, but the little kid still didn't know how to take off her own shoes. You have to understand, a normal 3-year-old child is already at the age to go to kindergarten. He understood this issue. He couldn't rush it all at once, but he still felt incredibly heartbroken. Just then, Shen Yuchu came out of the bedroom. She didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him and Yuan Yuan on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. He understood immediately, picking Yuan Yuan up from the sofa. He kissed her little face and smiled, saying, Yuan Yuan, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow, okay? Yuan Yuan's drowsy eyes fluttered open. She looked at his face, then turned to look at Shen Yuchu. Then her little head suddenly snuggled into her dad's neck. Yuan Yuan wants to sleep with Daddy tonight. The unexpected statement made him a bit flustered and caused Shen Yuchu's expression to darken slightly. The scariest thing is when the atmosphere suddenly goes dead silent. He looked at Shen Yuchu with an innocent expression. This was the little kid's idea. He really didn't put her up to it. Shen Yuchu silently clenched her fists.
What an ungrateful little thing.
All that effort raising her, and it only took 2 days for her to fall for the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little kid got her way. Shen Yuchu helped her wash up quickly, and the little kid happily dove right under her dad's covers. Yuan Yuan was like a little koala, hugging his neck tightly and refusing to let go. He just let her hold on to him like that. This was the first time he had ever coaxed a child to sleep. Recalling the parenting tips he'd seen online, he gently began telling Yuan Yuan a bedtime story. Before long, Yuan Yuan felt completely content and drifted into a deep sleep. One morning, while Yuan Yuan was still fast asleep, he woke up very early as usual. Tiptoeing out of the bedroom, he headed to the living room, preparing to go for his morning run. The next moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The tube of medicine on the coffee table had actually disappeared. His eyes gradually lit up, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. He left the house today in an exceptionally good mood. After running and showering, he spent over 2 hours cooking. Once breakfast was ready, he had one more mission for the day, waking up his daughter. Yuan Yuan was stirred awake by his gentle voice. The little girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw him, a sweet, innocent smile slowly brightened her face. The little one reached out her soft, tiny arms, clearly wanting her daddy to pick her up. He immediately reached out and gently lifted her. He dressed her in the new clothes Head bought yesterday, then carried her out to get washed up. He had watched videos before to learn how to take care of children. But theory was just theory after all. When it came to actually doing it, he realized just how difficult it was. The little one's body was so fragile, he didn't dare use any force. So he looked incredibly clumsy throughout the whole process, especially when he tried to tie her hair. He felt completely out of his depth. After fumbling around for a long while, he finally managed to tie it, though it was all crooked. Daddy, you're such a dummy. Yuan Yuan looked at her lopsided ponytail in the mirror and pouted her little lips to tease him. He pinched her tiny nose. Yuan Yuan couldn't help but giggle. She reached out her small hand and pinched his nose back. Shen Yuchu walked out of the bedroom and witnessed this heartwarming scene between father and daughter. She didn't say a word. She just quietly went into the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Perhaps even she didn't realize that a faint smile had already graced the corners of her lips. After the family of 3 finished their simple breakfast, he didn't hand Yuan Yuan back to Shen Yuchu. Instead, he led Yuan Yuan to the sofa to play princess. But this time, while playing with her, he subtly introduced to her little mind some very simple numbers. the numbers from 1 to 10. After discovering Wanwan's learning difficulties, he had quietly formulated a plan. A plan to nurture her through play, to help the little one learn independently. Starting with simple numbers, to basic common sense in daily life, he would slowly guide Wanwan. Obviously, this wasn't something that would succeed overnight, but fortunately, Wanwan was very bright. Before, there was simply no one to teach her these things. Now, under his subtle guidance, she quickly memorized some of the knowledge. Furthermore, he noticed that since Shen Yushu returned yesterday, she seemed to have suddenly become a different person. She was clearly more radiant than ever before. This was a good sign. It made his heart feel much lighter as well. As Shen Yushu was downloading apps, she watched the interaction between the father and daughter. She also noticed that he was quietly teaching Wanwan. She observed silently, a hint of sweetness rising in her heart. She had wanted to teach her child for a long time. But given their previous family situation, their lives were already so difficult. How could she have had the capacity to teach Wanwan like a normal mother? Shen Yushu looked back down at her phone screen. As expected of the latest model, the download speed was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, several apps had finished downloading. The moment Shen Yushu logged into her WeChat, unread messages immediately popped up. It was from Chuchu, the young assistant who had been with her for 2 years. She only had a few people on her WeChat in total. Besides him, there were only people from her old company.
Chuchus messages
Had been sent continuously from the time she got married until 2 days ago. They never stopped. Most of them were asking about her recent situation. It was just that she had never been able to reply. Looking at this long string of messages, Shen Yushu felt a warmth in her heart. She replied, Sorry, Chuchu. I wasn't able to reply to your messages before. Doing very well now. Don't worry. Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, the other party replied instantly, Sister Shen, you're finally online. I thought that after you got married, you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Sister Shen, you have no idea. Since you disappeared, rumors have been flying all over the company, especially that annoying Lu Li. She's been incredibly arrogant these past 2 years. She talks trash about you to everyone she meets, saying you got what you deserve. It's absolutely infuriating. Seeing Chuchus' message, Shen Yushu bit her lip. Lu Li was wrong. She really did bring it on herself. Back when she was at the company, she was always a step ahead of Lu Li. It was only natural for Lu Li to act this way after she left the industry. Chuchu, how have you been lately? Is life going well? Shen Yushu didn't respond to Chuchu's gossip. Instead, she asked about the girl's current situation. Great. Don't worry, Sister Shen. Like a cockroach that just won't die. I just miss you so much, Sister Shen. Sister Shen, are you ever coming back to the industry? Shen Yushu froze for a moment. A flicker of longing appeared in her eyes. Could she really go back? She turned her head to look at him, then looked at Wanwan for a moment. After a while, the longing in her eyes gradually faded. I probably won't be coming back, but if you want to see me, Chuchu, we can schedule a time to meet up. Meanwhile, at the Tianmei Entertainment Building in downtown Zhengzhou, a girl about 1.6 meters tall set down a heavy load from her shoulders. Her hands trembled with excitement as she held her phone, typing away. But soon after, a shrill female voice snapped her out of her joy. Zhao Chuchu, are you slacking off? Get back to work. Do you still think you're the assistant to a hot young starlet? If you don't want to work, then get lost. The owner of that voice was a woman with a seductive fox-like face. She tilted her chin up, her willow leaf eyes narrowing. Her gaze was filled with pure disdain. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get that equipment. Into the recording studio? Can you even afford to pay for it if it breaks? Zhao Cece shot the woman a glare, but she still picked up the equipment from the floor and headed toward the studio. All right, Sister Shen, off this Saturday.
Let's get in touch if you're free.
Shen Yushu looked at the message. A smile finally bloomed on her face. She continued scrolling. Seeing no other messages, she switched over to Weibo. Her last status update on Weibo was still from 2 years ago. It was her announcement to retire from the entertainment industry. Her follower count, which started at several 100,000, had dwindled to just a few thousand. Aside from the bot accounts, there were still some old fans who frequently left comments showing they cared. She idly browsed the Weibo hot searches. It was all recent tabloid gossip, but among them, a few lines caught her eye about a song that was currently blowing up. I Have You for a Lifetime, a divine masterpiece, a mysterious singer. 1 million followers gained overnight from just one video. Who exactly is he? An in-depth analysis. Taking a look at the latest hidden gem of a song, Shen Yushu was quite curious. She wanted to see what this trending song was like. So, she tapped on the headline. The phone screen automatically switched to the video interface. A familiar guitar melody began to play. The living room suddenly fell silent. Only the singing echoed in the ears of the 3 people. He shyly turned his head away. Wanwan blinked her big round eyes. She snuggled into Shen Yuchu's arms and looked at the phone screen. Shen Yushu was completely stunned. This familiar singing
Wasn't this the song coming?
from his room 2 days ago. It turns out he was filming a video that day. Wan Wan was the first to speak up. The little girl pointed her tiny hand at the phone screen. She looked up at Shen Yuchu and shouted, "Daddy's on the phone."
Yes, that's Daddy.
Shen Yuchu stroked the little girl's head. As she replied, she finally understood. No wonder he had so much money. To buy all those things? With millions of likes. How could he not have money? She turned to look at his sharp profile. Her gaze held an indescribable complexity. Having received her mother's confirmation, Wan Wan happily dove into his arms. Her two small hands cupped her father's face. A bright light sparkled in her big, round eyes. Her childish voice was soft. "Daddy, you're so gentle." Wan Wan wants to sing too. Feeling the soft hands on his face, his gaze gradually softened. He used his large hands to cup his daughter's small face. "Does Wan Wan like singing too?"
I love it.
Wan Wan squinted her big eyes. She answered him without a moment's hesitation. Her smile grew even more radiant. "All right then, Daddy will teach Wan Wan how to sing. Once you've learned it, we can sing together on the phone." "Okay." Wan Wan nodded her little head repeatedly. Then, she happily turned toward him and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Receiving his reward, he instantly beamed with a radiant smile. Under the little one's admiring gaze, he quickly ran into the guest bedroom and brought out his guitar. Returning to the sofa, he held the guitar and tuned the strings. Turning his head, he saw Shen Yushu and Yuan Yuan, both staring at him without blinking. His face flushed in a rare moment of shyness. Then he lightly strummed the strings. "Today, Daddy is going to write a children's song just for Yuan Yuan. Daddy will sing it once for you to hear. And next time, I'll sing a line. And you sing along with me, okay?" Yuan Yuan nodded joyfully, her little face full of anticipation. "This song is called Explosive Courage. Listen closely, Yuan Yuan." With that, he gently plucked the strings. A soft, gentle melody echoed through the living room. Yuan Yuan's sense of rhythm was surprisingly good. The little girl bobbed her head, swaying softly to the tune. He unconsciously swayed along with the little one, moving his body to the beat. Watching the father and daughter moving in perfect sync, Shen Yushu's gaze gradually softened. A faint smile appeared on her face. Surprisingly, she also joined in their rhythm. For the first time, the whole family was completely immersed in a sea of joy. In this moment, even the living room seemed to light up. Following the song, Yuan Yuan clenched her little fists, striking a superhero pose, charging forward. At this, he set the guitar down and mirrored the little one's pose. Then, he reached out a finger and gently booped Yuan Yuan's nose. Yuan Yuan threw herself into his arms, her two short little arms wrapped tightly around his neck. "Daddy, Yuan Yuan likes you like this.
Please don't go back to how you used to be, okay?"
Yuan Yuan's soft voice echoed in his ears. He parted his lips slightly, his eyes suddenly blurring with tears. He hugged Yuan Yuan tightly against his chest, burying his face deep into her little shirt. "Daddy will never be like that again." His voice was hoarse but full of absolute resolve. Shen Yushu couldn't see his expression at that moment. By now, her own face was already streaming with tears. Yet a smile bloomed on her face. She knew those dark days of the past would never return. Never again. He was the first to compose himself. Setting the guitar aside, he lifted Yuan Yuan onto his lap. "Yuan Yuan, now let's learn to sing together. Daddy will sing a line, and you sing it back to me, all right?"
Okay.
Yuan Yuan eagerly agreed. The following time turned into a teaching session for the father and daughter. Throughout the entire morning, their singing echoed throughout the living room. Seeing the two of them so engrossed in learning the song, Shen Yushu quietly went to cook lunch. However, her cooking skills were clearly not as good as his, which meant that during the meal,
Yuan Yuan kept demanding
that she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking from now on. Shen Yushu was so jealous her eyes turned red, feeling even more aggrieved inside. This heartless little thing, bought off in just 2 days. This family atmosphere made him feel incredibly at ease. This was exactly what a real family should look like. Yuan Yuan learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she could sing the entire song, Explosive Courage, flawlessly. At Yuan Yuan's earnest request, he recorded a video of her and uploaded it to the platform. In the video, Yuan Yuan wore a pink princess dress, with a big butterfly bow on her head. Her tiny body swayed to the music, looking absolutely adorable. While filming, his smile bloomed like a flower, his entire face practically screaming, "This is my daughter." His expression was full of pride and arrogance. Shen Yushu stood to the side, watching the fun. When she accidentally caught sight of his face, she almost suffocated, trying to hold back her laughter. This was the first time she had ever seen him look so utterly silly. Over these 3 days, thanks to his good behavior, the relationship between him and Shen Yushu had softened significantly. At the very least, Shen Yushu would now initiate a few words with him. No one expected that. The second video on this account would be a children's song. It was still an original composition, and just as catchy. At the platform's headquarters, Lu Yun spotted the video immediately. After watching the whole thing, she didn't hesitate to push its traffic to the absolute maximum. Such an adorable little dumpling. Such a great song.
Lu Yun beamed with a classic doting auntie smile.
grinning from ear to ear. Soon after, the platform's trending searches exploded again. The hype for having you in my life hadn't even fully cooled down yet. And now the storm of explosive courage had risen. The heat of this video was even more intense. In just one afternoon, the likes soared to 5 million. The number of comments was even more absurd. This also meant that by evening, he was forced to put his phone on silent once again. Holding Yuan on the sofa, he scrolled through the comment section tirelessly. Everyone in the comments was an absolute genius. He just couldn't stop scrolling. If I had a daughter like this, I wouldn't allow any punk with dyed hair within 100 miles of her. This was the top liked comment. One Saturday, he had just finished his morning jog and was wiping his sweat as he pushed the door open to enter the house. He saw Shen Yushu wearing a newly bought spaghetti strap nightgown, stepping out of the bathroom. She had clearly just finished showering, drying her hair. Her small face flushed pink from the steam. The two stared blankly at each other. A line of poetry suddenly flashed through his mind. Nature casts off all adornments, a lotus rising from clear waters. It was the perfect description for Shen Yushu right now, seeing him staring at her like an idiot. Shen Yushu instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Her face gradually turned beet red, even her earlobes burning pink. They had obviously been married for over 2 years. But the feeling right now was exactly like a young couple newly in love. Good morning, Shen Yushu tried to keep her composure. Greeting him briefly, her steps toward the bedroom involuntarily quickened. He gave a simple reply. Shen Yushu didn't say another word. Fleeing back to her bedroom as if escaping, he smiled helplessly. Shaking off the stray thoughts in his head, humming a tune, he walked into the bathroom. Showering, cooking, waking Yuan up, his daily trio of chores. When he pushed open the bedroom door, Yuan was still fast asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open, sprawled out like a starfish on his large bed. After a few days of proper eating and sleeping, Yuan's complexion had become much rosier and healthier, even though she was still skinny. Her overall spirit had visibly improved. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching her for a moment, then leaned down and gently pinched the little one's nose. Yuan, time to wake up and eat. The little girl on the bed pouted her tiny lips and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw him, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Then, she sluggishly reached out her short little arms and wrapped them around his neck. Daddy, her childish voice was full of sweet affection. He smiled, scooped her up, and walked out of the bedroom. He set her down on the stool in front of the sink. For the past 2 days, the little one had been washing her face and brushing her teeth all by herself. He stood beside her, supporting her, squeezing the toothpaste and handing her the towel. Yuan was very smart. He had only taught her for 2 days, and she had already mastered the skill. Shen Yushu also stepped out of her bedroom at that moment. Her long hair was tied up high, into a cute little bun. Seeing Shen Yushu looking like this made his eyes light up involuntarily. He nodded slightly. This was the kind of vitality a 20-something-year-old should have, but she was still a bit too thin. If she gained a little weight, she would definitely be even prettier. Shen Yushu still felt a bit anxious inside. Her cheeks flushed pink. This was the first time she had dressed up like this at home. She wondered if it looked good. She looked up at him taking care of Yuan, then quietly walked over to the dining table and sat down. Just now, his eyes seemed to light up a bit. That must mean it looks good, right?
Wait, why should I care about how he looks at me?
Shen Yushu puffed her cheeks in annoyance, her chopsticks unconsciously stirring her bowl a couple of times. She was mad at herself for being so useless. At this moment, he carried a freshly washed Yuan over.
Yuan took her seat.
Sweetly calling out mommy. Then she grabbed her special little spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. Can you go out with us today? He was looking down, enjoying the delicious food. Suddenly hearing Shen Yushu's words, he looked up at her, his face full of confusion. Shen Yushu nodded, not looking at him, though her earlobes were already burning red.
Sure, he agreed readily.
On the way, he hailed a taxi. Today, they were heading to Yida Square in the city center. Shen Yushu and her former assistant, Zhao Chuchu, had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason she had to bring him and Yuan along was entirely because Zhao Chuchu wanted to see the little one. For the past 2 days, the little one had become his little shadow, sticking to him constantly. So, he was completely just tagging along for the ride.
Separated for 2 years.
She was finally about to see Sister Shen again. Zhao Chuchu was incredibly emotional. She had already bought a few cups of milk tea, sitting in her seat and keeping her eyes glued to the shop's entrance. Zhao Chuchu and Shen Yushu had worked together for a year and a half. The two were as close as real sisters. Shen Yushu had been truly good to her. It was just a pity that Shen Yushu ended up with him. She couldn't understand why Sister Shen was so dead set on being with that useless man. She couldn't wrap her head around it. She had tried to advise Shen Yushu back then, but she seemed to have an ironclad resolve, completely turning a deaf ear to any advice. As Zhao Chuchu's mind wandered, she suddenly spotted that familiar figure, leading a little dumpling. Skipping happily through the shop's door, her eyes lit up. She abruptly stood up and waved her hand. Sister Shen, over here. Hearing the call, Shen Yushu looked up and saw Zhao Chuchu waving. A radiant smile broke out on her face. Chuchu really hadn't changed at all, still as lively and outgoing as ever. Walking over, amidst their joy, both of their eyes grew a little teary. Sisters reunited after a long time apart. They both struggled to hold back their emotions. Zhao Chuchu looked closely at Shen Yushu, her eyes growing even redder. Her little mouth turned down in a pout. Sister Shen, you've gotten so thin. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? Let me teach him a lesson for you. Shen Yushu pursed her lips, sitting down with Zhao Chuchu, then sat Yuan down next to her. Only then did she speak.
Chuchu, don't worry.
He treats me very well now. What about you? Has work been going smoothly since I left? I'm doing great too. Sister Shen, you have no idea how much I've missed you. The two caught up on each other's recent lives. After chatting for a while, Zhao Chuchu finally shifted her gaze to the little one. The little girl had been standing obediently by the side the whole time. Zhao Chuchu had been so busy catching up with Shen Yushu that she hadn't taken a good look at her yet. Now, looking closely, her eyes instantly lit up. She looks so much like you, Sister Shen. It's like she was carved from the same mold, especially those big, expressive eyes. Just one look was enough to make anyone fall in love with this little kid. Sister Shen, is this Yuan? Oh my gosh, she's too adorable, Zhao Chuchu said as she left her seat, squatting down in front of the little one, reaching out to rub her tiny face. Then, her brows furrowed slightly. The little one was just like Sister Shen. Both of them were so skinny. Zhao Chuchu felt incredibly angry inside. She was absolutely certain that useless man was definitely mistreating Sister Shen and the kid. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Right now, she just wanted to confront that man directly. So, she looked up at Shen Yushu. Sister Shen, didn't you say he was coming too?
Where is he? Shen Yushu could also sense
Zhao Chuchu's hostility toward him. She just didn't know what to say, so she could only smile awkwardly. Yuan wanted ice cream, so he went to line up to buy some for her. Zhao Chuchu naturally noticed the expression on Shen Yushu's face. Her heart ached even more for Sister Shen. She used to have such a gentle and elegant temperament, but now, mixed in with that gentleness and elegance, was a tinge of sorrow that she could clearly feel, afraid of scaring the child. Zhao Chuchu could only scoff coldly and return to her seat, but she secretly gritted her teeth, wanting to tear him apart. Zhao Chuchu was just about to say something when she suddenly stopped, her gaze gradually sharpened, staring toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Shen Yushu was taken aback, the expression on her face growing even more strained. She thought Chuchu was being so hostile because he had arrived. Just as she was about to turn her head to look, a rather grating voice rang out from behind. Zhao Chuchu, you still have the time to leisurely drink milk tea. Have you finished the work I gave you?
Luli, will you knock it off?
Today is my day off. Zhao Chuchu's face looked awful, like a kitten with its fur standing on end, glaring at the person who had just spoken. Shen Yushu turned around and finally saw clearly that the newcomer was Liu Li, a currently popular starlet from her former company, who also took the path of a vocal powerhouse. Well, if it isn't Sister Shen, shouldn't you be at home, obediently serving your husband and raising your kid? What are you doing running out here to find Chuchu? Liu Li was smiling on the outside, but her words were dripping with sarcasm. Before Shen Yushu could say anything, Zhao Chuchu beside her flared up first. Liu Li, mind your own business. It's not working hours right now. Save your sarcastic remarks. Sister Shen, let's go. There is a mad dog barking around here. It's going to ruin our mood. After Zhao Chuchu finished speaking, she grabbed Yuan and Shen Yushu's hands, intending to leave. Unexpectedly, Liu Li took a step forward, blocking their path. She looked at Shen Yushu, raised an eyebrow, and sneered. Oh my. Sister Shen, why are you so skinny? Is life that hard? If you're struggling, just say the word. I could even spare you some charity. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Look at Chuchu. She's running errands under me now.
Isn't life great?
Don't you agree? Chuchu. Zhao Chuchu's face turned pale, glaring at Liu Li without saying a word. Shen Yushu suddenly turned to look at Zhao Chuchu, her eyes filled with disbelief. You have to understand, running errands is basically manual labor. How could the company make Chuchu do this? But now was clearly not the time to ask. Shen Yushu turned back to look at Liu Li, her gaze also carrying a hint of anger. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Chuchu spoke up first. My contract with the company expires at the end of this month. I'll naturally resign then. I just hope some people don't climb too high. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. If Sister Shen returns to the entertainment industry, I'm afraid someone will wake up screaming from their nightmares. Hearing this, Liu Li was stunned. She actually had a bit of psychological trauma regarding Shen Yushu. After all, back then, Shen Yushu had completely overshadowed her for a year and a half. During that time, who even knew who she was? But Liu Li quickly broke into a smile. She looked at Shen Yushu with a disdainful gaze. Return. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. What company would dare sign a washed-up artist dragging a kid along? Speaking of the kid, Shen Yushu, Your kid doesn't look half bad, huh? You could consider grooming her into the next generation's hot starlet. Lu Li said with a face full of contempt. She even forgot herself and reached out to pinch Yuan's little cheek. Get your filthy hands off her. I guarantee if you dare touch her, it'll make you cry until you have no tears left. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Yes, he strode quickly in front of Shen Yushu, handing the ice cream in his hands to the three of them. Then he faced Liu Li, shielding Shen Yushu and Yuan behind his back. Liu Li was startled, her body instinctively stepping back twice. It seemed his angry demeanor carried a lot of pressure. But once she composed herself and took a good look at him, she suddenly burst out laughing. So it's this useless pretty boy. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you.
What? You want to hit someone in public?
He frowned and turned to look at Shen Yushu, his eyes showing confusion. He was clearly asking her where this shrew came from. She's a singer from my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. His angry look might not scare others. But Shen Yushu was actually a little afraid, seeing him looking at her. She slightly lowered her head. Seeing Shen Yushu like this, his frown deepened. He sighed inwardly. Without asking Shen Yushu anything else, he turned his head back, staring down at the singer Liu Li. Excuse me?
I've never heard your name.
Nor do I know you. I only know that a good dog doesn't block the way. Please step aside. He spoke in a very serious tone. Hearing this, Liu Li's voice became even more grating. A person should know their own limits.
You think I don't know?
Every day you suck up to Ye Tiancheng from that Huayang boy band, always inviting them out for drinks. And now you're here pretending to be some big shot. He thought carefully about these two names, and finally remembered who they were. They were members of the original owner's former boy band. After leaving the industry, the original owner wanted to debut again. So he did indeed frequently invite them out for drinks to suck up to them. It was just that they couldn't care less about him. I don't know the two people you're talking about either. If you keep harassing us like this, don't blame me for calling security. Liu Li glared daggers at him, but still obediently stepped aside. He pulled Shen Yushu up from behind him, and together with Zhao Chuchu, walked straight out. But as they walked past Liu Li suddenly spoke to Shen Yushu again. What a pity. Some people will never be able to sing again. Shen Yushu, my new song is releasing at the end of this month. After saying that, Liu Li suddenly burst into gleeful laughter. How could Shen Yushu ever compare to me?
Liu Li's smug voice echoed in everyone's ears.
Zhao Chuchu wished she could rush up and slap her right then and there. She clearly knew Sister Shen loved singing, and now she couldn't sing anymore. Saying that was no different from rubbing salt in her wounds. His footsteps also paused for a beat. He gave Liu Li a deep look, then continued walking out expressionlessly. Shen Yushu didn't say anything, only pursing her lips slightly. However, at this moment, a childish, innocent voice suddenly rang out. The voice was clear and firm. My mommy sings way better than you. You're a mean auntie. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that the tiny little girl would speak up to defend her mother at this moment. He only froze for a second, then smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He thought to himself, good job.
That's my daughter, all right?
He had still been a little angry inside, but the moment Yuan spoke, his anger was instantly tossed to the clouds. Ignoring Liu Li's reaction, the group of them just left this place of drama. The group went to a restaurant. Shen Yushu and Zhao Chuchu chatted together. Earlier, while they were walking on the street, there were a few things she was worried about but didn't ask. Now that they were finally sitting down, with no outsiders around, she grabbed Zhao Chuchu's hand, finally asking the question she had been wanting to ask. Chuchu, why are you running errands for Liu Li? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing now?
Yun was Shen Yushu's former manager.
Sister Yun was nearly 40 years old, but she had always been very good to her. Hearing Shen Yushu's question, Zhao Chuchu couldn't hide her disappointment. After you left, it wasn't long before Sister Yun got fired. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find one. Then her mother got sick and had to be hospitalized. She needed to stay at the hospital to take care of her mother all the time, so she could only find a job as a domestic helper. Shen Yushu never expected that. Sister Yun would have fallen so hard. Her vision blurred slightly, faintly recalling the image of Sister Yun working. So decisive and efficient back then. Both of them fell silent. Shen Yushu pursed her lips. She knew all of this was her fault. If it hadn't been for her stubbornness, Sister Yun wouldn't be like this. She had defied the company's orders for her countless times. When she still had a bright future, the company naturally wouldn't say anything. But she just dusted off her hands and left, quitting just like that. One could only imagine the kind of treatment Sister Yun had to endure. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. After they hastily finished their meal, Zhao Chuchu chatted with Shen Yushu for a little while longer, before hurriedly leaving. Shen Yushu's mood remained very low. Originally, the family of three had planned to take Yuan to the amusement park this afternoon, but now she didn't even have the mood to play. He could naturally sense her mood. He wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. Honestly, he didn't understand either why Shen Yushu had acted like she was under a spell back then, absolutely determined to marry him. The original owner didn't know, and he knew even less. Shen Yushu wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone in peace, but when she saw Yuan Yuan's expectant eyes, she couldn't bear to do it. So, as not to disappoint Yuan Yuan, the family of three ended up going to the amusement park anyway. The little one was overjoyed. It was her first time at an amusement park. She grabbed his hand and demanded to charge right in. Shen Yushu also forced herself to cheer up. She didn't want that in the future. When Yuan Yuan remembered her first trip to the amusement park, she would only remember her mother looking sad. The family rode the carousel first, then played a few more games. Before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. The amusement park lit up with colorful neon lights. The final ride was the Ferris wheel. By the time he carried Yuan Yuan and Shen Yushu opened the door to sit inside, Yuan Yuan had already fallen asleep in his arms. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. The glittering buildings and colorful lights on the ground gradually shrank. But what he didn't know was that this was also Shen Yushu's first time at an amusement park, and especially her first time riding
a Ferris wheel.
Her almond eyes looked curiously out of the cabin. Sparkling with light, she looked out the window, and he looked at her, perhaps noticing his gaze. Her earlobes gradually turned red. She shot him a reproachful glance. It was the first time he had seen such a look from her, and he found it a bit hard to handle. The Ferris wheel's own lights illuminated her delicate face. He suddenly felt a little dazzled. The Ferris wheel was still slowly rising. The next second, from all around the castle, almost at the exact same moment, fireworks shot up into the sky simultaneously. In that moment when the fireworks bloomed, he clearly saw a breathtakingly beautiful smile blossom on Shen Yushu's face. It was a smile that came from the very bottom of her heart. He stared, completely mesmerized. The Ferris wheel slowly reached the top. The fireworks became even clearer, and Shen Yushu's gorgeous face became even more enchanting. You don't have to be afraid like before. His voice was soft amidst the sound of the fireworks. Shen Yushu didn't hear him clearly. She turned to look at him with a questioning look. He didn't look at her. Continuing to watch the brilliant fireworks in the sky, he said softly, "You're too gentle."
That's not good.
"You'll get bullied? You don't have to be afraid like before. I know you want to sing. I also know you have a lot of things you want to do. Just go ahead and do them with peace of mind."
I'll take care of Yuan Yuan.
Shen Yushu didn't reply. Turning his head, he saw 2 streams of hot tears already running down her face. She pursed her lips, staring at him without blinking. The intense grievance and complexity in her eyes felt like they were going to drown him. He instantly tensed up. He didn't understand why she was suddenly crying out of nowhere. "Who are you?" Shen Yushu kept staring at him. Her almond eyes were veiled in a mist of tears. Her clear voice wasn't loud, but it echoed so loudly in his heart. He fell silent, the atmosphere gradually growing heavy. It seemed as if even the sound of the fireworks had vanished. After a long while, he finally gave her a gentle smile and spoke, his voice suddenly a bit hoarse. "I am Lu Fan." Shen Yushu continued to look at him. His smile made her feel her heartbeat suddenly skip a beat, like a little deer running wild. His answer was even more unexpected to her. Seeing his clear, shining eyes, her tears suddenly fell faster. She hugged her knees and buried her head, sobbing softly before saying, "That's right. You are Lu Fan. If not you, who else could it be? Let me tell you a very old story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid. But in that orphanage, there was always an older brother, 1 year her senior, who protected her. One day, the little girl was bullied by a group of boys. That older brother stood in front of her, protecting her the whole time so she wouldn't get hurt at all. But he ended up covered in bruises himself. At that time, in her eyes, that older brother was her entire world. But later, that older brother disappeared. It wasn't until much later, when she grew up, that she met that older brother again, and she got her wish to marry him. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. Now, he finally understood a few things. Shen Yushu looked up, her eyes blurred with tears. She looked so lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret at the bottom of her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she wasn't worth it. Only she always believed that what she did was worth it. But the result had been so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until the present him appeared. She asked him who he was. He said he was Lu Fan. That was enough. He could suddenly empathize with Shen Yushu's feelings. Seeing the gentleness and cherishing look in his eyes, Shen Yushu couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself directly into his arms, fighting with Yuan Yuan for a spot in his embrace. Sobbing softly, Yuan Yuan was woken up, her eyes groggy, looking at her mother in confusion. She took up her spot. The little shadow was only stunned for a moment, then happily wrapped one arm around her dad and the other around her mom.
Moi. Moi.
She planted 2 loud kisses on their cheeks. Today is Yuan Yuan's best day ever. He looked at the big beauty and the little beauty in his arms and couldn't help but laugh. The trajectory of his life was developing in a good direction. That was enough, but a few plans needed to be changed a bit. The fireworks gradually faded. The Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. Shen Yushu carried Yuan Yuan and walked ahead. He followed behind, watching Shen Yushu walking as if she were flying. rubbing his nose. After stepping off the Ferris wheel, Shen Yushu immediately left his embrace. It was as if in the blink of an eye, she had reverted to her previous cold attitude toward him. Shen Yushu was actually very nervous inside. Even the arms holding Yuan tightened. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning hot. She had actually stayed in his arms for so long just now, acting like a little girl, just snuggling into his chest. It was so embarrassing she could die. He was definitely secretly laughing at her inside. When they had just stepped out of the Ferris wheel, she had seen the hidden smile on his face.
Thinking of this,
Shen Yushu's footsteps couldn't help but quicken even more, almost like she was speed walking. He had no idea why this woman was suddenly so energetic. He had to jog just to keep up with her pace. It wasn't until they were out of the amusement park gates, seeing that Shen Yushu still had no intention of stopping, that he had to call out to her, "Hey, stop. Are you planning to walk all the way home? Let's catch a cab here." Only then did Shen Yushu stop, standing by the road but not looking at him. She felt even more certain that he was definitely laughing at her from behind again. So annoying. She had lost even more face. After waiting a long time, he finally hailed a taxi. This also gave him the idea of buying a car for the first time. Once home, he carried Yuan to her room and coaxed her to sleep. He then strode toward his own bedroom. After lying down on the bed, he quickly fell asleep. In contrast to his deep sleep, Shen Yushu was tossing and turning. Lying in bed, the moment she closed her eyes, her mind involuntarily replayed the scenes from the amusement park today. Shen Yushu pulled the blanket over herself in slight frustration, covering her face completely, wanting to force herself to sleep, but her constantly fluttering eyelashes showed that her heart was anything but calm right now. At 6 a.m., he woke up on time as usual. Morning jog, washing up, cooking, waking Yuan up, completing his routine. As he walked out of the room, he looked at the tightly closed master bedroom door. He scratched his head. It seemed they really did get back a bit late last night. She was actually still asleep. He had no intention of waking her up. Leaving a portion of breakfast for her would be fine. Then he washed the used dishes and put them away. When he came out of the kitchen, Shen Yushu had also woken up. Her small face flushed pink as she walked through the living room to the bathroom to wash up. "Do you still want to continue singing?" he asked. Hearing his voice, Shen Yushu froze for a moment. She didn't react for a long time. He held his phone, leaning against the bathroom doorframe, quietly waiting for her answer. A moment later, her gentle voice finally reached his ears.
Yes.
Just one word, with no extra explanation. In Shen Yushu's heart, her current days were already a life she hadn't dared to imagine for the past 2 years. As for singing, it was a very distant dream, one she could only bury deep inside. He didn't ask anything else. He just nodded, then took his phone and went back to his room. He opened his direct messages in the background and started searching. His DMs had blown up a long time ago. Ever since his first video was uploaded, he had only skimmed through them roughly, and hadn't looked at them since. Now, trying to find a specific one was very difficult, but he still quietly scrolled through the screen, patiently filtering through the messages one by one. Finally, his eyes lit up. He casually clicked open one of the messages. Looking at the content of the message, his finger involuntarily tapped on the screen. Or perhaps he was considering something. Originally, his initial goal in posting videos was just to make money. Once he made enough money and settled things for Yuan and Shen Yushu, he would retire in glory. But after what happened yesterday, he had changed his mind. The content of this message was very simple. Fiancee Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, sir, we will use the shortest amount of time to mold you into a top-tier superstar. At the end of the DM was Fiancee Entertainment's contact number. Fiancee Entertainment was one of the 3 giants of the Hua Nation's entertainment industry. He didn't hesitate at all. He entered Fiancee Entertainment's contact number and called. The phone only rang a few times before it connected. A mature woman's voice came through the receiver. "Hello.
Hello. May I ask who is calling?
Hello, my account name is Bufon. I received a collaboration invitation message from your company. May I ask if it's convenient to talk right now?" At this moment, at the headquarters in the distant Modu, Shi Ya received the call, her expression slightly stunned. She hadn't expected that this creator named Bufon would actually call her. After all, since she sent the invitation message to him, a few days had already passed. She had even thought the other party wouldn't enter the entertainment industry. "Hello, are you still there?" Seeing no response from the other end of the line, he asked another question. Li Xia suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes flashing with joy. "You have to know, when talking about the hottest person on the internet these past few days, it was definitely this mysterious guy, Mr. Bufon. Li Xia, the Deputy Director of HR and Administration at Fiancee Entertainment. May I ask if you're interested in joining Fiancee Entertainment?" Director Li Im, really sorry, but I don't have any intention of entering the entertainment industry right now. However, I'd like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested. Li Xia couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. The person she wanted was Bufon.
Mr. Bufon.
Here is the thing.
I'm only a deputy director. If you were the one joining, with your reputation, I could absolutely make the decision myself. But if it's someone else, you don't need to worry about that. The person I'm recommending has absolutely top-tier singing skills. Furthermore, I will personally compose the music and write the lyrics for them.
Mr.
Buffin, I understand what you mean. I'll need to ask my superiors for instructions first.
All right.
Wait for your news then. 5 hours later, she called back.
Mr.
Buffin, we've discussed it. We can let the person you recommended join the company. But my superior's stance is, you currently only have 2 songs out, and one of them is a children's song. Please don't misunderstand. Both of these songs are excellent. It's just that the higher-ups want to see more of your composing abilities. Would that be convenient for you? As expected, just based on 2 songs. They didn't fully trust his composing skills, huh? Sure. His answer was short and concise. Li Xia had been feeling quite anxious, but hearing Buffon agree so decisively, she couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. She had been running around all day working on this. She believed in Buffon's talent, but the higher-ups still had their doubts. Ultimately, the company agreed to give Buffon a chance. It just so happened that recently, Huayan had given several entertainment companies a difficult challenge. Lately, because of this challenge, they had invited many songwriters. Unfortunately, no one caught their eye, and they were all eventually eliminated. If Buffon could solve this problem, the company would never doubt him again.
Mr.
Buffon, could we meet in person to discuss the specific details? We still need you to make a trip over here to compose the lyrics and music on the spot. Li Xia spoke with utmost sincerity. She also wanted to see what this mysterious genius actually looked like. He thought for a moment. Aside from taking care of his daughter at home, he didn't have anything else to do. So, he readily agreed.
All right.
When and where? In Modu. If possible, it would be best if you could come tomorrow. After all, the sooner, the better for you. It will better demonstrate your value. Then let's make it tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, he immediately booked a flight for 10 a.m. the next morning. A little while later, he fell asleep. When Shen Yushu came back from outside with Yuan, she saw him sleeping soundly. Yuan walked over to the sofa and gently snuggled into his arms. In his dream, he just felt a little kitten rubbing against his face. He felt a bit short of breath. He suddenly woke up with a start. Yuan's joyful laughter echoed in his ears. He looked down, only to realize it was his precious daughter, pinching his nose with her warm little hands. Daddy, time to eat. He smiled contentedly, suddenly feeling that days like this were truly wonderful. The aroma of food wafted over from the dining room, making him feel a bit hungry. Shen Yushu's figure then emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at him and said softly, I saw you were still asleep, so I went ahead and cooked. It looks and smells amazing. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Hearing his praise, Shen Yushu felt a bit shy. She nodded, then went back to the kitchen to bring another bowl of rice to the table. The whole family ate together. He placed a piece of fried pork into Yuan's bowl, turned to look at Shen Yushu, and said, I have to go out of town tomorrow. I'm not sure how many days it'll be gone yet. Shen Yushu was sipping her soup. Suddenly, hearing his words, she choked in surprise, coughing incessantly. He hurriedly handed her a tissue, looking worried. Shen Yushu took the tissue, turned away to wipe her mouth. Hearing that he suddenly wanted to travel far, she genuinely felt a bit panicked. She didn't know if she should ask where he was going. Just a week ago, she had clearly wanted to avoid him. Now, hearing that he was leaving, she instinctively felt a bit reluctant to let him go. In the end, it was Yuan who asked, Daddy, where are you going? He rubbed the little girl's head. Daddy is going to find a job for mommy. Then his gaze shifted to Shen Yushu. Sorry for making this decision without asking you first. Things weren't finalized before, so I didn't tell you. Now, the company has invited me over to discuss things. If the negotiations are successful this time, you can officially make your comeback. Fiancee Entertainment should be a good fit. He wants me to sing again. Shen Yushu instinctively looked at him. His expression was very serious. The two looked at each other. Shen Yushu's almond eyes suddenly misted over with tears, the rims of her eyes turning slightly red. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became as gentle as water. This made him feel a bit overwhelmed, and he hurriedly lowered his head to eat his rice. Shen Yushu never expected that. One day she would actually be able to continue singing. Moreover, it was this man who took the initiative to pave the way for her. Thank you.
I love singing.
I really love it, Shen Yushu said softly, her voice growing firmer. She loved singing, and she also wanted Chuchu and Sister Jing to have a better life, so they wouldn't be bullied anymore. Ever since she met Zhao Chuchu, she had always been worried about them. No need to thank me. As long as you like it, that's enough. He looked up with a gentle smile. Early the next morning, you two should head back inside.
It'll probably be back in a day or two at most.
Don't worry. He called a taxi to go to the airport, turning around to speak to Shen Yushu. Shen Yushu nodded, a look of reluctance appearing in her eyes. Clearly, she had wanted nothing more than to run away from him before. She didn't expect that in just a few short days. She would feel so reluctant to see him leave. I'm just going out of town for 2 days. Why does it feel like a life and death parting? He made up his mind not to look at her anymore, turned around, and got into the taxi. The car drove off. The two figures in the rearview mirror gradually grew smaller. He closed his eyes, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions in his heart. 3 hours later, as soon as he got off the plane, he could feel the bustling energy. Compared to Zhangcheng, there were way too many people here, following the dense crowd. He struggled to move forward. It wasn't until he reached exit 5 that he let out a soft sigh of relief. Standing in front of the exit, he looked at the crowd holding up signs outside, searching for his name. Before arriving, he had arranged a time with Li Xia. She was supposed to pick him up at this exit. There were too many people holding signs at the scene. Many of them were fans waiting for their idols. He searched for a long time, before finally spotting a tall woman in a business suit, holding a sign that read "Boo Fan." He quickened his pace and walked up to her. He waved at her. "Hello,
You must be Director Lee, right?
I'm Bufan. My real name is Lu Fan. Sorry to keep you waiting." Li Xia looked at the person in front of her. A flash of surprise in her eyes, but she hid it very well. She knew he was young, but she didn't expect him to be this young. He looked like he had just graduated from college. Moreover, he had a face perfectly suited to be a star. Li Xia couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. If only they could sign him, that would be great.
Hello, Li Xia.
It's too crowded here. My car is parked in the underground garage. It's about time for lunch anyway. Let's find a place to eat and discuss the details later. Sure, he nodded, walking side by side with Li Xia as they headed out. Li Xia was indeed a seasoned professional in the corporate world. As they walked, she kept finding topics to chat with him about. She originally thought that young people like him wouldn't be very good at making conversation, but after interacting with him, she realized he could actually keep up with her topics perfectly. He spoke fluently and articulately. Not at all like other young people who were often shy. This made Li Xia evaluate him even more highly. As expected, outstanding people thrive wherever they go. Of course, he had no idea that Li Xia had raised her opinion of him. If he knew, he would definitely be speechless. After all, he carried the memories of 2 lifetimes. Added together, he was a man over 50 years old. If he didn't even have this bit of EQ, he might as well go find a rope and hang himself. The two got into the car. He looked out the window at the bustling city. Li Xia continuously introduced him to the local specialties. A short while later, they arrived at a specialty restaurant. While waiting for the food to be served, Li Xia finally got down to business. "I'll call you Mr. Lu, all right? I wonder this time, who is the person you want to recommend? Are they a newcomer or a professional singer? I wonder if Director Lee has ever heard the name Shen Yushu. She used to be a singer, but she retired later on. Now, you could say she's making a comeback." Speaking of business, his expression also turned serious. Li Xia frowned slightly. She had heard Shen Yushu's songs before. Her singing skills were indeed very good. However, the reason she frowned was because, back then, Shen Yushu was forced to retire because her relationship was exposed. Furthermore, the person she was dating seemed to be a useless pretty boy. This was going to be very tricky to handle. Li Xia thought for a moment, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and then looked intently at him. "May I ask what your relationship is with her, Mr. Lu? Do you know the reason why she retired back then?" He looked into Li Xia's eyes and said calmly, "Husband and wife. She is my wife." Even someone as experienced as Li Xia couldn't help but be stunned when she heard his answer. Could he be that legendary freeloader?
What kind of joke is this?
Did Shen Yushu divorce that guy and find someone else? Seeing Li Xia's expression, he guessed what she was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "You guessed right. I'm the guy whose relationship with her was exposed back then, and we both left the entertainment industry together." Li Xia suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Shen Yushu, but she didn't know who she was with. A pretty boy idol group member who relied on his looks like he used to be. She naturally wouldn't pay attention to that. Now, she even doubted whether those 2 songs were actually written by him. He didn't give her time to overthink. Seeing her hesitant expression, he continued, "Is it really that difficult for her to join your company? If it's truly too difficult, I'll figure something else out. Besides, my request isn't just for her to join your company. I also expect that in your company, she must have top-tier resources and freedom. The contract cannot be exploitative either. At the end of the day, it's all about mutual benefit.
I believe that with my help,
Fiancee entertainment will reach a whole new level. I still hope you can consider this carefully." After saying all this in one breath, he picked up his glass of water and took a casual sip. Li Xia's face was grave. She was clearly in a difficult position. She spoke up, "At the end of the day, we've never worked together before. Just based on the 2 songs you've released, it doesn't hold that much weight. I acknowledge Shen Yushu's singing skills, but the entertainment industry isn't just about singing skills.
I believe you understand that well.
It's not impossible for her to make a comeback, but demanding top-tier resources and contract freedom. We've basically never signed a contract like that. Let us discuss this thoroughly first. This is no small matter." Although Li Xia didn't explicitly refuse, The implication in her words showed that this was basically impossible. Go ahead and discuss it. I've also made my stance clear here. It's not just about the challenge you're facing this time. In the future, whether you need songs or even scripts, no matter the genre, as long as you ask, I can provide them for you. I still very much hope we can cooperate successfully.
You asked me to come this time.
Wasn't it to see my capabilities? I'm already here, so why not see what I can do before making a decision? He spoke calmly, looking incredibly confident. Li Xia looked deeply into his eyes. It was her first time seeing someone so confident. Was this really the legendary freeloader? The world is truly ignorant. In the end, Li Xia left in a hurry after the meal. She had to go back and discuss it with the company. Before leaving, she handed him a hotel room keycard. Wait for my news. That was the last thing she said before leaving. He went to his hotel room, took a quick shower, and lay on the bed thinking. If Fiancee didn't work out, he would approach other companies. If none of them worked out, at worst, he would just make more money himself, work a little harder to start his own company, and quietly develop alongside Shen Yushu. That would be fine too. He didn't realize at all that his own mindset had changed without him knowing. From initially just wanting to be a lazy slacker, to now hustling for Shen Yushu's sake. In just a short period of interaction, he was increasingly thinking about them, even unconsciously integrating himself into this little family. Li Xia's phone call came at 3 p.m. She had arrived downstairs, saying he needed to go with her to the Fiancee building.
Let's make a trip to Fiancee.
He didn't say anything else, and went straight downstairs to meet up with Li Xia. Fiancee Entertainment was located in the most prosperous area of Modu. The entire building was the property of Fiancee Entertainment. At this moment, on the 18th floor of the Fiancee building, Chairman Li Tian, HR Director Zhang Hao, and several other executives of Fiancee Entertainment were also present. Zhang Hao's expression was very ugly. Chairman, I have nothing to say about Deputy Director Li's professional abilities, but this time I think She's overvaluing this Lu fan way too much. He used to be just a nobody artist, and now he dares to make such unreasonable demands of us. I think we're just wasting our time. Regarding Zhang Hao's complaints, Li Tian waved his hand, a genial smile blooming on his face. We have to give young people a chance, don't we? Let's first see what kind of talent he has this time. If he's no good, I believe my daughter won't say anything more. Looking at the chairman's benevolent demeanor, Zhang Hao could only swallow his anger, but in his heart, he secretly cursed. Isn't it just because she's your daughter? Keep playing favorites. Li Tian saw Zhang Hao's aggrieved look and smiled again. As the chairman of the company, he naturally wasn't the type to just listen to whatever his daughter said. In fact, he had also listened to those two songs. They could only be described with one word, perfect. But he didn't feel the need to explain anything to Zhang Hao. As for whether those two songs were actually composed by him or not, well, whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know once you take it out for a ride. Li Xia led him officially into the reception room. Right from the moment he walked through the door, he saw quite a few currently popular stars of this world. Every single one of them was a prominent figure. As expected of one of the big three, this level of luxury, just looking at it was enough to make one feel the high-class prestige. As soon as he entered the reception room, he immediately felt the gazes of everyone seated turning toward him. Their eyes revealed all sorts of emotions. He calmly sat down in the guest seat, facing the crowd all by himself. His expression remained composed. A hint of admiration couldn't help but rise in Li Tian's heart. For a young man like this, to face such a lineup and still carry himself so freely, the first impression wasn't bad at all. Alright, since the main character has arrived, let's begin.
Mr. Lu, is it?
We've held a meeting and discussed your requests. Signing Shen Yushu is fine. We can also provide top-tier resources, but the contract cannot be completely free. We truly cannot agree to that. There is no precedent for signing a contract like that. I'm sure you understand what I mean. He nodded. Of course I understand. So how long is the contract for? Li Tian chuckled, looking straight at him.
5 years.
We will cultivate her with the best resources, and whatever songs she wants to release, or whatever activities she wants to participate in, we won't restrict her. He frowned slightly, not intimidated by the man's gaze in the slightest, and looked right back at him. 5 years is too long.
I believe in my abilities.
With your resources combined with my talent, she will definitely become an A-list star within a year. Maybe not even a year. Therefore, the maximum I can agree to is 2 years. The remaining year will be enough to bring massive profits to your company. That should be sufficient. During these 2 years, you won't need to worry about Shen Yushu's songs. Furthermore, I can write songs for Fiancee for free, but the quantity will be limited. Anyone can brag, an A-list star within a year. Are you dreaming? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a bald man sitting next to Li Xia, sneer, looking at him with contempt as he spoke. He merely glanced at the man. He couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, and instead stared intently at Li Tian. Li Tian narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. 2 years isn't impossible, but it all depends on your actual capabilities. We invited you over this time, partly to discuss cooperation. and partly because YN recently launched a nationwide campaign. They require every company to participate, but only one song will be selected.
I want to win it.
I wonder if you have what it takes. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself, isn't that exactly why I'm here? As for the specific details of the campaign, I'll let Deputy Director Lee brief you on them. Then I'll await your good news. As long as your song is approved, I can sign the contract immediately. Li Tian chuckled softly, making the final decision. With everything agreed upon, he also relaxed, stood up to shake hands with Li Tian, and then left the reception room with Li Xia. Li Xia felt a bit amazed. She didn't expect her father to agree to such an unreasonable condition. But this campaign was truly very important. It was organized by the government. If their company's song was selected, they would naturally receive favor from the government. The benefits involved went without saying. Li Xia looked at him with a somewhat complex gaze, really hoping he could blow everyone away. That would prove her judgment was right. Then, all those rumors in the company would naturally vanish without a trace. Take a look. These are the detailed rules for this campaign. You only have 3 days to compose. I hope you can achieve what you set out to do. I also hope we can cooperate successfully. Li Xia took a file folder out of her drawer, handed it to him, and said. He opened the folder. What caught his eye was a massive title. Ordinary Heroes. Seeing these large words, his expression instantly turned serious. He continued reading down. The office was very quiet. There was only the sound of him flipping through the documents. His expression was the most serious it had been since he transmigrated. He flipped through the file. Below were a few photos. The first one was a group of doctors and nurses wearing hazmat suits. The second was 3 firefighters with a massive extinguished fire behind them. The third was a few soldiers showing only their backs, their faces unseen. The fourth was a classroom on the verge of collapsing. A teacher was holding a child, passing them to someone outside, and behind him there was no one left. He was the last one. After reviewing all the materials, he neatly stacked the papers back together, put them away, and took a deep breath. Right at that moment, Li Xia broke the quiet atmosphere in the office. So, can you do it? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, the program will close this selection round. He nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Within 3 days, I will definitely send you and them a satisfactory answer. After saying that, he put the documents away and stood up. Then that's settled. Get me some sheet music paper. I'll head back to the hotel and study this carefully. All right, let me walk you out. She didn't dawdle either. She knew that composing a good song in just 3 days was incredibly difficult. At 9 p.m., after taking a shower, he walked over to the desk, smoothed out the sheet music paper on the table, picked up a pen, and quietly pondered. He thought for a long time before deciding, this is the one, as long as you are ordinary. The next day, he had a simple breakfast, didn't notify Li Xia, and took a cab to Fiancee Entertainment by himself. Li Xia was still busy working in her office. Seeing him suddenly drop by, she was very surprised. You still have free time to come here. You only have 3 days, big guy. Why aren't you hurrying up and thinking of a song? What's there to think about? I'm already done writing it. He smiled at Li Xia's utterly shocked expression. He handed her the sheet music. Take a look first. Do you think this song will do? Li Xia looked at him like he was a monster. A capable, mature woman like her rarely lost control of her emotions like this.
What kind of joke is this?
What kind of good song could possibly be written in just one night? He wasn't just half-assing it to get it over with, was he? Li Xia frowned and took the sheet music. Just yesterday, she thought this young man was calm and outstanding. Today, he had come to make a fool of himself. She wanted to see exactly what he managed to write in a single night. Li Xia looked at the sheet music. When she saw the title, she remained fairly calm. But as she slowly finished reading the lyrics, her entire body froze. What kind of godly lyrics are these? Every line is about being ordinary, yet it exudes an extraordinary aura. The line, "A hero's blood pierces the blue sky," every single line is about heroes. These lyrics fit the theme perfectly. Then, Li Xia couldn't wait any longer and looked at the musical composition. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at him, her eyes shining brightly. Did you really write this in one night? He rubbed his nose. What else? I stayed up all night to get this done. So how is it? Is the song okay? Li Xia's eyes grew even more radiant. She stared intently at him. You are truly incredible. My choice was indeed right. Could you sing a bit of it for me? I want to hear how it sounds when sung. He nodded and closed his eyes, getting into the right emotional state. Then, he sang softly. One day, perhaps I will go far away. Perhaps we can still meet again. After he finished, Li Xia was still immersed in his singing, unable to pull herself out. It wasn't until he coughed softly twice that she snapped back to reality. She hastily wiped the tear tracks from her face. Her eyes were even more radiant, so radiant that he felt too embarrassed to look her straight in the eye. He had to ask uncertainly, is it okay?
It's more than okay, mister.
Lou, I never expected you to bring us such a massive surprise. The office door suddenly opened. Li Tian walked in, clapping his hands, his face showing clear, joyful astonishment. Following behind him was HR Director Zhang Hao, At this moment, Zhang Hao clearly had a look of utter shock on his face. He couldn't even believe it. How long had it been? And he had actually produced a song already. And such a perfect song at that. Dad, why did you come in without knocking? Seeing who had arrived, Li Xia looked a bit flustered. She quickly wiped away the tears on her face and yelled at Li Tian in dissatisfaction. Li Tian, however, showed no intention of apologizing. He just kept laughing heartily. It was just that the way he looked at his precious daughter was a bit peculiar. How long had it been since he last saw his daughter acting like such a young girl? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that Mr. Lu here had written such an amazing song? He was a bit speechless. The address had gone straight from Mr. Lu to young Lu. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a businessman, anyone who could bring him profit was treated like family.
Chairman Li, you flatter me.
As long as you're satisfied, that's good, he said, extremely satisfied. Young Lu, now that we have the song, as long as this song is selected by Huayan, we will immediately sign the contract with Shen Yushu. For now, let me sign a cooperation agreement with you first, young Lu, so you can put your mind at ease. Li Tian smiled and nodded. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew in his heart that this matter was pretty much 90% secured. Everyone signed the cooperation agreement right there on the spot. As long as the song was selected, the collaboration he had previously discussed with Fiancee Entertainment would immediately be put into action. After the signing was complete, he took his leave from Li Tian. Chairman Li, since the matter is settled,
I'll take my leave first.
all right. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation in the future. He nodded slightly, took the cooperation agreement, and turned to walk out of the office. Let me walk you out. Seeing him about to leave, Li Xia suddenly spoke up. He noticed that she hadn't dared to look him in the eye this whole time. It seemed that regarding her behavior, like a crazy fangirl just now, she felt a bit embarrassed. For a mature, capable woman, this was indeed. It's just that now he was about to leave. From her demeanor, he seemed to catch an inexplicable hint of reluctance. I remember you still have unfinished work. Little Lu isn't a child. There is no need for you to escort him back and forth. He had just turned his head and hadn't even had time to say anything, when Li Tian, standing opposite them, suddenly spoke up first. Seeing this, he had no choice but to give Li Xia a grateful smile. Thank you for your kindness, Director Li. I can just catch a cab back myself. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office, casually closing the door gently behind him. Only then did he stride away. Meanwhile, Li Xia, inside the office, was now like an angry little kitten. Dad, what do you mean by that? He just brought us the music. And the moment you turn your back, you chase him away. How could you do that? Zhang Hao, who was still in the room witnessing this scene, suddenly felt goosebumps. He swallowed hard and hurriedly said, I still have some unfinished business to handle.
I'll take my leave first.
Without waiting for Li Tian to say anything, Zhang Hao slipped away without a trace, conveniently shutting the door tight behind him. It wasn't until he was out the door that he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Li Tian looked at his daughter's demeanor and didn't get angry. He just said meaningfully, Little Ya, you're not young anymore. It's time you found someone. That young Lu is indeed very impressive. But don't forget, he already has a wife. And from what I know, he also has a daughter, Yuan. Li Xia suddenly fell silent for a moment, before saying coldly, of course I know. I was only walking him out because he's a guest you invited. It's as simple as that. The mature woman regained her aloof and cold demeanor. This aura made even her father, Li Tian, a bit intimidated.
All right. As long as you know.
I just remembered I have work to do too. After saying that, Li Tian bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly popped his head back in. Am telling the truth, my good daughter. You're already 26. You really should find someone? Get out.
All right.
I won't rush you anymore. Your old man is leaving right now. As soon as he returned to the hotel, before he had even finished selecting his flight ticket, Li Xia's phone call came in.
Mr. Lu.
I'm so sorry, my father's attitude wasn't very good. I apologize on his behalf. Over the phone, Li Xia expressed her apologies, her tone a bit cold.
If she was still mad at someone.
He was a bit surprised. He actually didn't mind this matter at all. Besides, Li Tian had expressed himself very tactfully. As a capitalist boss, he had already given him a lot of face. As for whether he intended to burn the bridge after crossing it, having been so accustomed to all sorts of people in the capitalist world, he had understood this long ago. It's fine. He didn't feel anything was wrong. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing him say that, Li Xia's tone also softened a bit. It's good that you don't mind. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel right now? I'm already at the hotel. I'm going to pack up a bit, book my flight, and head back to Jiangcheng. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Right after, Li Xia's voice came through again. Here is the thing, Mr.
Lu.
It would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your lyrics are selected, Yin will probably still need your assistance. After all, both the lyrics and the music were composed by you. Ultimately, you're the one who understands this song best. Hearing Li Xia's words, His plans to go home vanished into thin air. He suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart.
All right.
I understand. Then I'll stay for a few more days. Just let me know when the time comes. The call with Li Xia ended. He regretfully put his phone down, turned his head, and looked at the scenery flashing by outside the window. He missed the little kid at home a bit. Thinking of Yuan Yuan, he didn't even realize it himself, but a smile unconsciously bloomed on his face, as if they had a telepathic connection. Shen Yushu's phone call came in right at that moment. He answered, and Yuan Yuan's voice immediately came from the other end. Hello, is this Daddy? It was the little kid. Even though he couldn't see Yuan Yuan's face,
A doting smile still appeared on his face.
he replied, It's Daddy. Did Yuan Yuan miss Daddy? I missed you. Mommy asked when you're coming back. At this moment at home, Yuan Yuan was holding the phone with both hands, snuggled in Shen Yushu's arms, speaking sweetly. Shen Yushu's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She helplessly glared at the little kid. Clearly, she was the one who insisted on calling her dad. So, why was she dragging her into this now? I never asked that question. Then tell Mommy that Daddy still needs a few more days before he can come back. He secretly chuckled, thinking to himself, this little kid definitely wants me to come back. Shen Yushu walked out. Hearing these words, Yuan Yuan was clearly a bit unhappy. Grumbling into the phone, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shifted into a comfortable position, lay on his stomach on the bed and asked Yuan Yuan, Did you eat your food like a good girl today? Hearing this, Yuan Yuan immediately looked up at her mom, then, as if doing something sneaky, lowered her head and whispered, Yes, but Yuan Yuan wants to eat the food. Daddy makes more. The little kid's tone was incredibly serious. So serious that it made Shen Yushu, who was eavesdropping, laugh out of sheer exasperation. You're this little and you already know how to tattle, insinuating that my cooking isn't good. Then, Shen Yushu heard from the other end of the line his hearty laughter. At that moment, Shen Yushu's face grew even redder. She snatched the phone away.
All right.
That's enough talking to Daddy for today. Hey!
I wasn't the one who asked that.
I know. Is everything okay at home? Hearing her defense, he replied with a laugh, which made Shen Yushu feel even more annoyed. Are you holding back your laughter? Everything's fine. You've only been gone for a day.
What could possibly happen?
All right, I'm not talking anymore. I'm hanging up. I have to make lunch now. Hey,
You can't do that.
I haven't talked enough with the kid yet. Goodbye. Shen Yushu didn't give him the chance and directly hung up the phone. Her face was burning hot right now. If she kept talking, she was afraid she'd want to hit someone. Seeing Yuan Yuan still staring at the phone with regret, Shen Yushu made a decision. I'm going to cook the green vegetables Wan Wan hates most for lunch today. That's right. Kids shouldn't be allowed to be picky eaters. He heard the dial tone from the other end of the line. Though he felt a bit of regret, a smile still played on his face. This was the first time he had seen Shen Yushu act with such a childish temper. Before, he had always given her a stifling feeling.
How should I put it?
It was like he was a person who lacked his own soul. But now, that situation was gradually changing for the better. He was finally becoming himself again. That's a very good thing. The wait felt like an eternity. In a few days, it would be August. You've already been in Shanghai for 2 days. During this time, you called Li Xia a few times. The relationship between you two wasn't as distant as it used to be. At least now, Li Xia wouldn't call you sir every chance she got. It made you feel awkward just hearing it. For the past 2 days, you still got up early to jog as usual. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. There was still no word from Yin. All you could do was wait patiently. By the evening of the 3rd day, you suddenly received a call that felt both strange and familiar. Hello, is this old Lu? It's me, Chen Sheng. Hearing that, you quickly searched through the original host's memories. He was the original host's best friend from college. Madman, it's been a long time. Thinking about Chen Sheng's character and personality in the original host's memory, you smiled. Having a sincere friend seemed like a pretty good thing. Old Lu, what the hell happened to you after you got married?
You don't pick up your phone.
You don't reply to texts. Are you looking down on your brother now or what? Chen Sheng's voice came through the line, full of reproach. But beneath it, there was a clear tone of concern. It couldn't help but warm your heart. You could only blame the original host. After getting married, he was always trying to suck up to Chen Shui and Ye Tian. He didn't even have time to spare for his best friend. I was wrong before. Be the bigger man. And forgive me this once. When we meet up, I'll treat you to a meal to make it up to you, okay? After saying that, you cursed the original host in your head. What a fool, not knowing who was a real friend and who was a snake.
You're really embarrassing me, Lu Fan.
Ha ha, you said it. All right, let's talk more when we see each other.
Bye.
With that, Chen Sheng hung up. You had just hung up when Li Xia called immediately. Your song was chosen by Yin. According to Li Xia, the people over there took just one look and picked your song out of tens of thousands of submissions. Li Xia's tone was incredibly excited. When she called you, She was already standing downstairs at the hotel. She said YN was preparing to film an MV, and they needed you, the composer, on set to provide some guidance. You went downstairs? When Li Xia saw you, she gently brushed a lock of hair from her forehead. Her eyes brightened slightly,
You rubbed your nose.
and instinctively ignored Li Xia's gaze. Let's go! It's getting late. If we finish early, I can still make it back for lunch. Without another word, you hopped into the back seat, leaving the spacious passenger seat in the front completely empty. The director in charge of the MV from Huayin called. He kept singing your praises. So, do you have any ideas for the MV or the lead singer? Don't go there and mess things up, okay? Li Xia was clearly quite anxious. You're still young and haven't experienced situations like this. Don't worry. I know my limits. There's not a hint of nervousness on your face. Li Xia glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Realizing he truly didn't feel tense at all, she dropped the subject. 2 hours later, the car stopped in the parking lot of a large building. The two of them walked inside side by side. Li Xia must have made an appointment beforehand. As soon as they entered the building, a group of people immediately came forward to greet them.
Mr.
Lin, why did you come down here yourself? If my dad found out about this, he'd definitely scold me to death. Li Xia quickened her pace, grabbed the leading elder's arm, and acted coquettishly. This action took him by surprise. When a mature beauty acts cute, even immortals couldn't handle it. The leading elder's face beamed with a smile, his eyes full of doting affection.
You little Lee girl, don't try that trick with me.
Your dad, scolding you. He'd be burning incense in gratitude that you didn't beat him up. The mature beauty rarely blushed and said shyly, all right, let's get down to business. This must be little friend Lu, right? Truly a young hero. What an outstanding talent. Greetings, old master.
Thank you for the high praise.
Lu Fan. He politely turned toward the senior, who nodded. Good, talented, and polite. You truly live up to the name of the one who wrote this song. Lin Silin, the director in charge of the MV this time. If you don't mind, just call me Mr. Lin, like that little Lee girl does.
Mr.
Lin, then I will respectfully obey. A faint smile remained on his face. Good lad. Let's head upstairs then. Lin Silin was overjoyed, even changing how he addressed him. Walking toward the elevator, he directly took his hand and led him along, with absolutely no intention of introducing the other people behind him. He had no choice but to passively follow, but he didn't forget to nod in greeting. To those middle-aged folks, the elevator went straight up to the 20th floor. As soon as they stepped out, Lin Silin pulled him into the recording studio. Little Lu, I heard from the ELI girl that you sing very well. Could you sing a snippet for us first? We received this song, but haven't heard it yet. We still haven't finalized the lead singer. Sure, he nodded in agreement. Little Lu, do you want to sing a cappella or with piano accompaniment? This song just needs a piano accompaniment. Getting down to business. Lin Silin was clearly much more serious. He left him alone in the recording booth, and everyone else was ushered out when the staff turned on the microphone. The group of middle-aged people waited in eager anticipation. He stepped into the booth, sat down, and prepared his emotions. Once he entered his working state, his entire demeanor became incredibly serious. In the eyes of those outside, inside the recording booth, his expression visibly changed to the naked eye. Seeing this, Lin Silin nodded. Is this what a pure musician looks like? Inside, he began to play the piano intro. The prelude of Unsung Hero echoed out. The crowd outside immediately held their breath, listening to the piano, their eyes fixed on the inside without blinking for a second. Here, or on the other shore. A long journey of rushing about, parting, and reuniting. The joys and sorrows of the world, people gather and disperse. The song came to an end. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then stood up to walk out of the recording booth. The crowd outside was still staring at him in a daze. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud and praise him. Lin Silin was even more moved, stepping forward to grasp his hand, his eyes burning with passion.
Lu.
This is exactly the feeling. I don't think we need to look for a lead singer anymore. You should just sing it yourself. I have a feeling this song will create a massive wave of attention online. The storm of the unsung hero. This is exactly the effect we want to see. The everyday heroes who silently contribute deserve this. Hearing such praise from a senior, even someone as weathered as him, couldn't help but blush a little. But he still shook his head and said sincerely to Lin Silin, Mr. Lin, I won't be the lead singer for this.
I have a better idea. Why don't you hear me out?
Lin Silin frowned. Who could be a better lead singer than the composer of the song himself? Seeing that Lin Silin was clearly a bit reluctant, he didn't beat around the bush anymore and quickly voiced his thoughts. It's like this.
Mr.
Lin, I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are purer and more ethereal. On the other hand, having the future of our nation sing out loud about these unsung heroes will resonate even deeper in people's hearts. Hearing his explanation, Lin Silin's eyes widened in shock. Mother of God, this kid is a genius. Why hadn't he thought of that? Children naturally bring a sense of warmth and closeness. Having them sing, combined with the footage we've shot, will definitely be incredibly moving.
Brilliant.
As expected of the young man I had my eye on, at this moment, Lin Silen's gaze grew even more passionate. Even the middle-aged people standing behind him looked as if they had just been enlightened. They all looked at him in disbelief. They had selected this footage from tens of thousands of clips to match the melody of this song, but they just couldn't decide on a lead singer. To think he solved it with just one sentence. Lu, you truly are a prodigy. Are you interested in working at Huayan? Rest assured, at Huayan, your talent definitely won't go to waste. It was clear that Lin Silin had developed a deep appreciation for his talent. He wanted to bring him to his side, feeling that leaving a talent like him out in the wild was too much of a waste. No, Mr.
Lin, I'm just a slacker.
Being able to help you all this time is already fulfilling enough for me. He repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Lin Silin was speechless. Are all slackers like this nowadays? But he didn't force the issue. Anyway, you're already here. You can't run away. If there's another opportunity like this in the future, it'll just look for you again. By the time I walked out of the Huayan building, it was unexpectedly already 1 p.m. Right now, my head felt like it was going to explode. Whenever those people discussed work, they were all incredibly intense. They were nothing short of workaholics. In the end, it was Li Xia who whined about wanting to get lunch. That allowed the two of us to escape and grab a bite. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Collaborating with Huayan, you're about to strike it rich. Li Xia rarely showed such a playful side. She stuck her tongue out and teased me. This mature beauty was acting less and less like one. I raised an eyebrow and replied, you come from a prominent family, and you still want to rip off a commoner like me.
How could you?
Stingy. Li Xia glared at me, then huffed and got into the car first. I smiled and quickly followed. The more familiar I got with this mature beauty, the more I realized she actually had a great personality. There was none of the pressure from when we first met. A classic case of cold on the outside, warm on the inside. In the end, I still couldn't escape paying for the meal. After eating, Li Xia drove me to Fiancee Entertainment. Coming here this time was to get the contract, which was also my original goal. Shen Yushu's signing contract. The two of us stepped into the elevator.
I didn't know why.
But I suddenly felt that Li Xia's mood didn't seem very good. She seemed completely deflated. This girl had clearly just mooched a lavish meal off me. I really couldn't understand women's minds. Too complicated. Stepping out of the elevator, we went straight to Li Tian's office. He had been waiting in his office for a long time. The contract was already prepared and placed on the desk. His face still wore that eternal smile. Seeing me walk in, he said, little friend Lu,
Happy cooperating.
the contract is here. Take a look and see if anything needs to be added. I nodded, sat down at the desk, and began reviewing the contract. The contract was very standard, made in triplicate. As soon as Shen Yushu signed it, it would immediately take effect. The contents of the contract were exactly as agreed upon. Fiancee Entertainment would provide Shen Yushu with top-tier resources.
Maximum freedom.
In short, Shen Yushu could do whatever she wanted. No one could force her, and this was exactly what I wanted. The contract term was 2 years. Whether to renew it after that was entirely up to Shen Yushu's wishes. After reading through the entire contract, I put it away, stood up, and reached out to shake Li Tian's hand. Thank you, Chairman Li.
Happy cooperating.
Being able to offer a contract like this, he also felt much more favorably toward Li Tian. At least he wasn't like those other sinister capitalists, with traps hidden everywhere in the contract. No need to thank me. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It's a win-win situation. As for your promise to write songs for our company, I won't draw up a separate contract for that. I trust in little friend Lu's character. Li Tian stood up, shook his hand, and said, I naturally won't refuse. But he also made his stance clear. Rest assured, but I have a condition I must state up front. I only write title tracks, and who I write them for is entirely up to me. Don't have just any random nobody come asking me for songs. Having personality and the talent to back it up. Li Tian grew even more fond of him. It was just that when he saw his daughter standing nearby, he secretly sighed in his heart. What a pity. Why get married so early at such a young age, with little friend less talent? If it's not a top-tier singer in the company, even if we're short on songs, I wouldn't ask you. Because as you know, with your reputation in the future, any song you write will definitely be a masterpiece. The two sides reached a happy collaboration. Li Tian suddenly changed the subject. Now that we have the contract, when does little friend Lu plan to head back? He wasn't sure what he meant by asking that, but he immediately replied, I plan to head back to the hotel now, pack up a bit, and book a flight. I'll be leaving right away. Anyway, I'm no longer needed here. Does Chairman Li have any other instructions? No. Then I wish you a safe journey. Li Tian quickly smiled and said, it was just that this smile, in his eyes, why did it seem like as soon as he heard he was leaving, He was so overjoyed. Without overthinking it, he stood up and took his leave. Li Xia saw him all the way to the hotel entrance, but didn't go inside with him. Ever since stepping into Fiancee Entertainment, her mood didn't seem very good. Lu Fan, I want to see you off to the airport.
You go on your own.
I have some things to do. I'll be leaving first. He turned his head and waved.
All right.
Be careful on the road. Then he turned and walked into the hotel. Li Xia watched his back, feeling a bit angry for some reason. She stepped on the gas and sped away, finally getting to go home. I miss my little darling so much. He quickly packed his luggage, booked a ticket, checked out, and called a cab. Everything happened in a flash. At 6 p.m., carrying hands full of gifts, he walked into the familiar old apartment complex. His footsteps became lighter, until he pushed open the door to the apartment he hadn't been back to in a while. The living room was unusually quiet. Shen Yushu and Wanwan didn't seem to be home, not immediately seeing the people he wanted to see. A hint of disappointment rose in his heart. However, the very next second, the master bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Shen Yushu rubbed her sleepy eyes and timidly walked out. The moment she saw him, she jolted away. Her eyes involuntarily widened. She looked at him. Right now, she was wearing a slip nightgown, with one strap slipped all the way down her arm. Her bed head was messy. Her small lips were slightly parted. The image of a sleeping beauty appeared right before his eyes. Both of them froze at the same time. Under the dim light, they just quietly stared at each other. Then, a bright smile gradually bloomed on Lu Fan's face. He spoke up, "I'm back." Shen Yushu's face slowly flushed pink. She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. She felt a bit panicked inside, but also a bit of sweet affection. She lowered her head and softly replied, She also didn't forget to instinctively pull the strap that had slipped down her arm back onto her shoulder.
Oh, right, this is for you?
Lu Fan unexpectedly pulled a bouquet of lavender from behind his back. I saw someone selling them by the road earlier. They smelled so good, so I just bought a bunch. Shen Yushu was stunned. She stepped forward and gently took the lavender bouquet from his hands, her face already as red as the dawn clouds. This was the first bouquet she had ever received from him. Lavender. The language of the flower is salvation and hope. She really liked it. Thank you. Shen Yushu gathered her courage and looked up, looking straight into his eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered. Have you eaten yet? He suddenly smiled and said, Not yet. I'm guessing you two haven't eaten either, right? Let me cook dinner.
You go wake Wanwan up.
Shen Yushu had originally intended to cook herself. He had just gotten back from outside and must have been tired all day. But seeing the persistence in his eyes, and thinking about how his cooking was truly much better than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go wake Wanwan. She'll definitely be thrilled to know you're back. Shay's been asking about you non-stop these past 2 days. After saying that, Shen Yushu turned and went back to the master bedroom. This time, she didn't close the door, but left it wide open. He looked inside.
Wanwan
was lying on her back, limbs sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Shen Yushu gently picked the little girl up. The little girl still had no reaction, until Shen Yushu carried the kid right in front of him, kissed her little face, and whispered in her ear, Wanwan, time to wake up. Daddy's home. Wanwan suddenly stirred. She slowly opened her adorable eyes, looked around blankly for a moment, and then the little kid's eyes suddenly lit up. Her two short little arms reached out toward him, waving.
It's Daddy.
Daddy. Carry Wanwan. I missed you so much. The little kid was like a baby koala. After Lu Fan picked her up, she hugged his neck tightly and refused to let go. She just hung off him like that. Even when he went into the kitchen to cook, she still wouldn't let go and be put down. In the end, it was Shen Yushu who put on a stern face, combined with using a newly bought toy to bribe her, that finally got the little kid down, placing her on the sofa. Wanwan played with her toy, while her big eyes occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, if afraid his figure would disappear again. After bustling about for a while, the food was served on the table. The whole family sat around the dining table in happy harmony. Shen Yushu looked down. Wanwan had already grabbed her little chopsticks, slurping up a huge mouthful. A noodle was sucked into her tummy in the blink of an eye. At the same time, her eyes curved into happy little crescents. The way she ate made it look like Shen Yushu had starved her for days. It made Shen Yushu both annoyed and helpless. Her skills just weren't as good. She had to admit defeat. What else could she say? This also made Shen Yushu eat faster. Why was it that when it was just the two of them at home, they didn't seem to have this kind of appetite? As soon as he came back, they both suddenly relaxed. Shen Yushu let her thoughts wander as she ate. Thinking about it, it was quite scary. Before, they couldn't wait to stay as far away from this man as possible. Yet, after just a short time, they had been quietly corrupted by him. Only slurping sounds remained at the dining table. It wasn't until Shen Yushu finished eating that she realized. He and Wanwan had finished eating who knows when. The two of them were actually staring at her in perfect sync. Shen Yushu's beautiful face couldn't help but turn red. She hurriedly wiped her mouth and stood up to hide her embarrassment, and started clearing the dishes from the table. I'll go wash the dishes. You play with Wanwan a bit more. She stacked his bowl, picked them up, and headed toward the kitchen. Watching Shen Yushu breeze into the kitchen like a gust of wind, he shook his head. He really didn't plan on fighting her for it this time.
What was she in such a rush for?
Daddy, hurry up and build blocks with Wanwan. Wanwan jumped down from the chair, pulling his hand toward the sofa in front of them.
With his help.
Wanwan stacked the blocks,
Building a little house.
while giggling in her sweet, childish voice. He deliberately asked about how things had been at home. The little kid didn't hide a single thing, especially when it came to Shen Yushu. The little kid sold her mom out completely.
Mommy missed Daddy too.
I saw Mommy watching videos of Daddy singing all the time. She even secretly smiled, secretly covering her mouth and smiling. He really didn't mean to ask about this. The main issue was that Wanwan said it very loudly, completely unaware that Shen Yushu had already dashed out of the kitchen. At this moment, Shen Yushu's beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes were full of danger.
Yes, she glared down at this little traitor.
Who was trying to suck up to her dad. Wanwan noticed that Daddy suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion and saw her mom's flushed face. She let out an ah and hid in his arms, muttering continuously, "Can't see mommy, can't see mommy." This made Shen Yushu couldn't help but laugh in amusement. She reached out and lightly smacked the little kid's butt sticking out from his arms. But her eyes glared at his secretly smiling face. He explained, "Don't listen to Wanwan's nonsense. No way mommy is lying. Lying makes you a bad girl." Wanwan buried her little face in his chest, her voice muffled. Seeing that Shen Yushu was about to lose her temper, he immediately raised both hands in surrender, leaving the little kid completely exposed. No, of course not.
I believe you.
A wise man submits to circumstances. It was just that Wanwan was doomed. She was immediately pulled over by Shen Yushu and tickled mercilessly. The little kid's big round eyes sparkled with tears. Reaching out toward him as he sat properly in the distance, she completely didn't expect that. The moment she turned her head, Daddy would sell her out to Mommy. For the prosperity of this family, his little darling would just have to suffer a bit of grievance. The whole family played around for a while. In the end, the little girl bore all the grievances alone. Sulking as she sat there stacking blocks, he rubbed the little girl's head, then finally stood up, took a paper file folder out of his suitcase, and placed it in front of Shen Yushu. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract from Fanxing Entertainment. Shen Yushu looked at him with a serious expression. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing the unrest in her heart. He had only been gone for a few short days. Yet he had actually brought back a contract for her. Shen Yushu looked down, picked up the file folder, and opened it. She flipped through the pages of the contract inside. By the time she read to the last page, her hands began to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Top-tier treatment, perfect level of freedom. Even if she hadn't left the entertainment industry before and had continued singing, she still wouldn't have been able to get a contract like this by now. Shen Yushu didn't know how he had done it. In just a few short days, what had he gone through?
How much had he sacrificed?
To exchange for a signing contract that people wouldn't even dare to dream of like this. Shen Yushu looked up, looking straight at him. Tears welled up in her eyes. She pressed her small lips tightly together, just staring at him like that. A gentle smile remained on his face. If everything was as light as a feather. After a while, Shen Yushu softly spoke. Lu Fan. Actually, it's fine if I don't sing. Although her voice was quiet, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. It was incredibly firm. At this, he frowned slightly in confusion. You clearly love to sing. And want to sing? What do you mean by this now? He couldn't understand. What on earth was going on in this woman's head? Why haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? His voice grew a bit harsh. This was the first time since he arrived here. The first time she had spoken to him like this. A lifelong bachelor like him naturally wouldn't understand Shen Yushu at this moment. My mind is a mess. I suddenly feel that living like this is also very good. If I really go sing, I'm afraid things will change in the future. I'm afraid life won't be like it is now. Shen Yushu bit her lip lightly, looking straight at him as tears streamed down her face. After a while, she choked out, I'm so scared. I'm afraid there will be bad changes in the future. This was the first time Shen Yushu had frankly spoken the fears in her heart. To him like this, he froze. Then his furrowed brows suddenly relaxed and he smiled. A truly warm smile. He took a tissue, reached out, and gently wiped away the tear stains on Shen Yushu's face. Shen Yushu, what kind of person do you take me for? I mean it. Just go with peace of mind. No matter what happens, none of this will change. Anyway, I've already mentally prepared myself to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. Shen Yushu completely didn't expect him to say that, let alone directly reach out to wipe her tears. It had been too long since she experienced such intimacy. Shen Yushu immediately lowered her head in shyness. Her already slightly pink face instantly flushed bright red. She didn't even have the energy to think about her messy thoughts from earlier. He still thought that. She was still afraid of those random things. Now he understood. He understood that Shen Yushu was probably afraid of change. After all, someone who stays at home for too long without going out, will always have this kind of mentality. So he spoke up again and telling the truth. Just leave Wanwan to me. I'll take good care of her. Besides, you've seen the contract. The degree of freedom is very high. You can come home whenever you want. Don't worry about things at home. Just take good care of yourself out there. He kept talking, but Shen Yushu didn't hear a single word. Her mind was still filled with the image of him gently touching her face. Wanwan, who had been on the sofa all along, had started secretly watching her parents interact. The little girl clearly saw her mom's lowered face, the corners of her lips already slightly turned up. Yet Daddy was still blabbering on nonstop over there. The little girl didn't know what was going on. She only knew that Mommy must be happy right now. Meanwhile, her dad was still worrying about her mom. The little girl crawled into his lap, looking up with her big, blinking eyes. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and said, Daddy, Wanwan wants to sleep with both you and Mommy tonight. The moment those words left her mouth, he completely froze. Shen Yushu was even more shocked. She stared at the little girl in utter disbelief, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. Can we, Daddy? Seeing that he didn't answer right away, Wanwan deployed her ultimate cute weapon, rolling around on his lap. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Shen Yushu, whose face and neck were already bright red. She quickly averted her eyes. We have to ask your mom if she's okay with that first. How am I even supposed to answer that? Shen Yushu was so embarrassed she was about to melt. Flustered, she stood up and headed straight for the bathroom. I'm sleepy. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Shen Yushu practically fled the room. Only he and Wanwan were left in the living room, father and daughter staring at each other blankly. He had absolutely no idea what to do. Suddenly, Wanwan bounced up from his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Mommy already said yes. She said as long as you're ready, it's fine. Did Shen Yushu really say that? He turned to look at the tightly shut bathroom door, hearing the faint sound of running water from inside. I guess that means it's okay then. He took a deep breath, catching the sweet, milky scent of the little girl, trying to pump himself up. He kept telling himself that this was strictly for Wanwan's sake and absolutely nothing else. After a long while, Shen Yushu finally came out of the bathroom and quietly walked back to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even spare a single glance toward the sofa. Only then did he pick up Yuan and head to the bathroom. After helping the little girl wash her face, he quickly freshened up himself. Then, he carried her back out. It wasn't until this very moment that his heart began to race uncontrollably. From the living room to the master bedroom, the short distance felt like an eternity. By the time he finally stepped into the bedroom, his mind had gone completely blank. In both of his lifetimes, he had never experienced anything like this. Right now, he desperately wanted to ask for help. What should he do now? Shen Yushu had already crawled under the covers, looking as if she were fast asleep. She was lying on her side, facing away from him. He couldn't see her expression clearly, but her ears, flushed a deep jade red, gave away her true state of mind. He gently closed the door. The sound of the door clicking shut made Shen Yushu's body tremble ever so slightly, but she still didn't sit up. At this point, he could only leave it to fate. Since things had come to this, there was no point in being nervous. He just needed to relax. Thinking that his mood actually lightened quite a bit, placing Yuan in the middle, he sat down on the other side of the bed. He pulled Yuan close and began telling her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy's going to tell Yuan the story of Snow White, okay? His gentle voice echoed softly through the room. Shen Yushu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her racing heart, following the flow of the story, gradually began to calm down. Eventually, she actually drifted off to sleep without even realizing it, just like her. Yuan also slowly fell asleep to the sound of his voice. The night grew deep. Seeing that their breathing had gradually stabilized, he finally turned off the light and slipped under the covers to lie down. The pillow was filled with that familiar, fresh scent. For the first time, he realized that a girl's pillow could actually smell this good. Holding little Wanwan beside him and enveloped by the gentle fragrance, he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. It was a night without dreams. The next morning, his biological clock was still perfectly on time. He woke up at 6 a.m. Instinctively, he pulled the soft body in his arms closer, but then he suddenly froze.
Wanwan.
Since when did she get this big? He swallowed hard and peeked under the blanket. There was no sign of Wanwan in his arms. It wasn't the little girl, but Shen Yushu. He was completely stunned. How did she end up snuggling into his arms like this? The faint scent lingered around his nose, and the body in his arms was both soft and warm. His mental resolve instantly crumbled. He couldn't help himself as he leaned down, getting closer and closer to Shen Yushu's exquisite face, until he stopped right there. He was caught in a fierce internal struggle. Then, he saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Startled, he immediately sat bolt upright. He quietly pulled his arm out from under her head. Hunched over, he carefully stepped off the bed and crept out of the bedroom. He went into the bathroom to wash his face, his expression full of defeat. This early morning was pure torture. What he didn't know was that, the moment he stepped out of the room, Shen Yushu opened her beautiful eyes. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Covering her burning face, she burrowed back into the blanket, too embarrassed to face anyone. The moment he had sat up, Shen Yushu was already awake. She didn't know when. She had slipped into his arms, even using his arm as a pillow. It was so humiliating. When she felt his breath on her face, her heart had started to race in a panic.
What was he trying to do?
Was he going to kiss her? What should she do? Shen Yushu had been scared to death at that moment, but she didn't dare wake up. She could only keep pretending to be asleep. Luckily, he had stopped himself just in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face him. But when he actually left, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Shen Yushu didn't know if she was ready yet. She only knew that her heart was in a complete mess. A long while later, still huddled under the covers, Shen Yushu let out a long deep breath. She decided to just let nature take its course. She stayed in bed until 8:30 a.m. Only when she heard the door open outside again did she finally crawl out of bed. After tidying herself up, she walked out of the room. He was already in the kitchen getting ready to cook. Seeing Shen Yushu come out, he gave an awkward greeting.
Good morning?
Shen Yushu's expression was just as unnatural. She didn't even dare to look up, only giving a soft reply. After that, she went straight to the bathroom to wash up. He didn't overthink it, and turned back to continue making breakfast. Unexpectedly, Shen Yushu finished washing up quickly, and walked straight into the kitchen. Let me help you. Shen Yushu's expression was natural now. She skillfully took the bowl from his hands. She helped him wash the rice. He had only just started, but he reacted quickly, and happily accepted her kind gesture. He leaned over and began washing the vegetables. The two of them were in perfect sync, just like a couple who had lived together for years. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were ready. He took off his apron, washed his hands, and naturally walked into the master bedroom. He woke up Won, who was sleeping at the corner of the bed. After the whole family enjoyed a pleasant breakfast together, he looked at Shen Yushu and said, "Oh, right, aren't you supposed to report to Fiancee Entertainment at the beginning of August?" Hearing this, Shen Yushu sat down on the sofa, her beautiful eyes blinking softly. "I have to pick up Choo-Choo first. Then I'll go find Yunjae. If they knew I could make a comeback, they would definitely be so happy," Shen Yushu said, a sincere smile appearing on her face. When she abruptly left the industry before, those two were the ones she felt most guilty toward. Now, even if it wasn't for her own dreams, she had to work hard for their sake. "I should really give it my all."
Yeah.
He nodded and patted Won's head. In his mind, he was already calculating. What song should he write for Shen Yushu when the time came? This would be the first turning point of her comeback. It had to be spectacular. Shen Yushu's voice was excellent. Whether it was a sweet song or a sad ballad, she could handle it perfectly. There are just so many choices. I'm a bit torn right now. After thinking it over without reaching a decision, he remembered something else.
Oh, right.
In a few days, let's go buy a car. Actually, let's get 2. There's only a month left until Won starts kindergarten. It'll be much easier to drop her off if we have a car. Besides, even though Starry Entertainment will provide you with a van, when you're off the clock, you'll still need your own car to get around. Shen Yushu thought about it for a moment. She agreed that buying a car was a good idea. Before, she was always at home and rarely went out, so having a car didn't really matter. But now that she'd be out frequently, not having one would be quite a hassle. However, she was worried Lu Fan might be short on cash. After all, the income from those 2 previous videos had already been spent on a lot of new furniture. He had also just returned from a long trip. She wasn't sure how much money he had left. Won was about to start kindergarten too, which would be another major expense. After thinking it over, Shen Yushu looked up, a hint of worry in her eyes.
Let's just buy one for now.
That way, it'll be easier for you to take our daughter to school. I can just use the company car for the time being. I don't think it's really necessary yet. Let's wait until I start making money before we think about getting another one. Shen Yushu thought to herself, once I release an album and start seeing some profit, then I'll consider it. At that thought, she felt a bit troubled again. Even she wasn't sure when she would actually have a song to perform, even though her contract with Starry Entertainment promised top-tier resources, but it included a clause for the freedom to choose songs. She didn't know how he had negotiated with the company. The resources were all top-tier. Why didn't he help her commission a song? She was a bit puzzled. After all, she didn't know many musicians. Thinking of musicians, Shen Yushu suddenly froze, then looked over at Lu Fan, who was sitting there calmly. It seemed like he knew how to write music, even though she didn't know when he had learned it. The 2 songs in those short videos, one of them he had taught to.
Yuan, right on the spot.
Lu Fan naturally knew Shen Yushu's worry about not having enough money to buy a car. He calmly waved his hand. "Don't worry. You don't have to worry about us not having enough money. Just let the bullets fly for a while."
We'll have the money in a few days.
Sunday morning, exactly at 8 o'clock. The MV for Ordinary Hero officially premiered. It was co-published by Hwayan and several other accounts. and shared simultaneously across multiple departments. The lineup could be described as unprecedentedly grand. Of course, no matter how grand the lineup was, what the audience wanted to see was quality, only when the quality met the standard. Would people be willing to spend money and care about the story behind this MV? However, a saying was currently spreading on the internet. Produced by Lu Fan, it must be a masterpiece. Now seeing that the composer of this MV turned out to be Lu Fan, everyone immediately got interested. If this mysterious guy didn't make a move, fine. But once he did, it would definitely cause a sensation. So, the audience flooded in to click on this MV, wanting to witness this grand event until the music ended and the final footage faded away. Lu Fan's figure still hadn't appeared at all. He remained as mysterious as ever, but everyone was satisfied with this footage. Every single frame in this video was deeply etched into people's hearts, even a long while after the official release. No one clicked like, no one commented. It was as if everyone had simultaneously disappeared. At this moment, in Hwayan's conference room, Lin Silent was still monitoring the real-time data online. He couldn't understand why there were over 100 million concurrent viewers, yet not a single like. Did people not approve of this video? Lin Silent was a bit disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes, finding this situation a bit hard to accept. But in the very next moment, the video's stats suddenly skyrocketed. Likes and comments exploded like a flash flood, completely unstoppable. This was the first time in history that in such a short period of time, the data surged in such an eruptive manner. In just a few breaths, the likes shot up from 100,000 to 5 million, then to 10 million, 20 million. For the first time in history, the platform witnessed a comment section jam. Even so, it didn't seem to stop the passionate support of the vast number of netizens. Their comments went from initial curiosity about the new MV released by Hwayan to full of anticipation upon seeing the composer's name. But after watching it completely, they were deeply moved. Empathy was the most visceral feeling in everyone's heart right now. This video also went from the bottom of the charts straight to the top of the search trends, firmly holding the #1 spot on the hot search list. In Hwayan's conference room, a burst of cheers suddenly erupted. Lin Silent also clenched his fists in excitement, staring blankly at the soaring data. It turned out it wasn't that people felt nothing, but that they hadn't had time to digest all these emotions. Another half hour passed. This heat didn't just stop there. It spread to Weibo. The Weibo hot searches were entirely dominated by topics about this MV. Netizens discussed it endlessly. Who knows which netizen discovered that Hwayan had uploaded the full audio of the song Just Ordinary, and even made it completely free. Immediately, everyone who had watched the MV flocked to Hwayan's page, rating, downloading, saving it to their playlists, and showing enthusiastic support. On this day, the entire Hwa Nation entertainment industry was shaken. Whether it was an entertainment company or an individual, after watching this video, they all quietly shared it. Such immense popularity made them incredibly envious, but envy wouldn't do them any good. They could only quietly ride the coattails of its hype and force themselves to move on with their lives. Meanwhile, Shen Yuchu was nestled in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She gripped the hem of his shirt, wiping all her tears and snot on his clothes. That pitiful, aggrieved look of hers made his heart ache immensely. Wasn't it just watching a video? Crying is one thing,
But why did she look so wronged?
Shen Yuchu finally knew what he had been so busy with outside these past few days, composing a song like that, collaborating with Hwayan, helping her get back that absurd contract. She had no idea what he had actually gone through. She felt aggrieved because he had done so much out there, yet hadn't said a word to her when he came home. Did he suffer any grievances out there because of this? Was he looked down upon by anyone? And how much effort did it take to compose a song like that at the same time at the Tianmei Entertainment branch in the city center? Liu Li's face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Her manager, Sister Qin, looked equally awful. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly stifling. Only Zhao Chuchu, standing not far away, was snickering, looking absolutely delighted at their misfortune. Lu Li glanced at her manager. She increasingly felt that this haggard old woman was completely useless. Sister Qin, wasn't your song scheduled to go live on Hwayan at the end of July? What's going on now? The song got taken down, and they're forcing me to wait until early August to release it. The company's PR has already been fully rolled out. I just bought the hot searches, and look what they did. Delaying my song without a word is one thing, but they also hijacked all the hot searches. Sister Qin, you've always been in charge of this. You need to give me an explanation. Sister Qin's face grew even darker. With this happening, she was already in a bad mood. And now Lu Li dared to yell at her. Her internal fury only grew. You want an explanation from me? If you're so capable, go find Hwayan. What's the point of taking it out on me? Who knows where this Lu Fan guy popped out from? One song was enough to make Hwayan's MV premiere ahead of schedule. If she didn't still rely on Lu Li to make a living, Sister Qin wouldn't have given her the time of day. So what do we do now? Lu Li's tone was still sharp. Sister Chin frowned. They were now grasshoppers tied to the same string. They couldn't afford to fall out just yet. She let out a cold laugh. Here is what well do. Hearing this, Lu Li knew it was their only option. In her heart, she silently cursed Lu Fan out. It was all his fault for stealing the spotlight that rightfully belonged to her. When Lu Li turned her head, she saw Zhao Chuchu not far away, covering her mouth and snickering. Her anger flared up with nowhere to vent. Zhao Chuchu, can't you see what a mess this place is? Hurry up and clean this up. Her sharp, grating voice made Zhao Chuchu instinctively pick her ear. Oh my, I'm so sorry. My contract expired today. I've already submitted my resignation. I'm not serving you anymore. Zhao Chuchu said, then burst out laughing. She sat on a chair, crossed her legs, and leisurely sipped her tea. Lu Li furiously shot up from her seat, pointing at Zhao Chuchu, her face turning pale then green. She couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, his family of 3 happily caught a cab and headed out. In the afternoon, they arrived at the car showroom right on time.
Welcome.
Sir, madam, have you two decided on a car model yet? The salesperson in charge of greeting them had bright, eager eyes. She had several years of sales experience. A family of 3 coming to look at cars like this had an 80% chance of closing a deal. He nodded. At home, he and Shen Youchu had already done some research. They had finally chosen a model before coming here. Do you have the H9, the top trim version? Yes, of course. Hearing that he indeed had a specific model in mind, the salesperson's eyes lit up even more. The H9 top trim version, at its cheapest, would cost over 300,000 to drive off the lot. Sir, we currently have the top trim H9 in stock. In fact, we have 2 of them. One in desert gold and one in gentian purple. Which one would you like to see first? The salesperson said, yes. She led the 3 of them further into the store. Let's go with gentian purple. It looks a bit more profound. This was also what they had carefully discussed at home. Gentian purple looked more luxurious, so they wouldn't lose face when driving it out. Sir, you have great taste. Gentian purple truly suits Madam's aura perfectly. The salesperson said, yes. She led him to the car and introduced it. This is the top trim H9 in gentian purple. Please, sir, have a seat inside and try it out. Lu Fan chuckled and said he wouldn't sit. Yuchu, hand Yuan to me.
You try it out.
He noticed that when Shen Yuchu saw this car, her eyes had visibly lit up. She was obviously very satisfied with it. Shen Yuchu was a bit shy, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she still gathered her courage and handed Yuan over to him, then sat inside. She used to dream that she would have a car of her own. To think that today it had actually come true. The car was excellent, elegant lines without losing its imposing presence. Seeing Shen Yuchu so enamored, she couldn't take her hands off it. Lu Fan felt even happier. He generously pulled out his bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesperson.
Well, take it.
Swipe the card for the full amount. The salesperson grinned from ear to ear. Yes, sir. I will definitely give you the best possible discount. Please wait while I prepare the paperwork. He didn't have to wait long. The salesperson brought the car purchase contract and all the necessary documents back. They walked over to a table in the lounge area and sat down. Sir, if you pay in full, we can offer you a price of 3.85 million. That includes full insurance and license plate registration. We'll also throw in a set of seat covers and a car cover. You can pick up the car tomorrow. He nodded, and without another word entered his PIN and swiped his card to pay. Once all the procedures were finished, he arranged with the salesperson to pick up the car the next morning, then happily left the 4S dealership. By the time they got home, it was already 5 p.m. As soon as he walked through the door, he received a call from Li Xia. Great genius. Congratulations. The internet is currently flooded with news about that MV, and you're truly famous this time. Congratulations to you too. I didn't really want to be this famous. On the contrary, your company must have raked in quite a bit of profit this time, huh? He laughed. Well, isn't it all thanks to you, our great genius? Down to business. When is Shen Youchu coming over to report in? On the other end of the line, Li Xia teased him a bit, then smiled and asked. He looked at Shen Youchu, who was sitting on the sofa, ears perked up, quietly eavesdropping on his call, and smiled. Give it a few days. By the 3rd at the latest. We still have some things to sort out at home. Once that's handled, she'll head over, then I'll be here, respectfully awaiting her arrival. Li Xia was incredibly curious. The woman who could make him go to such lengths for her, what kind of personality did she actually have? The 4S dealership's efficiency was very fast. At 10 a.m. the next day, the salesperson called to inform them that the license plates had been registered and the insurance was all set up. They could come pick up the car anytime. Lu Fan handed the task of picking up the car to Shen Youchu. He didn't go with her, but stayed home to take care of Yuan, heading straight to the 4S dealership. Shen Youchu successfully picked up the car after taking it for a quick test drive. She drove straight toward the city center. She wanted to find Chuchu and Sister Yun to bring them along to Fanxing Entertainment. Shen Youchu had already made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would go report to Fanxing Entertainment. even though Lu Fan said she could go a bit later. She didn't want to. She had her own thoughts on the matter. Aside from singing being her dream, she didn't want to be just a walking vase, only knowing how to rely on him. At this moment, Shen Yuchu still didn't know that Zhao Chuchu had resigned. She drove to a spot not far from the Tianmei Entertainment Building. Before calling Zhao Chuchu, she wanted to give her a surprise. The call connected quickly. Shen Yuchu's face beamed with a bright smile, and even her voice became cheerful.
Choo-choo.
Guess where I am? Zhao Chuchu was in her rented apartment, packing her things. After quitting, she planned to head back to her hometown. She had thought it through carefully. Right at that moment, she received Shen Yuchu's call. Sister Shen, if you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly, I'm downstairs at your company. Hurry down. I have something to tell you. Oh, then Sister Shen, wait for me a bit.
I'll be right down.
Zhao Chuchu suddenly felt a bit panicked. Why did Sister Shen come all the way to her company? For a moment, she didn't know how to tell Shen Yuchu that she had quit and was about to go back to her hometown. Fortunately, Zhao Chuchu rented a place not far from the Tianmei Entertainment Building. Before long, she ran downstairs, completely out of breath, looking around frantically until she heard a voice calling Chuchu.
Im over here?
She turned her head and saw Shen Yuchu stepping out of a brand new car, waving at her.
Sister Shen.
You bought a car.
Zhao Chao Chach, Zhao Chuchus eyes
Crinkled into beautiful crescents. She quickly walked up to Shen Yuchu. Looking at the pristine new car next to Shen Yuchu, her face was full of astonishment. That man actually bought a car for Sister Shen. Didn't he treat Sister Shen terribly? Shen Yuchu smiled and nodded, taking Zhao Chuchu's hand. That's right, just bought it. I came today because I have something to discuss with you. Are you free? Zhao Chuchu only then noticed that Shen Yuchu this time seemed a bit different from the last time they met. Her skin was much more supple, her face a bit fuller, and her complexion was visibly much better. Most importantly, the confidence she used to have seemed to have returned, seeing her former assistant again. Shen Yuchu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She directly grabbed Chuchu's hand. Come back and be my assistant. Well, call Sister Yun too.
I want to make a comeback.
As soon as the words fell, Zhao Chuchu froze, unable to believe her ears. But the very next second, she jumped up in excitement. I knew it. Heaven never cuts off all paths. Sister Shen, what a coincidence. I just quit my job. We can fight side by side again. However, Shen Yuchu was stunned. She only just realized that Chuchu had resigned. A wave of guilt and heartache immediately washed over her. I'm sorry. It was because I was too stubborn before. It's all my fault that you and Sister Yun got dragged down. You have to look forward. Now that I'm making a comeback. She then asked, do you know where Sister Yun is? Let's go find her right now. Zhao Chuchu immediately gave her the address. Knowing that Sister Yun was definitely at the hospital taking care of her mother, Shen Yuchu didn't waste any time. She told Chuchu to get in the car, and the two of them sped off to the hospital. But while in the car, Zhao Chuchu looked at the brand new interior and suddenly asked curiously, Sister Shen, does he know about your comeback? Shen Yuchu nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling up. He knows. Hez, the one who helped me negotiate the contract for this comeback. Plus, he bought this car for me too. That single sentence left Zhao Chuchu's jaw dropping in shock. He helped you negotiate the contract. How is that possible? Sister Shen, you're not kidding me, are you? Shen Yuchu shook her head, dropping an even heavier bombshell. It's true. He helped me negotiate a contract with Fiancee Entertainment, and it's a top-tier one at that. Zhao Chuchu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't wrap her head around it no matter how hard she tried. How could that man possibly negotiate a top-tier contract? Seeing her speechless, Shen Yuchu continued. Hez really good to me now. Don't use that kind of attitude with him anymore. Zhao Chuchu finally snapped out of it, pouting and teasing. Sister Shen, you're so protective of your husband. I'm jealous. The kind that can't be coaxed out of it. Shen Yuchu blushed, but didn't deny it. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Standing in front of room 302 in the inpatient ward, Shen Yuchu felt anxious and restless. But the moment she knocked and saw Sister Yun, tears almost spilled from her eyes. Sister Yun, who used to have smooth dark hair, now had streaks of gray. Her resolute face clearly showed signs of hardship. She looked exactly like Shen Yuchu used to. When Sister Yun saw Shen Yuchu, she was also completely stunned, staring blankly at her. The two looked at each other, speechless. It was Zhao Chuchu who ran in first to break the ice. Sister Yun, Sister Shen and I came to find you. Sister Yun finally reacted, her hands fidgeting awkwardly. Why didn't you let me know beforehand? Look at the state of me. She forced a smile and said, my mom's health is stable. One more surgery and she'll be completely cured. But hidden within that smile was a hint of bitterness. She had reached the end of her rope. She owed over 100,000 yuan outside. Where was she going to get the money for the next surgery? Shen Yuchu walked into the hospital room, head bowed, biting her lip, like a child who had done something wrong. Sister Yun stepped forward and took her hand, a relieved smile appearing on her face. The fact that you came to visit me makes me very happy. Seeing you like this makes me even happier. It shows you're doing well. Back then, I tried to stop you because I wanted what was best for you. Please don't hold it against me. At that moment, Shen Yuchu couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister Yun. I'm sorry. She threw herself into Sister Yun's arms, tears falling like rain. Sister Yun gently patted her back, softly comforting her. There is no need to apologize. What mother would ever blame her own child? I truly see you as my own daughter. Hearing those words, Shen Yuchu sobbed even harder. Sister Yun just held her like that, comforting her until she cried herself out. She looked up with red eyes at Sister Yun's gentle smile. Shen Yuchu pursed her lips. Sister Yun, I'm planning to make a comeback.
Will you be my manager again?
Hearing this, Sister Yun suddenly froze, immediately frowning. What about your child? Are you really comfortable letting that guy take care of her? In Sister Yun's eyes, Lu Fan was definitely not the type who knew how to take care of a child. But Shen Yuchu nodded firmly. Hez Yuan Yuan's father. Hell, take good care of Yuan Yuan. I trust him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples, suppressing the doubts in her heart. Even if he can take care of the kid, returning to the entertainment industry isn't easy. Do you have a company to sign with yet? What kind of resources will they give you? Before she could even finish, Shen Yuchu pulled the contract out of her bag and handed it over. Sister Yun, look at this. This is a contract from Fiancee Entertainment. Seeing the words Fiancee Entertainment, Sister Yun instantly froze. Wasn't that one of the big three in Hua Nation? Half doubting, she took the contract and carefully flipped through it. But the more she read, the more shocked she became. By the time she reached the later sections, her hands had started to tremble slightly. What kind of pie-in-the-sky contract was this? Did Shen Yuchu kidnap the boss of Fiancee Entertainment or something? Top-tier resources, unlimited freedom, a short-term 2-year contract. These were completely artist-dominated terms. Sister Yun snapped her head up, her voice trembling. Is this real? Of course it's real. It even has Fiancee Entertainment's official seal on it. Shen Yuchu hurriedly explained, afraid she wouldn't believe it. Sister Yun was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the contract, the terms in this contract. In her entire life as a manager, she had never seen anything like it. It was absolutely absurd. Was Fiancee Entertainment crazy, Sister Yun? I have to go report in tomorrow. Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Shen Yuchu had to emphasize it once more. This time, Sister Yun finally believed it. But the shock on her face didn't diminish in the slightest.
Yuchu, tell me honestly.
How did you manage to sign this contract?
Shen Yuchu finally breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lu Fan went to the Magic City to get it for me. He wrote a song for Fiancee Entertainment. That single sentence made Sister Yun instantly question her entire existence. Lu Fan wrote a song, and in exchange got such a heaven-defying contract. This was simply unimaginable. The world is vast and full of bizarre things. Yuchu, don't blame me for not believing him. He knows how to write music, even assuming he does. What kind of song could possibly be worth a contract like this? Don't let him fool you. He really did write music. Seeing that Sister Yun didn't believe her, she pulled out her phone and opened the account named Bu Fan on the platform. Sister Yun took the phone, half doubting. Zhao Chuchu, standing nearby, also leaned in close. The next second,
Oh my god.
over 100 million likes. Zhao Chuchu screamed dramatically, then quickly covered her mouth. This was a hospital room, after all. Sister Yun was also stunned. What kind of video could get over 100 million likes? Right after, she saw the account name Bu Fan, followed by co-created with Huayin. Sister Yun was instantly dumbfounded. She looked up, an absurd thought popping into her head. Bu Fan is Lu Fan. Zhao Chuchu also gasped in a hushed voice. Ah, Bu Fan, the hottest and most mysterious person on the entire internet right now. Seeing their astonished expressions, Shen Yuchu blushed. Yes, that's right. Only then did Sister Yun fully snap back to reality. She handed the phone back to Shen Yuchu with a complex look in her eyes. Shen Yuchu, having a bright future, naturally made her happy. But a second later, she sighed.
Yuchu.
With your conditions, you can definitely find a better manager. As for me, forget it. Why, Sister Yun? Do you not want me anymore? Shen Yuchu blurted out. Sister Yun looked into the hospital room, her face full of helplessness. You see how it is? My mom needs to be taken care of. I really can't leave. You could hire a caregiver. But Sister Yun looked troubled. Where would I get the money to hire a caregiver? Following Shen Yuchu would only hold her back.
Yuchu, you don't need to persuade me anymore.
You must cherish such a great opportunity. Don't be so childish from now on. After saying that, Sister Yun ruthlessly turned her head away, refusing to look at her. Shen Yuchu bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yun was so adamant about not going with her. Arriving with hope, returning with disappointment. Shen Yuchu remained silent the entire way back. After dropping Zhao Chuchu off, she drove home alone. But when the door opened and he saw her, he didn't expect her to be crying. Did everything go smoothly? He asked directly. Who would have thought that as soon as he spoke? Shen Yuchu's lips would immediately quiver. She plopped down on the sofa, looking at him as if she had found her only pillar of support. Tears began to well up again. Sister Yun. She doesn't want to go with me. He frowned. Why? In his memory, that strict woman. Wasn't she the one who doted on Shen Yuchu the most? Right after, Shen Yuchu recounted everything that happened at the hospital. To him, looking incredibly aggrieved, he listened quietly. Until she finished speaking, he thoughtfully nodded. I understand. He suddenly stood up.
You?
You really are a fool. Stay home and watch Yuan Yuan. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going, Shen? Yuchu looked very unhappy. It was unclear whether it was because he called her a fool, or because she didn't want him to leave. He turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. I'm going to get back someone very important to you. After saying that, he walked straight out. First, he found a domestic help agency. Then, he drove straight to the hospital. But he didn't look for Sister Yun right away. Instead, he went to find the attending doctor first. After understanding the full condition of Sister Yun's mother from the doctor, he went up to the inpatient ward and stood before room 302, adjusting his emotions. He replaced his expression with a cold demeanor and lightly knocked on the door. The next second, the door opened. Sister Yun, with slightly red eyes, appeared before him. Seeing him, she was stunned for a moment. He maintained a calm tone, speaking with an imposing aura. Sister Yun.
Aaron, you gonna let me in first?
Sister Yun frowned, but still stepped aside to let him into the room. As soon as he stepped into the hospital room,
Ian, old woman with graying hair.
frail and sickly, looked over. Xiao Yun, is this your friend? Before Sister Yun could even answer, he strode over to the hospital bed and took the old woman's hand.
Auntie.
My wife is a friend of Sister Yun's. She came here earlier, but saw you were sleeping and didn't want to disturb you. Hearing this, the old woman immediately broke into a kind smile. So you're Xiao Yun's friend. You kids are so thoughtful. He immediately followed up, Auntie. We're blessed to be friends with Sister Yun. At home, my wife constantly talks about how kind Sister Yun is. My ears are about to grow calluses from hearing it so much. He changed his tone and started rambling. It's just a pity that for this job, my wife wanted to go with Sister Yun, but she's worried about your health and doesn't want to go. You have no idea, Auntie. My wife went home and cried her heart out. Standing behind him, Sister Yun's face suddenly hardened. In her eyes, he was just a persuader sent by Shen Yuchu. What job? Xiao Yun, what is this about? Sister Yun's mother didn't actually know the specifics of her daughter's work. As soon as she heard this, her white eyebrows immediately furrowed.
Mom.
Don't listen to his nonsense. There is no job. Sister Yun glared at him, then hurriedly explained. But the elderly aren't fools. She immediately grabbed his hand instead.
Young man.
Tell me, what exactly is this job? He pretended to be in a difficult spot, glanced at Sister Yun, then slowly spoke.
Auntie.
This job requires going on a business trip. I originally wanted to hire a caregiver for you, but Sister Yun isn't at ease. She insists on taking care of you herself. Xiao Yun, this girl. Hearing this, the old woman immediately turned to look at her daughter. If the job requires a business trip, then just go.
Mom.
Sister Yun was anxious, hating him to death in her heart. He knew she wanted to stay here. The fundamental reason was that she couldn't leave. Where would she get the money to hire a caregiver? She didn't even have a way to pay for the next surgery. Right at that moment, he calmly spoke up. Sister Yun, let's step outside and talk for a bit. After saying that, he smiled at the old woman, then turned and walked out of the hospital room. Sister Yun gritted her teeth and followed him. In the hallway, Sister Yun looked up and glared at him.
What exactly are you trying to do?
He looked down at her from above. If simply stating a fact, you can think of me as the bad guy. I just don't want Shen Yuchu to be sad. If you don't go with her, she'll just keep worrying about you? When that happens, out of 10 parts of enthusiasm, putting in 5 parts would already be good. He paused for a moment, then dropped a massive bombshell.
Oh, right.
I've already paid for your mother's next surgery. I've also contacted a caregiver. Here is the phone number. You can pick the person yourself. Are you giving me charity? Sister Yun let out a cold laugh. He shrugged like a hooligan.
You're overthinking it.
You have to pay it back. Well, just deduct it gradually from the salary Shen Yuchu pays you. He looked straight at her, emphasizing every word. You and Yuchu are a personal matter. It has nothing to do with the company. I don't care how much salary she pays you. Anyway, this is my money.
You absolutely have to pay me back.
He spread his arms wide, putting on a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude. Anyway, I've already paid for the surgery and the caregiver. They won't refund the money either. What you do next is none of my business. After saying that, he didn't give Sister Yun time to react. Turning around and walking away, Lu Fan. Don't tell Shen Yuchu. Just as he was about to reach the door, Sister Yun's voice rang out from behind. He didn't look back, just waved his hand and quickly walked away. In the hallway, Sister Yun watched the direction he disappeared in. After a long while, she finally returned to the hospital room. Xiao Yun, did that young man leave? Seeing her walk in alone, the old woman patted the edge of the bed, telling her to sit down. Don't blame him. He's a good person. I'm a good judge of character, just from his eyes. I can tell what kind of person he is. The old woman took her daughter's hand, speaking profoundly. I know you're filial, but there are many paths in life. If you choose the wrong one, you'll regret it later. Isn't my health still fine? One more surgery and it'll be completely cured. The doctor also said the risk isn't high.
Go.
If you end up regretting it later because of me, that would truly break my heart. Sister Yun bowed her head, silent for a long time. Finally, she gave a slight nod. As for him, as soon as he got home, Shen Yuchu immediately sidled up to him, her small face full of curiosity, but he deliberately didn't look at her, happily picking up Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, what do you want for dinner? Shen Yuchu's expression instantly went blank. She looked at him in disbelief.
He walked right past her. I like whatever Daddy cooks. This little tail really knows how to support Daddy.
Completely ignoring her mother's sullen face. All right, Daddy's going to cook now. He gave the little tail a kiss, turned around, and walked straight into the kitchen. Lu Fan. I'm mad. Shen Yuchu pouted, looking incredibly wronged. That expression was as if she were accusing him. This guy dared to ignore me. Didn't he know how anxiously she had been waiting at home? He turned around, looking innocent. Huh, ask about what? This question made Shen Yuchu even angrier. Ask about what? This question made Shen Yuchu even angrier. When he went out, he gently called her a fool. But as soon as he got back, he played dumb. She angrily plopped down on the sofa, crossed her arms, and turned her head to glare at him. He smiled, deciding not to tease her anymore. Tomorrow when you go out, remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards. With this temper of yours, if you don't bring them along, won't you get bullied to death? Shen Yuchu's eyes instantly lit up. The speed at which her mood flipped left even him amazed. Sister Yun agreed. Guess. All right, that's enough. I'm going to cook. Don't bother me. In the end, Shen Yuchu couldn't find out how he did it, because every time she asked, he played dumb. But this didn't affect anything at all. The way she looked at him grew more and more radiant. In her heart, she probably felt that ever since he changed. It seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do. Early the next morning, Shen Yuchu got up. He also rarely skipped his morning run. The two of them tacitly made breakfast together in the kitchen. Yuan Yuan was still sleeping. Shen Yuchu was afraid that if she saw the little one wake up, she wouldn't be able to bear leaving. Once breakfast was ready, she ate in silence. He sat next to her, nagging and reminding her of all sorts of things for when she arrived. When you get there, remember to call home often. Otherwise, Yuan Yuan will miss you a lot. If anything happens out there, remember to tell me. Don't be foolish and keep it all bottled up inside. Shen Yuchu took sips of her porridge. Hearing his words, she suddenly felt a sense of loss and restlessness in her heart. Suddenly, she didn't want to go anymore. She ate this meal incredibly slowly, until her bowl was completely empty. Right at that moment, her phone rang. He reminded her, and she snapped out of it to answer the call. Hello, Sister Shen. I'm all packed and ready. Sister Yun is with me.
When are you coming over? I'll be right there. Can you two wait a little longer? Then I'll see you downstairs at my place later. Be there or be square. Hanging up the phone, Shen Yushu looked up at him. Her eyes, filled with so many unspoken thoughts, made his heart tremble slightly. He had to admit, Shen Yushu was truly beautiful. He quickly turned his head to look at the pile of luggage in the living room. It's time to go. Don't keep them waiting. Yeah, I'll go take a look at Yuan Yuan and then leave. Shen Yushu withdrew her gaze. Her voice was very soft. He nodded slightly and followed her into the bedroom. The little one was sleeping soundly, her arms and legs sprawled out, completely unaware that her mother was about to go far away. Shen Yushu leaned over and showered the little girl's face with kisses, then nuzzled her face into her neck affectionately. Only then did she reluctantly stand up. As she walked out of the bedroom, she kept looking back. He quietly followed her, helped her carry the luggage to the car, and watched her get into the driver's seat. Only then did he close the car door and step aside. I'm leaving now. Shen Yushu turned to look at him. Remember to come home often. Otherwise, the little one will turn the house upside down. I know. The car started. Suddenly, Shen Yushu turned her head back again, looking extremely serious. Lu Fan, I like you. As soon as the words left her mouth, before he could even react, the car sped away. The car drove straight to the city center. Zhao Chuchu had been waiting until her eyes hurt. Sister Yun stood next to her, shaking her head slightly. This girl is always so impatient. Sister Shen is here. Seeing Shen Yushu's car, Zhao Chuchu hurriedly waved her hand. Yushu. Sister Yun, you two have been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Shen Yushu grabbed Zhao Chuchu's hand and looked at Sister Yun apologetically. Not too long. It's mostly just this girl being too anxious. Sister Yun smiled. She never would have expected that the three of them would have a day to reunite like this. And all of this turned out to be because of that man who looked like a pretty boy. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. If it weren't for you and Chuchu, I wouldn't know what to do. All right. You're already a mother, yet you still act like a child. Sister Yun patted her hand, her eyes sharp. You should be thanking your man instead. Enough talking, let's go get the luggage. These words instantly made Shen Yushu blush. She still didn't know how he managed to convince Sister Yun. The three of them didn't have much luggage. The car easily fit everything. Once in the car, Zhao Chuchu threw her hands up and shouted excitedly, "Let's go. A bright future lies ahead. Here we come." The car sped towards the Magic City. At the same time, at the Stars Entertainment building in the Magic City, Li Xia arrived at the office early, but her mood had been unsettled all day. She barely managed to wait until noon. She calculated the time and immediately went downstairs. She walked to the entrance of the building, just wanting to see what kind of person the wife that guy doted on so much actually was. After waiting for a short while, a car with a Jiangqing license plate drove into the parking lot. Li Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. Three people stepped out of the car. One was chattering away, full of energy, while an older one looked on with an indulgent expression. Seeing these two companions, she knew Shen Yushu's personality definitely wasn't bad. Then she shifted her gaze to the woman standing in the middle. An oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a gentle smile on her lips. Just looking at her evoked a sense of tenderness. No wonder that guy Lu Fam was like that. Li Xia reined in her emotions and strode forward. "Hello, you must be Shen Yushu, right? I'm Li Xia, Deputy Director of HR at Stars Entertainment. Welcome to the company." "Hello, I'm Shen Yushu." Shen Yushu's voice was soft and sweet. She was also observing this mature, elegant woman. Such great aura. Her voice was nice, and she seemed surprisingly pure. But in her heart, Li Xia was secretly thinking, how did such a good woman get tricked by that guy Lu Fan in the first place? She rarely was the first to look away, turning her gaze to Zhao Chuchu and Sister Yun. "These two are Zhao Chuchu, my assistant, and this is Sister Yun, my manager." Shen Yushu answered earnestly, but she couldn't help but feel that although this elegant woman in front of her was very polite, her reaction was a bit strange. Shen Yushu tilted her head in confusion. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. "Bringing your own team. That's good. Saves us the trouble." Li Xia nodded in greeting to the other two, then turned back and said, "Then I'll show you all around a bit. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. After the tour, I'll take you to your apartment." They followed Li Xia into the building. Along the way, Zhao Chuchu was completely blown away. This place was much more luxurious than TMA Entertainment in Jiangqing. You could bump into trending stars at any moment. This was something TMA couldn't even compare to. You have to know that in Jiangqing, even a B-list singer like Liu Li could throw her weight around. Li Xia took them in the elevator straight to the 11th floor, enthusiastically introducing, "This entire floor is recording studio. Inside is all top-tier professional equipment. Next, we'll go up to the 12th floor. That's the lounge area exclusively for singers. All the songwriting notices are in there." As they walked, people constantly greeted Li Xia. Their faces all showed a strange, flattering expression. Shen Yushu became even more confused. Why were these people's eyes filled with jealousy when they looked at her? Shen Yushu didn't understand. Wasn't Li Xia just a deputy director of HR? Why was everyone looking at her so strangely? What was even more ridiculous was seeing a bald man wearing a name tag that read Director of HR. He even took the initiative to stop and greet Li Xia, and even greeted her as well. Shen Yushu, a bit flustered by the unexpected favor, read, thinking to herself that this director named Zhang Hao had a really good temper. Keep in mind that at Tianmei, those executives all walked around with their noses in the... Right then, Li Xia stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the room in front of them. "From now on, this will be your private lounge." Shen Yushu looked up. The door was tightly shut, with a keypad lock on it. The nameplate clearly displayed her name. Li Xia entered the passcode while explaining. "The default passcode is 66 seconds. You can change it yourself later. Go on in and take a look." The door opened. They stepped into the room. Zhao Chuchu immediately let out a wow. This lounge is huge, and the decor is so luxurious. Even Shen Yushu was amazed. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge before. Zhao Chuchu was so happy she was about to faint. Thinking back to that doghouse they had at Tianmei, it really is true that comparison is the thief of joy. If there weren't outsiders present, she really wanted to dive onto the sofa and roll around a few times. Li Xia smiled at their surprised expression. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. It's top-tier resources after all. The lounge naturally has to meet the highest standards too. Hearing this, Zhao Chuchu immediately felt that Guy Lu Fan didn't seem so annoying after all. Even when they walked out, Zhao Chuchu was still immersed in her joy. At that moment, the door to the next room suddenly opened. An elegant and noble-looking woman stepped out in high heels, followed by a young assistant. The woman saw them, a flash of surprise crossing her face. Immediately after, she greeted Li Xia, "Sister Li. You're personally showing someone their..." "Yeah. Lena, are you headed?" "I have a meeting this afternoon." Sister Lee, go ahead with your work. I'll be going. After Lena finished speaking, she just glanced at Shen Yoshu, then haughtily walked away in her high heels. Let's do. Li Xia turned, a smile returning to her face. The upper floors are all meeting rooms. I won't take you guys up there. Let's head straight to the apartment, drop off the luggage, and go grab some food. I treat. Shen Yushu just felt that she was being a bit too enthusiastic. I have a very good impression of this company today. It's just that everywhere gives off a strange vibe. Stepping into the elevator, Shen Yushu suddenly asked softly, Director Li, are you and Lu Fan very close? Are you and Lu Fan very close? The smile on Li Xia's face froze. So it really is like that. Shen Yushu's eyes quivered. An indescribable feeling surged in her. When he first arrived, I was the one who received. I also closely followed up on the collab, so we're a bit. Li Xia quickly regained her normal composure. Shen Yushu just gave a soft MHM and said nothing more. The group went downstairs. Li Xia drove a gray Mercedes. Shen Yushu drove slowly behind her. As soon as Zhao Chuchu got in the car, she carelessly praised how great this place was, until Sister Yun shot her a warning look. Only then did she quiet down. Sister Shen, what's wrong? Zhao Chuchu clung to the front seat and asked curiously. I'm fine. Chuchu, keep talking. You call this fine? Zhao Chuchu didn't understand what was going on, turning to Sister Yun for help. Sister Yun just smiled at Shen Yushu without saying a word. I can tell at a glance. Someone is burning with jealousy. Meanwhile, at home, he was having a massive headache. His wife had only been gone for half a day, and his daughter Yuan was already crying for her mom. He tried everything to coax her, but she only cried even harder, wailing, Daddy is a bad guy. You hid mommy away. He grimaced, dancing around and singing the little tiger song. But Yuan's little teardrops kept falling like pearls. She kicked her legs wildly, insisting on seeing her mom no matter what. He scratched his head. What do I do now? I can't just call Shen Yushu back right now. If she knew, she'd laugh her head off at me. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He glanced at it, and a second later, his eyes lit up. My savior is here. It was a WeChat message from Shen Yushu. Just 2 words. You there? He hurriedly replied, Of course I am. Unexpectedly, she texted back. I just had lunch with Director Li. What the hell? He didn't have time to overthink it, and quickly hit the video call button. Shen Yushu's cold, delicate face appeared on the screen. He immediately put on a flattering smile and turned the phone towards Yuan. Mommy. Yuan misses mommy. Who would have thought Shen Yushu's face would instantly darken? Lu Fan, is this how you said you take good care of Yuan? He pretended not to hear. As soon as she saw her mom, Yuan sniffled aggrievedly and wiped her tears. Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Do you not want Yuan anymore? Shen Yushu immediately coaxed her gently. Be a good girl, Yuan. Mommy just went to work. Sasun ve nya voi kan. I'll be home with you soon. The little girl actually slowly stopped crying. His heart instantly took a massive hit of critical damage. He had been making funny faces and singing tiger songs all this time, and it wasn't even as effective as a single sentence from her. After she finished coaxing their daughter, he turned the phone back to himself, looking a bit awkward. As a result, Shen Yushu immediately pressed him with a question. Can you really take good care of her? He immediately got flustered. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I were the one who went out, you wouldn't be able to coax Yuan either. However, Shen Yushu just gave him a deep look, her eyes full of grievance. Suddenly, pretending not to care, she asked, You and Director Li are quite close, huh? We're all right, he answered casually, completely unaware that he was frantically testing the waters. On the edge of life and death, all right? Shen Yushu repeated gloomily. He suddenly felt a chill wash over him, and quickly pulled his shirt tighter. But the next second, she glared at him, and abruptly ended the video call. Only then did he realize she was mad. So confusing. Talk about catching a stray bullet while lying down. For the next 2 days, Shen Yushu called home every day, but every time she only talked to their daughter. She didn't give him the time of day, acting as if he owed her $8 million. However, he had no idea that at this moment, Shen Yushu's career was hitting a dead end. The company hadn't assigned her any schedules. Her manager, Yun Shu, had contacted all the songwriters, but as soon as they heard she wanted to make a comeback, they all politely declined. A washed-up singer who had been out of the industry for 2 years. Who would write a song for her? They seemed to have been turned away by the entire entertainment industry. On the other hand, Shen Yushu was still stressing over songwriting. She had been trying hard for the past 2 days, but still couldn't find any inspiration. She couldn't help but think, if he were here, he'd definitely be able to write better songs. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged, feeling like she couldn't compare to him in any way. Just then, her assistant Zhao Chuchu suddenly sat up. Sister Shen, why don't you go ask Lu Fan? Shen Yushu hesitated a bit. She had left precisely because she didn't want to rely on him anymore. She thought for a long time before finally speaking up. Let's wait another 2 days. If it still doesn't work out, I'll call him. But she had no idea that right now, in the meeting room of Stars Entertainment, a meeting deciding her fate was taking place. In front of Chairman Li Tian was a collaboration proposal. The New Song Festival, the most famous promotional program in the country. We have 2 spots to participate. Everyone, let's discuss who we should send. An elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Director of Operations Yin Ting, spoke up first. I think Chen Qian is a good choice. She has a sweet appearance, and her popularity is quite good. Most people nodded in agreement. Li Qian immediately finalized it. Then Chen Qian gets 1 spot. What about the other one? As soon as he finished speaking, HR Director Zhang Hao suddenly stood up. Chairman, I think Shen Yushu is a good choice too. Shen Yushu? Li Qian only just remembered. Is this the person he recommended? But before he could say anything, Yin Ting jumped out to object. Director Zhang, Shen Yushu won't do. Even rookies are stronger than her. No reputation, no works. She retired back then to get married. The audience's impression of her is terrible. However, Zhang Hao still tried to argue. That's exactly why we should choose her even more. I have listened to her previous songs. Her singing technique is excellent, and she has great looks. Why can't we choose her? Yin Ting frowned, looking at him with disdain. Director Zhang, you manage human resources and I manage operations. I know better than you that what a singer needs most is reputation. We're not a charity. On what grounds should we give her a stage? Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao suddenly smiled smugly, dropping a massive bombshell. Director Yin, you're talking to me about reputation? What if he writes a song for Shen Yushu? May I ask, Director Yin, how is Lu Fan's reputation? What if he writes a song for Shen Yushu? Hearing the name Lu Fan, Yin Ting immediately shut up. Did she dare say Lu Fan had no reputation? That's someone with millions of likes, a top-tier star with 50 million fans. Yin Ting looked at Zhang Hao with a dark expression, asking unwillingly, are you sure Lu Fan will write a song for Shen Yushu? Right then, Chairman Li Tian finally spoke up, making the final call. All right, stop arguing. Choose Chen Qian and Shen Yushu. Send the notice down. The meeting ended. Zhang Hao left cheerfully. Winning against his sworn enemy for the first time, he was beyond thrilled. At the same time, the entire entertainment industry was buzzing with excitement over the launch of the New Song Festival. Meanwhile, Lu Li from TMA Entertainment also received the news. Her agent, Sister Chin, rushed in, shouting excitedly. Lu Li, good news. The company is letting you participate in the New Song Festival. They even invited a famous songwriter to write a song for you. Lu Li was momentarily stunned. The bottle of nail polish in her hand dropped. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. The New Song Festival that can help me rank up to an A-list star. After receiving a confirming answer, she jumped up from her chair. Am I about to be famous? When she heard the name of the person writing her song, she became even more smug. A songwriter named Wumian. Aren't Wumian and I the ultimate power duo? Haha. Sister Chin looked at her arrogant demeanor, only able to sigh helplessly. Just as Lu Li was getting carried away with her smugness, his wife, Shen Yushu, also received a call from the company. The content was exactly the same. Participate in the New Song Festival in 3 days. Hanging up the phone, she was completely stunned. Her assistant, Zhao Chuchu, was going crazy with excitement, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Sister Shen, is it true? The New Song Festival. But after the joy came a problem, an extremely difficult one laid out before them. They had no song. Manager Yoon's face showed clear seriousness. Using the New Song Festival as a comeback stage is a good thing, but we absolutely must have a good song. They immediately divided the work. Sister Yoon frantically contacted songwriters she knew from before, while Shen Yushu could only bury her head and try to write one herself, hoping to create a miracle. At this time, he still had no idea. He was still at home teaching his daughter Yuen nursery rhymes. He wore a big bad wolf headband, making the little girl giggle uncontrollably. At 7 p.m., after coaxing Yuen to sleep, he could finally calm down. He kept thinking, which song should I prepare for Shen Yushu? But there were too many legendary songs in his head, which ironically made him lose his direction. Feeling restless, he opened his phone. As a result, everywhere he scrolled, he saw his own songs. Fans even took Yuen's expressions and turned them into a meme pack. He looked at his phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Oh, wifey, how are things going on your end? When are you going to take the initiative to come to me for once? Scrolling through videos, he noticed that besides his own songs, the hottest thing on the internet was the New Song Festival. He heard this competition was held once a year, and anyone who participated became famous. The competition format was also very simple and brutal, head-to-head battles. Lose and you pack your bags and go home. He had zero interest in this and was even a bit annoyed by the recommendation algorithm. He scrolled a few more times, then turned off his phone and went to sleep. However, early the next morning, a phone call woke him up. It turned out to be Shen Yushu's assistant, Zhao Chuchu. On the other end of the line, she lowered her voice, as if she were doing something sneaky. You need to do something about Sister Shen. She's obsessed. He frowned, instantly wide awake. What happened? Sister Shen wants to participate in the new song festival, but we don't have a song. She's been up all night trying to write one. He felt a headache coming on. Only then did he remember that it was clearly written in the contract that her songs would be composed by him. Here he was pondering for half a day, while over there the water was already up to their necks. I know, they'll call her. Hanging up, he immediately called Shen Yushu. She picked up, her voice full of exhaustion. Hello, does Yuan miss me? He felt a pang of heartache, deliberately saying, Yuan doesn't miss you. Can I call you? I'm your husband, after all. This was the first time he had called himself her husband to her face. The other end of the line was dead silent. He let out a sigh, breaking the silence. Why didn't you tell me you were participating in the new song festival? Why make yourself so tired over something that can be easily solved? For me, it's just a matter of saying the word. But as soon as he finished speaking, a choked sob suddenly came from the other end of the line. She was crying. He was completely stunned. What did I say? This relationship stuff is really tough. Just as he was still at a loss, from the other end of the line, a tearful shout suddenly rang out. Shen Yushu's voice was full of grievance, making his heart clench. He froze, hearing her call him by his full name like that for the first time. Do you think him completely useless? That all I know how to do is rely on you. He immediately realized, so that's what she was thinking. It was his oversight. He quickly chuckled and interrupted her. I'm sorry, and not blaming you. I'm just worried about your health. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yushu on the other end suddenly burst into laughter. That laugh was both aggrieved and a bit stubborn. Immediately after, his voice became incredibly firm. Shen Yushu, you and Yuan are the greatest gifts God has given. You are my wife, my one and only. No one can replace you. These words were like a bomb exploding in her heart. Shen Yushu's face instantly turned bright red. She gave a soft her mood clearly much better. Zhao Chuchu, hiding nearby and eavesdropping, had her eyes practically popping out of her head. He pressed his advantage. Don't overthink things anymore. They'll send you the song to... Hearing his confident declaration, Shen Yushu snickered. All right, then I'll see what kind of song you, Lu Fan, can actually write. She completely relaxed, no longer conflicted or tense as a bowstring. As soon as she relaxed, sleepiness washed over her. After hanging up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Coaxing a wife is harder than coaxing a kid. Next, he took out pen and paper, but felt torn. There were too many good songs in his head. Which one should he choose? Just as he was feeling troubled and opened the window, upstairs a young couple was saying goodbye. The guy was pulling a suitcase, while the girl's eyes were filled with tears. This love follows the wind. When the wind stops, the love is hard to fade. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. He immediately had the answer. He strode quickly to the desk, picked up the pen, and wrote down 3 words. The wind rises. The musical notes flowed from his pen. He was completely immersed in it until his daughter Yuan spoke up. Daddy, I'm hungry. Only then was he pulled back to reality. He immediately smiled. Is my baby hungry? Daddy will go cook right now. His daughter's words were absolute law. He didn't dare delay for a single second, turning around and heading into the kitchen. 2 hours later, father and daughter were full, lounging on the sofa. At this moment, Shen Yushu video called. She had dark circles under her eyes, her face full of exhaustion. Seeing the lazy state of the two of them, he immediately put on a pitiful face, his eyes sparkling as if complaining, as if saying, I'm out here working hard, while you two are at home enjoying yourselves. How could she withstand this test? She immediately raised her hands in surrender. And not being lazy, okay? The song is already written. Yuan also copied him. She raised her tiny hand and said in her milky voice, Yuan isn't being lazy either. I watched 2 fewer episodes of cartoons and learned 5 whole numbers. Shen Yushu immediately burst out laughing. She admitted she couldn't win against this little goblin. All right, our Yuan worked the hardest. Come here quick so mommy can give you a kiss. The little one immediately gave a loud smack of a kiss. Seeing his chance, he shamelessly leaned in. Haha, aren't you going to reward me with one too? The little one was even cheering him on from the side. Shen Yushu's face instantly turned bright red. Finally, unable to withstand the enthusiasm of the father and daughter, she gave a symbolic kiss. He was thrilled to the bone, rushing into the bedroom to grab the manuscript. Look, I'm not lying to you. I really finished writing it. Shen Yushu shot him a charming glare, but her heart was churning wildly. It's only been a few hours, and a song is already born. This man is truly a monster. The family of three chatted for a little while longer before he sent the entire sheet music over to her. Just as he put his phone down, planning to take his daughter out, Shen Yushu video called again. As soon as it connected, she stared at him with burning eyes. What's wrong? His voice stuttered a bit. She mimicked his tone and asked back, can't I video call you if there's nothing wrong? Seriously, not only is she beautiful, but she holds a grudge too. He laughed it off to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, she suddenly spoke up. What else are you hiding from me? He scratched his head, looking completely innocent. Shen Yushu blushed, her voice rising a few pitches. I'm talking about these songs of yours. He could only rub his nose trying to gloss over it. If I said I suddenly had an epiphany, would you believe me? Shen Yushu looked deep into his eyes, not asking any further. She looked down at the lyrics for a long time before gently saying, thank you. Immediately after, she looked up and smiled, her eyes incredibly firm. I won't let this song be buried. The video disconnected. Shen Yushu knocked on Zhao Chuchu's door. Zhao Chuchu's face was full of joy. Sister Shen, we have a song. Lu Fan gave it to you, right? Seriously, this girl just let it slip. So it turns out she was the one who snitched about her difficult situation. Soon after, Yun Jia was also called back by a phone call. As soon as he heard there was a new song, he was endlessly excited. These past few days, he had been rejected everywhere he went. Now he finally didn't have to look at other people's sour faces anymore. The three of them quickly went to Stars Entertainment, heading straight to the recording studio on the 11th floor. Shen Yushu decided to camp out right there. Time flew by. Zhao Chuchu handled the backing track and copyright. Only then did Shen Yushu step out of the recording studio. But just as they were about to go eat, the door opposite them also opened. A girl stepped out. When she saw Shen Yushu, she was stunned for a moment, then still politely nodded in greeting. Shen Yushu also smiled back. However, the man behind her had his nose in the air, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his face full of arrogance. Shen Yushu didn't know. She turned around intending to leave, but the man scoffed coldly. How it doesn't even know how to greet a superior when she sees. The girl named Chen Qian hurriedly explained, Uncle, she's new. How could she know? It turned out this man was a senior executive of the company, and Chen Qian was the singer who would be participating with Shen Yu in the New Song Festival. What was even more unexpected was that in Chen Qian's heart she was thinking, the song she received was from Bu Fan, so it probably wouldn't be bad. She was actually a fan of his too. In the following days, Shen Yushu left early and returned late every day, pouring her heart into practicing, forgetting herself. Sister Yoon posted her comeback announcement online. However, among those meager few thousand fans, the majority were still bot accounts. The announcement went out like a stone sinking into the ocean, without making a single ripple. Only few old fans and sharp-eyed news sites noticed it. As soon as they saw the words New Song Festival, they knew the traffic was coming. And so, news of Shen Yushu's comeback began appearing all over social media. But the vast majority of people couldn't care less about this washed-up little flower. Until August 7th, the New Song Festival at the Magic City Stadium officially opened. It was just that the director of this New Song Festival, Ren Chao, was very worried because a song by Bu Fan kept dominating the top searches. Therefore, the traffic for the New Song Festival couldn't compare to before at all. But the New Song Festival was held annually and couldn't be delayed because of one person. He could only bite the bullet and start this year's New Song Festival. It was a pity they couldn't contact Bu Fan. If they could invite him to be a judge, the traffic would definitely explode. But he never in a million years expected that the big shot he couldn't invite was currently sneaking around like a thief, holding his little girl and sitting quietly in the audience. That right, he had hidden it from his wife, Shen Yushu, and secretly brought their daughter Yuan to the Magic City just to cheer for her in person. The adorable little girl in his arms was incredibly excited because she was about to see her mom. He looked at the light sticks waving all over the stands, but not a single one was raised for his wife. He quietly opened the live stream room. Comments flooded the screen, but as a result, not a single person supported Shen Yushu to win the championship. There were 4 strong candidates, and one of them was the very person who dared to reach her claws toward his daughter, Liu Li. At the same time, backstage, undercurrents were surging. Lula's face was pale, staring intently at Shen Yushu. Why are you here, bestie? Zhao Chuchu directly rolled her eyes in disdain, firing back on the spot and making her lose all face. Liu Li looked at Shen Yushu, who was shining brightly today, and couldn't help but recall the fear of being suppressed by her for so many years. That feeling was like the queen returning, surrendering before the fight even began. Right then, her agent's words woke her up. It's just Shen Yushu. She has nothing now. Liu Li immediately regained her composure. That's right. What does the current Shen Yushu have to compete with me? Not to mention, I have a song from the godfather of music. Thinking of this, she cast a contemptuous glance at Shen Yushu. Then the stage lights outside flared up. The host appeared. The 4 veteran judges of the music industry took their seats one by one. The competition officially began. The rules were extremely simple and direct. The 16 contestants would be randomly paired up by the audience calling stop. This time, no one could even dream of pulling any strings behind the scenes. Following the rapid movement on the big screen, the list of 8 matchups was immediately revealed. He looked at the matchup list and smiled. The next second, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Please welcome the 2 contestants of the first match, Shen Yushu versus Liu Li. As soon as the words fell, the stage lights shone down. His wife, Shen Yushu, and her sworn enemy, Liu Li, slowly walked onto the stage. The fateful showdown was about to erupt. But he noticed Shen Yushu's hands trembling slightly. Sure enough, Shen Yushu was starting to feel anxious inside. As for Liu Li, her face was dark. She also hadn't expected the first match to turn out like this, to think she'd have to face Shen Yushu. The audience below the stage immediately buzzed with excitement, chattering about who this unfamiliar beauty was. He could see Shen Yushu's nervousness at a glance. So, he suddenly lifted his daughter Yuan Yuan high up. At this moment, Yuan Yuan transformed into a living cheer sign. Her little face smiled as bright as a crescent moon, shouting with all her might, "Mommy, you can do it!" Shen Yushu on the stage suddenly saw that familiar figure and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. It was him and their daughter. The tension in her heart vanished instantly. An unprecedented light flared in her eyes. She also narrowed her eyes and smiled, forming a crescent moon smile in sync with her daughter. That gentleness instantly melted the hearts of the entire audience. Next, the host announced that Shen Yushu would sing first. The stage lights went out, leaving only a single spotlight shining on her. The intro played. The venue instantly fell dead silent. Right then, the song title appeared on the big screen, The Wind Rises. And in the songwriter section, the name Lu Fan was clearly displayed. The entire crowd gasped. This unknown singer actually managed to get the mysterious figure Lu Fan to write a song for her. Backstage, Lula's eyes widened and her jaw dropped even further. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. The next second, Shen Yushu's ethereal singing voice rang out. I once found it hard to tear myself away from this vast world. Also once intoxicated by love. Also immersed in dreamlike words, unable to tell true from false. Didn't bother to struggle. Unafraid of ridicule. The venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely captivated, as if seeing their own past youth. Shen Yushu was also completely immersed in that gaze, looking through the sea of people down below the stage where her 2 most important people were. Finally, I return youth to you, along with a brilliant summer at my fingertips. Let the trembling heart be swept away by the wind in the name of love. Are you still willing? An absolute masterpiece. Everyone, whether at the venue or in the livestream room, was completely moved. Countless faces, both familiar and strange, flashed through their minds, finally stopping at the most unforgettable person of their youth. So this is The Wind Rises, blowing up what they had always buried deep in their hearts, the wind named youth. Right then, a thud echoed backstage. Liu Li slumped to the ground, her face ashen. Her lips trembled. She didn't even have the courage to go on stage and sing anymore. Shen Yushu.
Shen used her most flawless singing skills to deliver this peerless song and completely tear his pride to shreds. Her manager, Sister Qin, gave a nonchalant smile. If your skills aren't up to par, you'll always fall short. Even the mentors on the judging panel wore expressions of pure admiration. As the music faded, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Shen Yushu looked down from the stage, feeling a bit awkward. He slowly opened his eyes and saw her anxious expression. He smiled, and right at that moment, Wan Yuan reached out her tiny hands and clapped as hard as she could for her mother. The next second, applause surged like a rising tide. Thunderous clapping echoed throughout the entire auditorium. The audience's eyes welled with tears. Yes, they gave Shen Yushu their most passionate support. Meanwhile, the livestream chat for the new song showcase exploded. As expected, Lu Fan's works are all masterpieces. I'm crying. This isn't just a rising wind. This is clearly a hurricane. No one remembered the disdain they previously held for Shen Yushu. They thought she was just there to fill the roster, but she played her trump card right from the start. Immediately after, Shen Yushu gave a deep bow. She took a lingering look at him and her daughter, before retreating backstage. However, the competition continued. The next person up was Liu Li. He had somehow managed to pull himself together. watching Shen Yuchu pass him by. Only a deep sense of helplessness remained in his heart. He didn't even know how he walked onto the stage. It wasn't until the music started that he suddenly snapped out of it. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat late. Boos immediately erupted from the audience, making him panic even more. The melody he sang was completely out of tune. The song finally ended. The sparse applause from the audience made him want to cover his face and run away. The backstage director, Ren Chao, didn't care at all. The exploding viewership ratings were enough for him. The final voting results were no surprise. It was an overwhelming victory with a score of 50. Just then, a message from Shen Yuchu arrived, asking to meet him at the backstage exit. Seeing this, he picked up Wen Yuan and left the hall early. Backstage, as soon as Shen Yuchu appeared, Zhao Chuanchuan pulled her into a tight hug. "Don't cry anymore. From now on, things will only get better and better." Shen Yuchu held her hand. Her eyes were full of determination. "Let's go. Lu Fan is waiting for you at the door. He wants to see you right now." He held Wen Yuan in his arms outside the exit. It was already late at night. As soon as Shen Yuchu stepped out, she saw him from a distance holding Wen Yuan, standing tall under the streetlight. At that moment, a feeling called happiness instantly surged within her heart. Simple, yet incredibly warm.
Mommy.
Wen Yuan wiggled out of his arms and toddled toward Shen Yuchu. Shen Yuchu immediately knelt down and pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. He walked over and smiled at her. Well, was this surprise good enough? Shen Yuchu's cheeks flushed, but she still looked directly at him. Her almond eyes curved into a smile. It was a huge surprise, but none of them knew that this heartwarming scene was being watched by Liu Lai. She held her phone, watching their retreating backs, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. A wicked plan to ruin Shen Yuchu's reputation instantly formed in her mind. What she couldn't have, Shen Yuchu wouldn't be allowed to have either. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. Everyone was curious. Where on earth did Lu Fan find Shen Yuchu, such a treasure of a singer? But when they clicked on Shen Yuchu's Weibo, they only saw a comeback announcement. It turned out she was a famous starlet 2 years ago, who left the industry after her relationship was exposed. As soon as this topic broke, unscrupulous media outlets immediately smelled blood and began frantically churning out clickbait. In an instant, netizens were divided into two camps. Some felt that since she had retired, she shouldn't make a comeback. Others argued that as long as she sings well, her private life is no one's business. The two sides argued heatedly, until a lethal comment appeared. Just ask yourselves if the singing is good or not. Immediately, all the doubters fell silent. They could only mutter, if someone else sang it, it would still be good. Right then, Starry Entertainment finally stepped forward. An announcement set the entire internet ablaze. Not only did they congratulate Shen Yuchu on her advancement, but they also dropped a bombshell. In the next round, Shen Yuchu would still perform a song by Lu Fan, and after the new song, they would release a full album composed entirely by Lu Fan.
What? It's not just one song.
The entire social media landscape was in an uproar. The topic of Shen Yuchu and Lu Fan immediately shot to the #1 spot on the trending searches. However, an even more malicious post was quietly climbing the ranks. Early the next morning, it sat proudly at the 10th spot on the hot search list. The shocking headline read, Shen Yuchu having an affair with the mysterious singer Buffon. The article firmly claimed that to make her comeback, she used her beauty to seduce Buffon. Countless media accounts shared it frantically. The comment section was filled with one-sided criticism. Turns out she's just selling herself. Buffon isn't any better. Birds of a feather flocked together. Although some fans believed in Buffon's character, their voices were quickly drowned out.
Within just 1 hour,
this post and Shen Yuchu's Weibo climbed straight to the top 2 spots in searches. Meanwhile, he had just finished his morning jog, completely unaware of what was happening. On the other side, Shen Yuchu, with dark circles under her eyes, sluggishly walked out of her room. She hadn't slept at all last night. Her mind was filled with the scene of him holding her hand at the hotel. Sister Jingyun and Zhao Chuanchuan saw her state and assumed she had stayed up all night because of the scandal. Zhao Chuanchuan rushed over to her full of worry.
Sister Shen,
what did Lu Fan say? Is he not going to come forward and clarify things? It would be best if Lu Fan clarified this himself. If Shen Yuchu issued a statement, it would only cause a backlash. But Shen Yuchu's mind was in a muddle. She looked at Zhao Chuanchuan blankly. Clarify what? Did something happen to Lu Fan? Zhao Chuanchuan was instantly speechless. Only then did she realize Shen Yuchu had no idea. She stomped her foot in frustration.
Sister Shen,
are you still worried about him? He's fine, but you're in big trouble. Hurry up and check your Weibo. Shen Yuchu finally realized something was wrong. She took out her phone and opened Weibo. Instantly, countless private messages and comments flooded her vision. As she clicked open those malicious messages, her hand trembled involuntarily. She took a deep breath and continued scrolling down. Out of 10 messages, she finally saw that post. along with countless follow-up posts from media accounts. A moment later, Shen Yuchu put down her phone and went to eat breakfast. Her expression was terrifyingly calm. Yes, if nothing had happened, but seeing her like this, Zhao Chuanchuan became even more worried.
Sister Shen,
Is no one going to handle this? Shen Yuchu patted her hand and comforted Chuanchuan. The innocent remain innocent, but public opinion never cares whether you live or die. Shen Yuchu's eyelashes fluttered. Her heart felt heavy, and her inner world was in turmoil. But she knew he used an alias to release music because he didn't want to be exposed. So, she couldn't let his identity be revealed. Right now, the entire internet was waiting for an explanation. After waiting for half a day, Shen Yuchu's Weibo finally updated. Everyone clicked it out of intense curiosity. And then they were all stunned. There was no long PR statement, only 4 simple words: the innocent remain innocent. Consequently, the online discussions immediately became even more vitriolic. Meanwhile, inside the Tianmei Entertainment Building, Louis was smiling triumphantly. Although she had been scolded by the company, seeing that she had successfully dragged Shen Yuchu down with her made her feel incredibly refreshed. The coordinated comments online were all because she paid for trolls and media accounts. But as long as she could bring Shen Yuchu down, she felt it was worth it. Sister Qin, standing nearby, had a gloomy expression. She felt that Liu Li had gone insane. Liu Li, you're committing slander. If Lu Fan decides to take legal action, you're finished. Liu Li replied disdainfully. Where exactly am I slandering? If there's nothing going on between them, then why would Lu Fan write songs for Shen Yusuo? Look, he hasn't even offered a single explanation. Hez just acting like Hez above it all, claiming the innocent need no defense, acting all noble. Sister Qin watched as Liu Li spiraled into madness. In her heart, she was already planning to abandon her. Meanwhile, he was leisurely taking a shower in the hotel. Outside, his phone was ringing incessantly, like it was possessed. He had no choice but to finish up early. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he stepped out. Seeing the caller's name, he was a bit surprised. Minister Li, what brings you to call an idle man like me today? Li Shia's irritated voice came through from the other end. An idle man? You actually have the nerve to call yourself idle? You're about to take over the entire trending list. He scratched his head. It seems that's actually the case. Get to the point.
What's going on?
Li Xia gritted her teeth. Her tone grew even harsher.
Isn't it about your wife?
Shen Yusuo is being dragged through the mud, and you're still sitting there acting like nothing's wrong. Shen Yusuo is being slandered. He instantly turned serious. His tone became more grave than ever before. What happened to Shen Yusuo? At that moment, Li Xia felt a pang of bitterness on the other end of the line. Whenever it involves Shen Yusuo, this man becomes incredibly serious. She gave a cold snort. Check the trending topics yourself.
With that, she hung up immediately.
He frowned, wondering what kind of mood swing this woman was having now. But there was no time to overthink it. He hurriedly opened Weibo. At a glance, he saw several posts at the top of the hot search list. The moment he saw the headlines, his face darkened. After reading through the content of the posts and checking the comments under Shen Yusuo's Weibo, his expression turned completely livid. He was so angry, he actually laughed. Did they really think my woman was such an easy target? And that silly woman of mine too, keeping something this big from me, shouldering it all by herself. He just wanted to go right up to that idiot and demand to know if she even considers me her husband. But first, he had business to take care of. If they want to play games, then let's play for keeps.
Lu Li never imagined in her wildest dreams
that the tables would turn so quickly. And with such ferocity, her celebration was short-lived. She was instantly plunged into a panic. She couldn't fathom that the mysterious musician was the very pretty boy she had despised. 10 a.m. Social media was still buzzing about Shen Yushu's scandal. Suddenly, a short video went viral. As the other main party involved, the mysterious figure with tens of millions of followers, posted a video. Without any promotion, fans spontaneously pushed it to the top of the charts. Lu Fan finally showed his face to clear the air. No one saw it coming. He chose this exact moment to step forward without a shred of hesitation. But when people clicked on the video, they were stunned. This wasn't just a clarification. It was a blatant display of affection mixed with a fierce ultimatum. In the video, he looked into the camera with a stern expression.
I am Bu Fan.
I just woke up and saw some pretty nasty things being said online. A lot of people are wondering why I wrote songs for Shen Yushu. Some even went as far as spreading rumors about her having an affair. He stared directly into the lens. His voice suddenly sharpened. I only have one thing to ask, and I want everyone to hear it.
What the hell is wrong with me writing music for my own wife?
My wife might be too kind to deal with you, but I'm not about to let you slide. That an upright man fears no shadows nonsense. That doesn't apply here. He let out a cold sneer. His gaze was razor sharp. I planned to deal with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was hostility. My apologies. I'm done pretending. I'm laying all my cards on the table. My name is Lu Fan. Years ago, Shen Yushu and I left the industry because we were in love. We've been married ever since. As for why I use the name Boo Fan,
Well, now you know.
satisfied now to the person who posted that thread. And all those marketing accounts, sorry to say, but I've already gathered all the evidence. Not a single one of you is getting away with this.
Oh, and that internet water army too.
Counting every last one of you. Expect a letter from my lawyers very soon. The moment the video dropped, the entire internet was stunned into silence. All that arguing, and it turns out they were husband and wife the whole damn time. No one could have guessed that the mysterious Boo Fan was actually Lou Fan. It was absolutely mind-blowing. The video spread like wildfire. His fans went into a total frenzy. They flooded Weibo with shares. Right here. Let's see who else dares to spread rumors now. They were always a match made in heaven. Where are all those keyboard warriors from this morning? Open your damn eyes and look at this. While everyone was still reeling from the video, Fiancee Entertainment's Weibo account followed up. A formal notice from their legal department, acting on behalf of Mr. Liu. Regarding the false statements and malicious rumors online, we will continue to monitor the situation. Lawyer letters have been sent to the original posters, and the companies behind the marketing accounts. All related accounts will be permanently banned. As soon as the notice was posted, Weibo practically exploded. Sharp-eyed netizens noticed that the previous hot search posts had been wiped clean. The original poster even locked their account immediately. Not long after, Weibo's official administration stepped in. After a thorough investigation, 1,500 accounts have been suspended for spreading misinformation. Social media is not a lawless land. The moment the official announcement dropped, his video shot straight to the #1 spot on the hot search list. Shen Yushu's Weibo followed closely at #2. In no time at all, the tags "wife protector" and "truth prevails" were everywhere. These keywords dominated the platform. Countless netizens began sharing his now famous quote, "My wife might be too kind to deal with you, but I'm not about to let you slide." Meanwhile, at the apartment in Mado, Shen Yushu was completely oblivious to the chaos. She was holding her daughter, relaxing and watching cartoons with Wanwan. Just then, Xiao Chuanchuan burst in like a whirlwind. Her face was lit up with an excited grin. She shoved her phone right in front of Shen Yushu's face.
Sister Shen.
Look at this. He posted a video. Shen Yushu looked up, confused. Zhao Chuanchuan stomped her foot in frustration.
Oh, Sister Shen.
You're way too gentle for your own good. How are you going to survive like this? You really need to take a page out of Lu Fan's book. Look at how his taking them head-on. This is so satisfying. Shen Yushu took the phone and played the video. That familiar domineering voice immediately filled the room. By the time she finished watching, her lips were slightly parted, and her face was a mask of pure shock. Zhao Chuanchuan kept rambling on beside her.
Sister Shen.
Do you know what netizens are calling him now? The wife protector.
Haha, it's so great.
Hearing those words, Shen Yushu's cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. A wave of sweetness washed over her. After all, who wouldn't want to be cherished like that? Thinking of this, she left her daughter and hurried back to her room. Zhao Chuanchuan and Wanwan were left in the living room, staring at each other in confusion. Once she was safely in her room, Shen Yushu hesitated, staring at the dial screen.
What should I even say if I call him?
Should I say those things he said were embarrassing? No, that's basically admitting blushing. Should I tell him he did a good job? Would he think being petty? She flopped onto the bed in a fit of nerves, burying her face in the covers. She kicked her legs and flailed her arms like a flustered schoolgirl. Finally, she gathered her courage and hit the video call button. The call connected almost instantly. His deep, warm voice came through. Hello. Shen Yushu still had her face buried in the blanket. Her face was beet red. Hello, she whispered. What are you doing right now? But instead of an answer, she heard his teasing chuckle. What are you up to? Are you performing some kind of stunt where you suffocate yourself with a blanket? Shen Yushu let out a tiny squeak. She jerked her bright red face up from the covers. She looked completely panicked. How did he know what she was doing? Then she looked at the phone screen, and it hit her. She had accidentally pressed the video call button instead of a regular call. The word humiliation was practically written across her face. Shen Yushu's mouth hung open slightly. She froze right where she was. She just stared at him through the screen, dazed. He rubbed his nose, thinking to himself how incredibly adorable she looked. In that moment, Shen Yushu's lifelong image of composure went up in smoke. She quickly buried her face back in the blanket like an ostrich. She didn't want to come out ever again. She was dying of embarrassment. Her muffled voice came from under the covers. You're not allowed to laugh. He finally managed to stifle his laughter. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Heading over to the apartment now. Do you want to come pick me up?
Wait for you there? Okay.
Only then did Shen Yushu lift her head. Her almond-shaped eyes were shimmering with a hint of moisture as she stared at the screen. Her face was still flushed. She didn't ask why he had posted that video. Some things just didn't need to be said. Even though she didn't ask, he took the initiative to speak. His tone suddenly turned serious. But there are some things I need to say. Shen Yushu, You were being slandered like that, so why didn't you tell me?
What exactly do you take me for?
Shen Yushu remained silent. He asked her again what he was to her. She felt a bit dazed for a moment, but in the next second, she had her answer. She liked him. She liked this new changed version of him. She liked how careful and attentive he was. In taking care of her and their daughter, it was just that her past experiences made her afraid to open her heart so easily. However, all he got in return was a long, heavy silence. A moment later, his voice rang out, tinged with disappointment. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I'm already downstairs. Come down and get me. The video call abruptly ended. Shen Yushu finally snapped out of it, recalling his tone just now. Her heart suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain. Did I really let him down? She scrambled out of bed, desperate to see him as soon as possible. She rushed straight out the door. He got into the car, his expression unreadable. He just stared silently out the window. But Shen Yushu didn't start the engine. Instead, she turned and stared intently at his face. She took a few deep breaths. Lu Fan. She finally spoke. I'm sorry. Only then did he turn his head to look at her red-rimmed eyes. He gave a bitter laugh in his head. I never truly had her to begin with, so how can I talk about losing her? He spoke softly. There is no need to apologize. Actually, I'm not the Lu Fan you think I am. You don't need to feel guilty. To his surprise, Shen Yushu just kept staring at him. Is the man named Lu Fan?
You?
He was instantly stunned. He remembered back at the amusement park. She had asked him the exact same thing. He scratched his head and could only answer, I'm Lu Fan. Then you are the Lu Fan I think you are. Her firm answer left him completely speechless. He tried to clench his trembling fists, and finally voiced the fear at the bottom of his heart. But I'm afraid that one day you and our daughter won't need me anymore. Lu Fan. Shen Yushu suddenly interrupted him. Her eyes were filled with heartache. She firmly grasped his trembling hand and leaned gently against him.
You are Wanwan's father, she declared word by word.
And you are my husband. No matter what happens, we will never leave you. What matters most is that you are always by our side. He pulled her into his arms. With those soft, gentle words, he finally got the answer he had been longing for. Holding her, he suddenly broke into a smile. From now on, nothing could ever shake his resolve. A moment later, Shen Yushu shyly pulled away from his embrace. He could only offer a goofy, happy grin. She gave him an affectionate look and laughed. You idiot. You're so easy to please. The car slowly began to move. The atmosphere between them had completely transformed. At the same time, in an apartment belonging to Tianmei Entertainment. Impossible. How could Bu Fan be Lu Fan? Lu Li was acting like a madwoman.
That pretty boy.
She swept all the cosmetics off her vanity and onto the floor. Amidst the jarring sound of shattering glass, she still wasn't satisfied. She stepped forward and stomped down hard. Being crushed along with the makeup was a lawyer's letter from Fanxing Entertainment. She had been exposed. The person who posted the thread saw things going south and immediately ratted her out as the mastermind. Now, the company had ordered her to take an indefinite hiatus. She knew she was finished. Sister Chin stood nearby, watching with a look of smug satisfaction. So Lu Fan really is Bu Fan. That man certainly knows how to hide his light under a bushel. She couldn't help but sigh to herself. Who would have thought? The pretty boy everyone looked down on 2 years ago was finally showing his fangs. Shen Yushu certainly has a good eye for men.
I don't accept this.
Sister Chin, give me my phone. Lu Li panted. Her eyes were bloodshot. Sister Chin just gave her a cold, dismissive look.
What is there not to accept? She snapped.
Can you sing better than her? Are you prettier than her? You don't even know how to pick a man as well as she does. What exactly do you have to be proud of? Sister Kin's words were like daggers to Lula's heart. Lu Li whipped her head around and glared at her. Sister Chin didn't flinch. Am I wrong? By the time you're locked up, your contract will naturally be terminated. The company abandoned you a long time ago.
Why? Lu Li hissed.
The company needs a cash cow, and you no longer have any value. Sister Chin looked at her and even offered a bit of honest advice. Once you get out, find a decent man and settle down. Stop causing trouble. Am I supposed to thank you for your kindness? Lu Li let out a hollow laugh. They had finally turned on each other. Then a twisted smile spread across her face. Sister Chin, let me borrow your phone for a second. I need to finish what I started. Sister Chin frowned slightly.
What else are you planning to do?
If I'm going down, I'm taking them with me. Lu Li's smile became terrifying. Shen Yushu, what right does she have to always look down on me? She's just an orphan.
What right does she have?
So Bu Fan is Lu Fan, huh? Well, I still have one trump card left. If I can't touch Shen Yushu, then I'll make sure Lu Fan's reputation is utterly destroyed. No one is going to live happily ever after. Sister Chin looked at the hysterical Lu Li. Knowing she had completely lost her mind, she wanted to tell her that Shen Yushu had never even tried to compete with her, that her character was 10,000 times better than Lu Li's, but she couldn't say it. At this point, any provocation would make Lu Li snap completely. So, Sister Chin just handed over the phone. Here's the phone. But remember, none of this has anything to do with me. I know you're scared.
Haha.
Lu Li snatched the phone. Under Sister Kin's watchful eye, she dialed a number. Chen Shui, it's Liu Li. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the kitchen was a bit unusual. Wan Wan was eating happily. Sister Yun watched her with a motherly gaze. Zhao Chuan kept her head down, focused on her food, occasionally glancing up at Lu Fan and Shen Yushu. Shen Yushu's beautiful face was flushed all the way down to her neck. She looked like she wanted to bury her head in her bowl. Lu Fan, on the other hand, was grinning like an idiot while peeling crawfish by hand. He held a piece out to her mouth with his chopsticks. Shen Yushu felt like she was being slow-cooked. This man had been acting strange ever since they got out of the car, but to him, it felt perfectly natural. She had admitted he was her husband after all.
What was wrong with feeding his own wife?
Don't be like this. Okay, I can eat by myself. Shen Yushu finally couldn't take it and looked up. She gave him a shy, bashful glare. The playfulness in her eyes left him dazed. So this was what it felt like to be looked at like that. It felt amazing. Being in love really was wonderful. He finally stopped trying to fatten up his wife and started feeding Wan Wan instead. After dinner, he finally returned to his normal self. He sat on the sofa and began thinking about the song for the next round of the competition. The top 16-8 round had been an easy victory, but the top 8-4 round wouldn't be so simple. The singing skills of the remaining contestants were in no way inferior to Shen Yushu's. What mattered now were original songs and stage presence. Coming up with a great song in just 3 days wasn't easy for anyone. Even he was starting to feel the pressure. What song could he choose to guarantee a win? Shen Yushu wasn't idle either. She sat right beside him, working on the song she had been developing. But the song was still missing that one crucial melody. Shen Yushu furrowed her brows. That melody was like an elusive cat she just couldn't catch. She was so frustrated, she began ruffling her hair until it looked like a bird's nest. Even in the quiet of the late night, she still couldn't grasp that spark of inspiration. However, early the next morning, just as Shen Yushu woke up, another major event involving him was already storming the hot searches. At first, she didn't pay much attention. After all, news about him had been at the top of the charts for days. But when she saw the headline, her eyes instantly narrowed. Her mind went into a total tailspin. At the same time, countless shocked netizens saw the trending keyword. They were already used to seeing Lu Fan's name every day. So, without a second thought, they clicked on it. But this time, when they saw the content, everyone froze in their tracks. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Fan is a domestic abuser. The headline was absolutely explosive. Netizens were dazed for a moment, then burst out laughing. Is this a joke? They couldn't believe it. Yesterday, he was the ultimate wife protector. And today has a domestic abuser. They couldn't help but open the video in the post, wanting to see who was making up such nonsense. But as the video played, two men with very serious expressions appeared. They were none other than his former boy band members, Chen Shui and Ye Tian. That's when Chen Shui spoke up. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Shui, an old friend of Lu Fan. Why do I say old? Because I'm ashamed to even be associated with a man like him. I know you might find this hard to believe, but he truly is a domestic abuser. I have a recording of a phone call as proof. Back then, he begged me to let him return to the entertainment industry. I happened to record it by accident. I never expected it to become the evidence that would expose his hypocritical face. I, Chen Shui, am not afraid to show my face. I'm ready to confront him anytime. As soon as those words were spoken, the internet went silent. His words were sharp, and he was making the accusation using his real name. It made everyone waver for a moment. Immediately after, Ye Tian also held up his phone and shook it. I can testify to this. Everything Chen Shui said is the truth. Now, I invite everyone to listen to the recording from back then. After saying that, he pressed play. Netizens immediately leaned in to listen. Lu Fan's voice came through the phone. Brother Chen, do you think I can still come back to the company? Chen Shui's indifferent voice rang out.
You've already married a famous starlet.
What more could you possibly want? A second later, Lu Fan's voice spoke again. His tone was dismissive. Women are just like clothes. You can change them whenever. My career is what's important. So you want to come back. Does Shen Yushu agree with this? In the recording, Lu Fan gave a cold laugh. He said something that sent shockwaves through social media. To be honest with you, I'm the master of my house. What I say goes. If she dares to say no, I'll just give her a good beating. You can't spoil women too much, or they'll get out of hand. The recording ended there, but the internet's fury exploded with pure disgust. You call this a man? All he knows is how to bully his own woman. Not only did female netizens turn into warriors, hurling insults, but even the men were absolutely livid. Then, in the video, Chen Shui, with a face full of rage, continued to incite the crowd. Did you all hear that? This is the devoted husband you all were talking about. I, Chen Shui, swear I cannot coexist with an abuser like him. The video cut off abruptly, but the comment section had already been overrun. I must have been blind to ever like someone like him. I want to throw up after hearing that recording. Just how much filth is Lu Fan hiding behind his back? His heart shattered instantly. Countless people were telling him to get lost. Show your face already. Meanwhile, he was quietly staring at his phone, listening to that recording. That familiar sense of nausea washed over him again. He rushed into the bathroom and began to vomit. It felt as though, in an instant, he had reverted to the gloomy Lu Fan of the past. Those things were all true. They really happened. He couldn't deny it. Shen Yushu had suffered even more than that. His phone was ringing incessantly, but he didn't even bother to look. For the first time, he chose to hide. He buried himself deep under the covers. It felt as if doing so might make him feel a little better. He wasn't upset because he was being insulted. It was because those memories were flooding back into his heart. The pain that Shen Yushu and Wanwan had to endure flashed vividly before his eyes. He realized that he had never truly forgiven himself. No matter how much he tried to make amends, it couldn't change the facts of the past. At the same time, in the apartment, Shen Yushu was frantically calling him over and over again. After seeing the post, she was extremely worried. She understood the current him better than anyone. She had seen his transformation. She had seen him atone for his sins bit by bit. She understood it all, and she had long since stopped caring about the past. But she knew that the current him would definitely not be able to forgive himself. Sister Yun and Zhao Chuchu, who were beside her, looked pained. They were both angry and at a loss. The calls still wouldn't go through. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Shen Yushu's heart tightened. Wanwan, in her arms, looked up.
Mommy, are you calling Daddy?
Mommy, why don't you go find Daddy? Wanwan's words snapped Shen Yushu back to reality. She couldn't just sit there anymore. She stood up in a panic. She stumbled as she rushed out. She had to find him. Very soon, Shen Yushu arrived at his door, panting for breath. She bit her lip and knocked gently. There was no response, but she didn't hesitate. She knocked repeatedly, one after another. Today, she was determined to keep knocking until he came out.
He was under the covers.
Finally stirred by the persistent knocking, he dragged his heavy body to open the door. The first thing he saw was Shen Yushu's red-rimmed eyes. It had only been one day. Seeing her again, he couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eye. He stood frozen at the door, not knowing what to do. She must have seen that post too. Was she remembering the things from the past again? He quietly closed the door. He felt like a death row prisoner about to be executed. What was she thinking? His voice was thick and raspy. His heart was filled with terror. Now that everyone knew, what would she do? A divorce. But at that moment, Shen Yushu saw the look in his eyes. She suddenly got angry. She forcefully pulled him onto the bed, grabbed his arm and bit down hard. A sharp pain surged through him. He snapped out of it instantly. Instinctively, he wanted to pull his arm away. But then he gritted his teeth and endured it. Let her vent. She'll feel better if she does. It wasn't until Shen Yushu let go and looked up to see his gentle gaze that her tears finally overflowed. "Are you stupid?" she cried out. Then she pulled up his sleeve. On his arm was a deep, bleeding set of teeth marks. It looked painful. "There now were even," Shen Yushu said through her sobs. She threw herself into his arms. "Now you've been a victim of domestic violence too, so we're square. You're not allowed to be sad anymore." In that moment, he was completely stunned. The warmth of her body in his arms made everything feel surreal. He couldn't believe it as he stroked her head. It was real. His mood soared from hell to heaven in an instant. A smile tugged at his lips. Shen Yushu said they were even. Ever since he traveled back to this time, he had been walking on eggshells, always feeling like he owed a debt. Today, someone finally told him, "We're even." It felt so good. Tears wouldn't stop falling. He wasn't just saving them. He was saving himself. The two of them held each other and cried like fools. A long while later, Shen Yushu buried her head in his chest. She whispered, "Don't ever do that again. Wanwan and I were so worried about you." He nodded vigorously. His voice was hoarse.
"I won't. You're all talk."
Shen Yushu looked up. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were still a bit red. She looked at him with watery eyes. Suddenly, it was as if she thought of something. A spark of excitement flashed in her eyes.
"Oh, right.
I think I've figured out that melody."
"What melody?"
He couldn't help but reach out and pat her little head. He was patting her like she was a puppy. "It's the song I've been working on. I suddenly have inspiration." As soon as she finished speaking, she slipped out of his arms. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He felt a bit of regret as he scratched his head. He took the music sheets from his backpack and handed them to her. "I was actually planning to write some music tonight. Go ahead." Shen Yushu nodded, blushing. She sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly began to compose. She hummed a soft tune, her pen flying across the paper. In just a short while, a complete piece of music appeared on the page. She looked up happily. She stared at him. "It's finally done. Do you want to take a look?" He shook his head gently. "I'd rather hear you sing it for me." Shen Yushu's face turned even redder. She whispered, "There are no lyrics yet." "Humming it is fine too," he urged her with a smile. Finally, she gave a shy nod. There was no accompaniment. Only her soft humming filled the room. But the moment the melody hit his ears, he froze in place. His eyes were filled with shock. He had heard this melody before. It was from In Your Entire World. I couldn't believe it and continued to listen intently until the humming came to an end. "Wait." I suddenly interrupted her. I hurriedly grabbed a pen and quickly wrote something down. Shen Yushu was stunned. But when she leaned in to look and saw what I was writing, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in her eyes. 2 large words were written clearly on the paper. Courage. It turned out to be lyrics. I only heard her hum it once, and I already managed to write the lyrics. Shen Yushu leaned in closer to look. She was instantly overjoyed. These lyrics were exactly what she had dreamed of. They were even better than what she had imagined. She blushed, her gaze shifting from the lyrics to his serious profile. In that moment, as if possessed, she couldn't help but give him a light kiss on the cheek. His hand suddenly trembled. The ink immediately smudged. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The soft, moist sensation on his right cheek was etched deeply into his mind. His heart was already blooming with joy. This was the courage that Shen Yushu wanted. As for Shen Yushu, after she did it, she was instantly flustered. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Luckily, he didn't react. Otherwise, she definitely would have run away in embarrassment. He knew she was very shy, so he suppressed his racing heart and finished writing the lyrics. Finally, he pretended as if nothing had happened and handed her the lyrics. Let's see if you can sing the whole thing for me this time. When the song ended, he smiled and nodded. That was beautiful. I'm sure to win the competition now. If it weren't for my dear wife's melody, I wouldn't have been able to come up with a song like this. The playful praise began, but unexpectedly, as soon as the words dear wife came out, Shen Yushu completely melted. She buried her face in his chest like an ostrich. She felt both shy and sweet. However, before he could enjoy the moment, the piercing sound of a phone ringing abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere in the room. He picked up the phone. The name Director Lee was displayed on the screen. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed Li Xia had seen the post too. As soon as the call connected, he spoke calmly. Hello,
Is something wrong?
Li Xia on the other end was clearly taken aback. She asked tentatively. There are some nasty rumors going around online. Aren't you going to come forward and clarify things? He instinctively looked at Shen Yushu. She was pretending to be focused on the manuscript, but her wandering eyes betrayed her. He gave her a playful wink. Her small face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly looked away. Then he spoke calmly into the phone, dropping a bombshell. There is no need for a clarification. Those things are all true. The other end of the line immediately fell into a dead silence. A long while later, Li Xia's voice came through, filled with disbelief. Why? I don't believe you're that kind of person. But he directly interrupted her. Director Lee, how much do you really know about me?
What's on the internet is true.
If you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences. As for the gossip, let them talk. His gaze remained fixed on Shen Yushu the entire time. It was incredibly gentle. As long as the person I care about understands me, that's enough. The phone went silent again. Li Xia's voice carried a clear sense of disappointment.
I see.
I'll hang up now. As soon as he put the phone down, Shen Yushu's somber voice spoke up. You were so cold.
That's not good.
He looked puzzled. Was I cold? Unexpectedly, Shen Yushu added another sentence, her eyes darkening slightly. That sophisticated lady probably likes you. What? Li Xia likes me. He scratched his head, feeling his head spin. I only see her as a normal friend.
But how did you know?
Shen Yushu suddenly looked up and stared at him. Her tone was very firm. I trust my intuition. He scratched his head, looking sincere. Your intuition is wrong. A man with a wife and child. It would be very disrespectful if I developed feelings for someone else. Love should be serious and faithful. Looking into his honest eyes, Shen Yushu gave a slight nod, but a sense of urgency rose in her heart. Just because you don't like her doesn't mean she doesn't like you. That lady is so much more outstanding than I am. He looked at her, confused. He carefully recalled the conversation they just had. Suddenly, he understood something. A smile appeared in his eyes. He nudged her arm gently. Are you jealous? Shen Yushu immediately became flustered. Her face turned bright red. No, I'm not. Although her voice was loud, her reaction was even louder. Case closed. She was definitely jealous. The smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. He quietly watched her act. Unexpectedly, the more Shen Yushu explained, the more panicked she became. She was both shy and angry. Finally, she couldn't stand his gaze anymore. She put on a defiant look and threw the music manuscript onto the bed. Fine. I am jealous. Who told such a great beauty to like you? His smile grew wider and wider. The next second, he suddenly leaned in close to her. His voice was seductive. Then, how about I leave a mark on you? That way you won't be jealous anymore, right? His face was inches away, his breath fanning lightly against her face. Shen Yushu's heart immediately began to pound as if it were about to burst out of her chest. It felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Then, under his gaze, she gently closed her eyes. Her small lips puckered slightly. He felt a surge of joy, closed his eyes, and slowly leaned in. Later, Shen Yushu prepared to participate in the top 8 round of the new song competition. At this time, she was practicing her singing at Funning Entertainment. He returned to the apartment. Only the nanny Sister Lin was at home looking after their daughter Wanwan. Sister Lin's attitude toward him was quite complex. She was grateful for his recent changes and help, but she also remembered the pain he had caused Shen Yushu. However, seeing him now wholeheartedly loving his wife and child, she also felt at peace. She told him that Shen Yushu was at the company. Lu Fan decided to take Wanwan to visit her. He wanted to give his wife a surprise. Meanwhile, the insults against him continued online. Netizens even formed a boycott group, hoping Shen Yushu would take this opportunity to get a divorce. However, Shen Yushu's Weibo suddenly updated with a pinned post, "To have met my soulmate in this life is truly a great blessing. A man who knows his faults and corrects them is respected by all. And so is my heart." These two sentences immediately caused an explosion among netizens. Everyone began to speculate whether Shen Yushu was being coerced. He took Wanwan to Funning Entertainment. He happened to run into Chen Qian, who was also a contestant. Chen Qian was a fan of Shen Yushu. After meeting him in person, she found him very friendly and even asked for his autograph. Then he went to the recording studio. He watched Shen Yushu singing passionately through the glass, his eyes full of tenderness. When the song ended, Shen Yushu was very surprised to see the two of them. She called out hubby with a mix of shyness and sweetness. The second round of the new song competition arrived as scheduled. The hype was unprecedented. He brought Wanwan, both wearing masks, and quietly appeared at the scene. Shen Yushu's opponent was Xiao Bai from Shengxi Entertainment. Before the match began, the audience loudly questioned Shen Yushu. They asked if she had written the Weibo post herself, or if she had been forced. Shen Yushu's gaze was firm. She looked at him in the audience and declared loudly,
"I love Lu Fan.
Hez wonderful. Some loves are just meant to be." Then, the big screen displayed the song title, Courage. Lyrics by Lu Fan. Vocals, Shen Yushu. The prelude began to play. Shen Yushu sang with deep emotion. The lyrics touched the hearts of everyone listening. This public confession of love left the entire audience and netizens stunned. It turned out this wasn't a public shaming session at all. It was a live PDA session. When the song ended, public opinion completely reversed. Everyone eagerly sent their blessings to this couple who always had each other's backs. In the end, Shen Yushu advanced straight to the top 4 with a staggering number of votes. After the match, Fiancee Entertainment took the opportunity to clarify that he had never committed domestic violence. Their love was genuine and mutual. That night, he held Shen Yushu's hand as they strolled down the street. They looked just like a deeply in love couple wandering through the snack street. Later, at the movie theater, while watching a film, he couldn't resist stealing a kiss from Shen Yushu. It made her blush endlessly. Although there were still a few minor misunderstandings and hurdles between them, their relationship was heating up rapidly. After their brief reunion, he took Yuan back to Jiangcheng. Shen Yushu stayed in Modu to prepare for the upcoming battles. Back in Jiangcheng, he was busy looking for a kindergarten for Yuan. Even though he had missed the enrollment period, thanks to the fame of Lu Fan's little princess, he successfully enrolled her at Zhenghua Kindergarten. Meanwhile, a conspiracy was brewing in Modu. Yingping, the former senior manager of Fanxing Entertainment, seeking revenge, colluded with new singer competition judges Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao. They plotted that in the next match, they would use dirty tricks to make Shen Yushu lose to Chen Qian. He even invited the so-called godfather of music, Wu Mian, to write a song for Chen Qian. Episode 3 of the new singer competition, the 4-2 elimination round. Shen Yushu faced off against Chen Qian. The host, Chen Shuir, deliberately stirred up trouble. She asked Shen Yushu if her new song was still written by him. Shen Yushu responded calmly. In the match, Shen Yushu performed the song Sea of Flowers. The breathtaking prelude instantly drew the audience into a musical wonderland. Shen Yushu's singing was filled with passionate emotion. It felt like her own solo concert. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. In comparison, Chen Qian's sweet song, though not bad, paled in the face of Sea of Flowers. However, an incident occurred during the voting round. Although Gao Yu voted for Shen Yushu and Shui Yu gave Chen Qian a sympathy vote, Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao surprisingly both voted for Chen Qian. This put Chen Qian's votes in the lead. The whole venue was in an uproar. Boos and cries of foul play echoed everywhere. But at the critical moment, Shui Yu stood up. "I'm truly sorry." Host, please pause for a moment. There is a problem with the votes this time. Right here, I want to apologize to Shen Yushu in the audience. I'm sorry. Earlier, I received a message from Yingping, the head of operations at Fanxing Entertainment. He told me that both Chen Qian and Shen Yushu belong to Fanxing Entertainment. If the gap between them was too large, he hoped I would give Chen Qian a sympathy vote, so she wouldn't lose too miserably. But now, it has ironically caused Chen Qian to advance. I feel I must take responsibility. Today, because of me, it led to Shen Yushu's elimination. I resign as a judge of the new singer competition to take responsibility for this. Chen Qian even directly announced her withdrawal. She admitted that Shen Yushu's Sea of Flowers was far superior to her performance. The truth was exposed. The show's director, Ren Chao, urgently salvaged the situation. He announced a revote and removed the involved judges. In the end, Shen Yushu successfully advanced. After the incident, Ying Ping was fired by Fanxing Entertainment. The involved judges were also utterly disgraced. Wu Mian, because his song lost to Lu fans, harbored deep resentment. He publicly provoked him on Weibo and issued a challenge, wanting to settle the score in the finals. Wu Mian's provocation blew up on social media. The media wildly hyped up this clash between the old and the new. Lu Fan didn't show any weakness either. He replied, "If you want a war, they'll give you a war." Shangxi Entertainment took the opportunity to invite Wu Mian to write a song for their finalist, Miao Anyan. The keywords for the first round of the finals were tragic and horror. For Wu Mian, who specialized in this style, this was a godsend. But for Lu Fan, it was an entirely new challenge. Shen Yushu was restless with worry over this, but he appeared incredibly confident. To find inspiration, Shen Yushu even watched horror movies with him. As a result, she was scared out of her wits. But it unintentionally created a chance for them to get closer. The next day, he presented the new song. The finale night attracted the attention of thousands. Miao Enyun took the stage first. She performed the song Malignancy, composed by Wu Mian. The first half of the song depicted the agony of a cancer patient. The second half featured pure, oppressive melodies. Despite its dark tone, its artistic value was extremely high. Wu Mian was supremely confident in this piece. Next, Shen Yushu stepped out, dressed in a vibrant red traditional wedding gown, wearing a phoenix coronet on her head, but her makeup was desolate and sorrowful. Her eyes were lifeless. The song title She slowly appeared as the music began. The erhu and pipa intertwined, creating a mournful melody. Shen Yushu began to sing, her huguang opera vocals astonishing the entire hall. The lyrics described a ghost marriage. Not a single word mentioned sorrow, yet every line exuded a bone-chilling coldness. As the song progressed, the sudden blast of the swana rang out. It pushed the atmosphere to its absolute climax. That sorrow and fear seeping deep into the bones gave the entire audience goosebumps. Shen Yushu's unblinking performance was even hailed by netizens as the most beautiful ghost bride. Ji defeated Malignancy with an overwhelming advantage. Shen Yushu won a resounding victory with a judge score of 40 and 88% of the audience votes. Wu Mian suffered a total defeat. He fulfilled his promise, renouncing his title as the godfather of music and apologizing. After the competition, Lu Fan waited for Shen Yushu outside. Shen Yushu told him that Zhao Chuchu had already left, and she hadn't brought her apartment keys. With a tacit understanding, the two went to a hotel together. Inside the hotel room, the atmosphere was thick with ambiguity and tension. When he stepped out of the shower, he saw Shen Yushu crying. She poured her heart out, feeling that she wasn't worthy of him. The closer she got to him, the more terrified she was of losing him. He gently cupped her face. He told her that he used to be very insecure too. It was she who gave him that feeling of a fluttering heart. All of this was the best arrangement by God. Heaven's arrangement is the greatest of all. His words made Shen Yushu stop crying and smile. The two held each other tightly. Finally, in this moment, they completely understood each other's hearts. Two hearts given entirely to one another, without reservation. On the road ahead, they would walk firmly together. Whether it be wind, storms, or glory, they would face it all together.